Chapter 20 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 20, Phocion. Nothing positive is known about the birth of Phocion, except that it took place in Athens. His parents were supposed to be of high standing because he was well bred and well educated, which would probably not have been the case had they been ordinary people. Phocion had a gentle, humane disposition, but the expression of his face was so severe that only those who knew him well dared to approach him. His conversation was full of wisdom and instruction, but he wasted no words, for he spoke briefly and always to the point, so that a philosopher of his day said, Demosthenes is the best orator, but Phocion is certainly the most powerful speaker in Athens. So reserved was Phocion that the Athenians never saw him either laugh or cry or use a public bath. If he made an excursion to the country or marched out to war, he always went barefooted and without his cloak, unless it happened to be intensely cold, and then his soldiers used to laugh and say, "It is a sign of a sharp winter, Phocion has got his clothes on." In his youth he served as a soldier under Chabrias, a general with whom he became such a favorite as to be selected from among the whole army to conduct enterprises of importance and trust. Strange as it may seem, Phocion had great influence over his commander, who was many years his senior, and often kept him in check when he was rash, or urged him on when he was inclined to postpone a battle. In return, Chabrias gave his young friend opportunities to distinguish himself, and at the sea fight of Naxos he behaved with so much valor that he won a great reputation in Greece. After Chabrias was killed, Phocion continued to be friendly with his family, and tried very hard to improve his son, who was a stupid, badly behaved fellow. Once he lost patience with the boy because he asked so many silly, rude questions, and exclaimed, "O Chabrias, Chabrias, what a return do I make thee for thy favors by bearing with the impertinence of thy son?" The Athenians had so much confidence in the military genius of Phocion that whenever they were about to engage in a war, they turned to him for aid, and he was elected general of their army 45 separate times, though he never asked for the office and was seldom present when the elections took place. Phocion had the moral courage to do what he thought right, and no amount of ridiculing or fault-finding on the part of others could change him. On a certain occasion his countrymen insisted that he should lead them against an enemy, and when he refused, called him a coward, whereupon he answered, "Do what you will, I shall not be brave, and do what I will, you will not be cowards. However, we know one another very well." At a time of danger to the country, the people once became angry with him, and demanded an account of how he had used the public money. All he said was, "My good friends, first get out of your difficulties." While war lasted, they were always humble and submissive, but as soon as it was over, they were apt to find fault with their general. Once they declared that he had robbed them of victory at the very moment when it was in their hands. "It is well for you," he said, "that you have a general who knows you, otherwise you would have been ruined long ago." There was a quarrel between the Athenians and Boeotians, which the latter refused to settle by treaty, and proposed to decide by the sword. Phocion told them, "Good people, you had better try the method you understand best, and that is talking, not fighting." Demosthenes, the orator, who belonged to the opposite party, said to him, "Phocion, the Athenians will certainly kill thee some day. They may kill me if they are mad, but it will be you if they are in their senses," was his ready answer. A very fat man was one day urging on a war with Philip of Macedon, and got so hot and excited while speaking that he stopped several times to swallow a little water. Here is a nice fellow to lead us to war, exclaimed Phocion, for what may we expect of him loaded down with a suit of armor when he is ready to choke under a speech that he has composed at his leisure? When Lycurgus took him to task for opposing the demand which Alexander made for 10 Athenian orators to be sent to him, he answered, "It is true, I have given my countrymen much good counsel, but they do not follow it." There was a citizen named Aristogiton who always pretended to be in favor of war, but when the lists came to be made out, he appeared with his leg bound up and a crutch under his arm. "Here comes Aristogiton," cried Phocion aloud. "Put him down, a cripple and a coward." It seems strange that a man who could say such severe things should have been surnamed the Good, but such was the case with Phocion, for he could be both rough and gentle, sweet-tempered or cross, according as he was affected by different circumstances. He never did harm to a fellow citizen from personal feelings, but he was severe against those who worked not for the public good, and he was always ready to assist an unfortunate person, even though he chanced to be an enemy. His friends finding fault with him one day for pleading the cause of a man who was undeserving, he said, "Surely the good have no need of an advocate." Although Phocion always desired peace, yet he distinguished himself frequently in battle, and he was so popular among the nations allied to Athens that they treated every other commander sent to them as an enemy, though they always welcomed him and received him with honors. He defeated the forces of Philip of Macedon in Euboea, and afterwards saved Byzantium from that monarch, and recovered several cities that had been guarded by his forces. Thus King Philip was driven quite out of the Hellespont, where until then he had been greatly feared. Upon the news of Philip's death, which happened not long after, Phocion would not allow sacrifices or public rejoicings, for he said nothing shows greater meanness of spirit than expressions of joy on the death of an enemy. After all, the army we fought with is lessened only by one man, so there is no great reason to rejoice. When Alexander of Macedon marched against Thebes and took possession of the city, he demanded that Demosthenes and 3 others who had opposed a treaty should be delivered up to him. The people did not know what to do, but turned to Phocion for advice. As usual, he spoke out boldly and said, "The persons whom Alexander demands have brought the commonwealth into such a miserable state that even if he had named my most intimate friend as one of them, I should vote to deliver him up. For my part, I should think it the greatest happiness to die for you all. At the same time, I am not without pity for the Thebans who have taken refuge among us, but it is enough for Greece to weep for Thebes. Let her not weep for Athens too. The best thing we can do is to intercede with the conqueror for both, but by no means to think of fighting." Acting upon this advice, the Athenians sent Phocion himself to confer with Alexander, and he was so successful that not only was peace restored, but he became the friend and guest of the great monarch, who showed him more respect than he did any other person at his court. Later, Alexander sent him 100 talents for a present. When the money was brought to him, Phocion asked the ambassadors, "Why, among all the citizens of Athens, am I singled out as the object of this bounty?" "Because," said they, "Alexander looks upon you as the only honest and good man." "Then let him permit me always to continue so," returned Phocion, as he returned the money. The men were invited to go home with him, and when they saw how simply and plainly he lived, his wife baking bread, himself drawing water to wash his feet, they urged him again to accept the gift, saying, "It is a shame for a man whom Alexander calls friend to live so poorly." "There would be no use in my having money which I would not spend, and if I did make use of it, I should get a bad name both for myself and for Alexander from my countrymen." So the treasure went back, an evidence that the man who could afford to refuse it was richer than he who offered it. Alexander was displeased because Phocion would not accept his gift, and wrote him, "I cannot number among my friends one who refuses my favors." Still Phocion would not take the money, but he did ask a favor of the king, which was immediately granted, and that was the release of 6 prominent persons whom he held as prisoners. Afterwards, Alexander wanted to present him with one of 4 cities of Asia, which he named, but again he refused, and a few months later Alexander died. Phocion had a son named Phocis, who gave him a great deal of trouble, because his habits were disorderly, and he drank to excess. Once he asked permission to take part in the games at the great feast of Minerva. His father granted it, not because he valued the victory or even supposed that Phocis would gain it, but because he hoped the training and discipline would make a better man of him. Phocis won the race, and many of his friends invited him to banquets in honor of it. One of these Phocion attended, and when he saw the costly preparations, for even the water which was brought to wash the guests' feet contained wine and spices, he was disgusted, and took his son to task for permitting his friend to spoil his victory thus. With the hope of weaning Phocis from such company and such luxurious habits, he sent him to Lacedaemon to be placed among the youths under a course of Spartan discipline. The Athenians took offense at this, thinking that Phocion did not appreciate home education. One of them said to him in public with a sneer, "Phocion, suppose you and I advise the Athenians to adopt the Spartan constitution. If you like, I am ready to introduce a bill to that effect and to speak in its favor." "Indeed," returned Phocion sarcastically, "you, with that strong scent of perfumes about you, and that costly mantle on your shoulders, are just the very man to speak in honor of Lycurgus and Spartan simplicity, are you not?" When the news of Alexander's death reached Athens, it caused so much excitement that Phocion said, "Well, then, if Alexander be dead today, he will be so tomorrow and the day after, so we may make our arrangements quietly and at leisure." Immediately after this, the Lamian War began. This was a war between all the Greeks, except the Boeotians and the Macedonians. It received its name from the fact that Antipater was besieged in the town of Lamia. It was Leosthenes who raised the forces for this war, for Phocion was very much opposed to it and used every argument to prevent it. Thereupon one young man asked him, "Tell us then, what will be the proper time for the Athenians to go to war?" He answered, "When the young men keep within the bounds of order and propriety, the rich become liberal in their contributions, and the orators stop robbing the public." Leosthenes was victorious at first, and there was great rejoicing in Athens, particularly when an embassy came from Antipater to sue for peace. But the victors would listen to nothing but an unconditional surrender. Leosthenes was killed at the siege of Lamia, and from that moment victory favored Antipater until he had defeated all the Greek states except Athens. Then a treaty was agreed upon, and Phocion, who was highly esteemed by Antipater, was made ruler of the city. But there was a Macedonian garrison stationed there and commanded by Manilius, a man who was friendly to Phocion and did no sort of injury to the citizens. Once he offered Phocion a sum of money as a token of friendship. It was refused with this remark, "Manilius is not a greater man than Alexander, nor have I greater reason to receive a present now than I had when the latter offered me one." "Take it for your son, Phocis," urged Manilius. Phocion answered, "If Phocis becomes sober, his father's estate will be sufficient for him, and if he continues to drink, nothing will be so." Although Phocion commanded the Athenian army so many times, it is to his credit that he remained poor to the end of his life. The Athenians were constantly begging him to ask Antipater to withdraw his garrison, but he saw no reason for doing so, and refused. All went well until the death of Antipater, and then new troubles arose. Polysperchon had been nominated general-in-chief of the army, and Cassander commander of the cavalry, before Antipater died. Cassander immediately sent Nicanor to take the place of Manilius, because that would give him more power, the former being his friend. This made the Athenians very angry, and they accused Phocion of having kept the death of the king secret until the change was made. He did not take the trouble to defend himself against the charge, but made it a point to visit Nicanor until he succeeded in gaining his goodwill for the Athenians. He also persuaded him to seek theirs by presiding at their public games. Meanwhile, Polysperchon, who had the care of the young king, Alexander's son, was determined that Cassander should not have his way in Athens. So he wrote letters to the citizens, telling them that the king restored them all their liberties. The result was that at a general assembly, death or banishment was voted for any man who had held office while the Macedonians were stationed at Athens. This, of course, included Phocion, who had been highest in office. Now Polysperchon was not really acting in the interest of the Athenians, though he made it appear so. His object was to get possession of their city, and he knew that in order to do so it was necessary to put Phocion out of the way. This could only be brought about by the offer he made of freedom to the citizens. Nicanor knew what Polysperchon's intention must be, and trusting his person to Phocion, for he did not feel safe during the excitement that prevailed, he entered the assembly to explain the case to the Athenians. Then a commander of the Macedonian king tried to seize him, but he was warned in time to defend himself, though he resolved to have his revenge. The Athenians found great fault with Phocion because he let Nicanor escape when he had him in his power. But he said, I have no reason to believe that Nicanor means us harm, but even though he should, I'd rather suffer wrong than do anything unjust. Phocion was very honorable, but he made a mistake in the confidence he placed in Nicanor, for that general no sooner found himself safe among his soldiers than he ordered an attack on Athens. Phocion would have gone to oppose him, but his countrymen had lost confidence in him and would not obey his commands. The son of Polysperchon, whose name was Alexander, arrived just at that period and pretended that he meant to assist the city against Nicanor. Instead of that, he wanted to get hold of it himself. So, collecting about him the exiles who had returned with him, besides the foreigners and the citizens who were for one reason or another in disgrace, he made himself so powerful that he was able to turn Phocion out of office and appoint his own men instead. The city would not have escaped this snare had Alexander been more prudent, but he had several secret meetings with Nicanor which were discovered by the Athenians and aroused their suspicion. Phocion and several others of the most respectable and distinguished citizens who had been publicly accused of treason went over to Polysperchon for safety. They arrived at the same time with an embassy from Athens that had been sent to accuse them and to insist that they should be compelled to return. Polysperchon basely gave them up to stand their trial, as he said, though he knew perfectly well that they were as good as sentenced to death already. It was Cleitus who took the prisoners back to Athens and shut them up until he could call an assembly of the people. Having read a letter from the Macedonian king in which he said, I find the prisoners guilty of treason, but leave the Athenians as freemen to pass sentence upon them, Cleitus led forth the unfortunate men. Many covered their faces and shed tears when they beheld Phocion so humbled. One man tried to say a word in his behalf, but he was silenced by the excited crowd. At last Phocion desired to speak, and although he could scarcely raise his voice enough to make himself heard in the tumult, he asked, Do you wish to put us to death lawfully or unlawfully? According to law, was the answer. How can you do that unless we have a fair hearing, was the next question. No one replied. Then, advancing a few steps, Phocion said, Citizens of Athens, I acknowledge I have done you injustice, and pronounce my public conduct to deserve sentence of death. But why will you kill these men, who have never injured you? Because they are your friends, cried out the populace. Phocion had hoped to save them by declaring himself deserving of death, but he now drew back and said no more. The sentence was then read and put to the vote, and there was scarcely one negative. Some of the people even crowned themselves with flowers, as though they were at a festival. After the assembly separated, the doomed men were carried back to prison, all weeping and lamenting, except Phocion, whose expression and bearing were just the same as when he was in command of the army. Some of his enemies abused him as he went along, and one man spat in his face, upon which he turned to an officer and said, "You should stop this fellow's rudeness." One of the prisoners bemoaned his hard fate when he saw the executioner preparing the poison. "Dost thou not think it an honor to die with me?" asked Phocion. One of his friends inquired whether he had any commands for his son. "Yes," said he, "tell him from me by all means to forget the ill treatment I have had from the Athenians." The execution took place on the day when there was a solemn procession in honor of Jupiter, and many of the horsemen threw away their garlands and wept as they passed the prison. But Phocion's enemies were so numerous that they would not allow his body to stay within the borders of Attica, nor any Athenian to furnish fire for his funeral pile. A man whose business it was to bury people for pay carried the body to Megara, and a woman who, with her maidservants, assisted at the ceremony of burning, gathered up the bones carefully in her apron and carried them by night to her own house. She buried them under her hearth, and thus addressed the gods as she did so: "Ye guardians of this place, to you I commit the remains of a good and brave man, and I implore you to protect and restore them to the tombs of his fathers when the Athenians return to their senses." And indeed, it was not long before they began to feel what an excellent, just governor they had lost. Then a statue in brass was erected to his memory, and his bones were interred with honors at the public expense. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman, Chapter 21, Pelopidas. Now we come to a great man who was also such a kind, benevolent one, that the fortune of which he got complete control when he was still a youth was all used for the relief of others. Many a Theban had cause to rejoice on account of the liberality of Pelopidas. Indeed, he devoted so much time to affairs of state that he neglected his money matters, and his friends took him to task for it. He replied, "What care I for money? It is only necessary for such as Nicodemus there," pointing to a man who was both lame and blind. All of Pelopidas's friends felt the benefit of his wealth except one, that was Epaminondas, who could never be persuaded to accept any of it. But Pelopidas loved him so much that he spent his money on others, and for his own part preferred to live humbly, to dress plainly, and to work as Epaminondas did. This united the two friends very closely. Their tastes differed somewhat, for Pelopidas spent his leisure hours in wrestling or hunting, while the other was reading and studying. But no feeling of envy ever marred the affection of one for the other, and both had the same aim, which was to raise their country to the very highest point of glory. So they worked together to accomplish this, and their friendship lasted to the end of their lives. During the Peloponnesian War, the Spartans appeared friendly towards the Thebans, though in reality they were jealous of their power. There were two political parties in Thebes, the liberal one headed by Ismenias and Androclides, to which Pelopidas and Epaminondas belonged, and the opposite one headed by Leontidas. The liberals made themselves so much feared that Leontidas even became a traitor to keep them from getting the government in their hands. Once, when the Lacedaemonian troops were marching past Thebes, he actually helped them to seize the fortress. This gave them authority to govern the city and left the liberals no chance whatever. Ismenias was taken prisoner and soon after murdered in Sparta. Pelopidas and others escaped this fate by running away, for which they were sentenced to banishment. Epaminondas was too poor and too much of a student to have much power, so he was not disturbed. All the exiles went to Athens, where they were kindly received. There seemed little hope of being able to shake off the Spartan tyranny, but Pelopidas gathered his countrymen around him and constantly told them how shameful it was for them to submit tamely, until he aroused in them a determination to strike a blow for liberty. Then they sent messages to their friends in Thebes, telling them of their plans, and Charon, a prominent citizen, offered his house for a meeting place. Meanwhile, Epaminondas had not been inactive, for he took pains to lecture about bravery to the young Thebans, and encouraged them to organize wrestling matches with the Lacedaemonians, and when they were victorious he would tell them that they ought to be ashamed of their meanness of spirit in remaining subject to those to whom they were superior in strength. When the day fixed for action came, it was agreed by the exiles that 12 of the younger men should go forward and get into the city if possible, while the rest should stay at the plain of Thriasium. Pelopidas was the first to offer himself for the dangerous expedition, and all those who joined him were men of noble families who rivaled one another only in courageous exploits. Clad in short coats such as hunters wore, carrying hunting poles, and followed by dogs, the 12 brave Theban exiles set out over the fields towards their native city. Their friends who were in the plot met them, and provided each with the dress of a peasant. Then they separated and entered Thebes at different points. All proceeded to Charon's house, which they reached in safety. When the exiled 12 and their friends had assembled, their number was 48. Philotas, who was in the plot, had managed meanwhile to get the position of secretary to the tyrants Archias and Philip. On the night of the meeting at the house of Charon, the secretary had invited the 2 tyrants to his house to an entertainment, telling them that they should be introduced to some ladies of distinction. They accepted the invitation, and while waiting for the ladies they expected to meet, drank a great deal of wine, which Philotas supplied liberally. While thus engaged, a messenger entered to tell Archias that there was a report about town of the presence of some conspirators in Charon's house. Philotas ridiculed the report, and Archias was enjoying himself so much that he did not wish to be disturbed, so he sent one of his guards to bring Charon before him at once. The conspirators were just in the act of girding on their armor when they were startled by a loud knocking at the door. One of them stepped out to see what was the matter, and when he informed the others that an officer had been sent to fetch Charon, they felt sure that their cause was lost, without their having had a chance to prove their valor. It was agreed among them that Charon should obey the summons, and if possible deceive the tyrants and put a stop to their suspicion. But Charon was placed in a very unpleasant position with his friends, for he feared that they might think it was he who had let out the secret and played the part of a traitor. So before leaving he brought his little boy to Pelopidas and said, "If you find me a traitor, treat this child as an enemy and show him no mercy." Many wept and begged Charon not to think them so base and mean-spirited as to suspect or blame him. They therefore requested him to put the child beyond the reach of danger, so that he at least might escape the tyrants and live to avenge the city and his friends. "No," said Charon, "what life, what safety could be more honorable than to die bravely with his father and such generous companions?" When Charon was announced, Archias came out of the house, followed by Philotas. The former said, "I have just heard, Charon, that certain suspicious-looking men have come to town and are concealed by some of the citizens." Seeing that he had no positive information, Charon was immensely relieved, and, assuming an air of innocence, asked, "Who are they? Who conceals them?" "Do not disturb yourself on account of a mere rumor. I will go and make all the inquiries I can, for it is perhaps not prudent to disregard anything of that sort." Philotas praised him for being so ready to watch the interests of his country, and then led Archias back to his bottle, telling him that neither he nor Philip must go until the ladies arrived. Not long after, a letter was handed to Archias from a friend in Athens. On the outside was written, "Urgent business to be read at once." It contained a full account of the conspiracy, but Archias was too intoxicated by that time to care for anything. So, pushing the letter under his cushion, he said with a drunken smile, "Urgent business tomorrow," and tried to turn his thoughts to what his host was saying, for Philotas worked hard to hold the attention of his guests. The return of Charon was greeted with cheers, and the friends of liberty prepared to act without delay. Pelopidas, taking half under his direction, went against two of the nobles in the neighborhood, whose names were Leontidas and Hypates, while Charon and the rest, having put on women's clothes over their armor, and wreaths of pine and poplar upon their heads to conceal their faces somewhat, undertook to dispose of the tyrants who were being entertained by Philotas. The make-believe women were allowed to enter the house without the least resistance. 3 or 4 of them walked straight to the table at which Archias and Philip sat, and while Philotas persuaded the rest of the company not to interfere, they drew their swords and killed the intoxicated tyrants without much trouble. Pelopidas and his party had a more difficult task, for Leontidas was not only brave, but he was sober. His house door was found locked, for he had gone to bed, and the conspirators had to knock loud and long before they could make themselves heard. At last a servant unbarred the door, but before he could ask what was wanted, he was knocked down, and a rush was made for the bedchamber. The noise aroused Leontidas, who, always on the alert for treachery, jumped up and seized his sword. If he had remembered to put out his lamp, he might have escaped, but as he did not, his chances were few. However, with one stroke he laid the first man who entered dead at his feet. Pelopidas was the second. The narrow doorway and the dead body that lay across it made the fight long and doubtful, but Pelopidas was victorious at last, and no sooner had he slain Leontidas than he hastened to the house of Hypates, who had been warned just in time to seek refuge with a neighbor, but he was followed and killed also. By this time the whole city was aroused, and all was terror and confusion. Men ran to and fro, trying to find out what had really happened, for all sorts of wild rumors were afloat, and the citizens watched eagerly for day to dawn, that they might find out the truth. Now there were 1,500 Spartan soldiers in the garrison, and many people had joined them during the night, but they were so alarmed and so unable to find out the true state of affairs that they contented themselves with merely guarding the citadel, instead of falling upon the conspirators as they ought to have done. By the time the longed-for day did at last dawn, those of the exiles who had remained outside the city had joined the others. Pelopidas had sent Philotas to the jails to release those brave Thebans who had been imprisoned by the Spartans, and Epaminondas, with a large body of armed men, young and old, had marched to the marketplace, where an assemblage of citizens was soon summoned. Pelopidas stood surrounded by priests, who carried garlands in their hands and called aloud to the people to exert themselves for their gods and their country. Loud cheers rent the air, and the excited assembly shouted the names of the conspirators in turn, calling them their preservers and deliverers. Pelopidas was chosen chief captain of Boeotia, and his first action was to blockade the citadel. With the assistance of Charon and Milan, he stormed it on all sides and drove the Spartans out. A good many skirmishes were fought between the Spartans and the Thebans after that, but the former could not again get the upper hand. From the night when the Theban exiles fought so desperately for liberty and put an end to the tyrants who ruled them, the Spartans lost their power. Pelopidas, with his company of 300 foot soldiers, called the Sacred Band, won victories at every turn. This band of lovers, as it was sometimes termed, was the very flower of the Theban army, a brave, resolute set of young men who had vowed eternal friendship for one another, and had bound themselves by the strongest ties to stand by one another to the last drop of blood. These warriors showed themselves superior even to the Spartans, who had never before been beaten by a company smaller than their own, and proved that the bravest and most formidable opponents are those who fear disgrace more than danger. The Thebans gained so many victories that they won over to themselves the greater part of those nations that had formed the Spartan confederacy. The army was led by Pelopidas and Epaminondas, both so popular that the peoples they conquered were glad to be placed under their protection and to follow wherever they led. This being the case, they did not stop until many towns of Lacedaemonia had been taken, and the whole country to the very seashore had been laid waste. Then Alexander, the tyrant of Pherae, made war against the Thessalians, and they sent to Thebes for assistance. Pelopidas offered himself, and he was so successful in Thessaly that Alexander became frightened and stole away with his guards. Having relieved the Thessalians of their tyrant, Pelopidas went to Macedonia, because his reputation for justice was so well known that he had been sent for to settle a dispute between Ptolemy of Egypt and the king of Macedonia. He made peace between the two monarchs and received for hostages Philip, prince of Macedonia, and 30 children of noble birth. These he sent to Thebes to show the Greeks what confidence was felt in the only one of their colonies that still had a popular government. Again were the Thessalians forced to seek aid of the Thebans. Pelopidas and Ismenias went to them, but took no troops of their own this time, and were therefore obliged to make use of the Thessalian forces. But just then there was fresh trouble in Macedonia, for a new quarrel had arisen, and Ptolemy had killed the king. Thereupon the friends of the dead sovereign called on Pelopidas to help them. Having no troops of his own, as we have said, he hastily raised some mercenaries, or paid soldiers, and marched with them against Ptolemy. It must be remembered that these mercenaries were foreign soldiers who received money for their services. Consequently, as they were not prompted by patriotism, they fought for the highest bidder. Such being the case, Ptolemy bribed them liberally and got them over to his side. But even then he was so much afraid of Pelopidas that, not knowing what steps he might take next, he went to pay his respects to the Theban general, and tried very hard to pacify him by promising to keep the kingdom in trust for the brothers of the dead king, and to take sides with Thebes against her enemies. As a guarantee of honesty, he delivered his son and 50 of his companions as hostages. These also were sent to Thebes. Pelopidas next turned his attention to the mercenaries, whose treachery he determined to punish. They had lodged themselves with their effects, their wives and children, at Pharsalus, and thither with some troops from Thessaly Pelopidas proceeded. Much to his surprise, it was the tyrant Alexander with his army who met him there. Supposing that he desired to apologize for his former conduct, Pelopidas and Ismenias went to him together. They speedily found their mistake, for they were seized and shut up in the fortress at Pherae. As soon as the Thebans heard of this outrage, they ordered their troops to Thessaly without delay. Epaminondas was acting as a private soldier then, because he had been accused of not pursuing all his advantages in a late battle against the Spartans, and in consequence deprived of his command. The tyrant Alexander did not prevent his prisoner from seeing people while he was in the fortress. He rather encouraged visitors to go there, because he wished to make a display of the way he had humbled Pelopidas. But the Pheraeans were so distressed when they saw the situation of so brave a general that he had to comfort them. One day he sent word to the tyrant that he was very wrong to put to death so many of his innocent subjects, and spare him, who he might be sure was determined to punish him as soon as he was free. "Why is Pelopidas in such haste to die?" asked the tyrant. When this question was repeated to the prisoner, he said, "It is that Alexander, being more hated by the gods than ever, may the sooner come to a miserable end." This Alexander was such a wicked wretch that he often buried people alive, and some he would have dressed in the skins of bears and wild boars, and then either drive dogs at them or fire darts at them, merely to amuse himself. Many such horrible deeds are related of him, and knowing what a cruel tyrant he was, it is astonishing that Pelopidas should have been so daring. But he probably knew that tyrants are nearly always cowards, and Alexander proved the truth of this saying when Epaminondas was placed at the head of the Theban army again. This change was made because the other generals who had gone to Thessaly were either incapable or unfortunate. As soon as Alexander heard that Epaminondas was coming, he began to tremble, and sent ambassadors forward to meet him and offer satisfaction. Epaminondas would enter into no treaty with such a man, nor would he listen to any propositions. He made a formal demand for the return of Pelopidas and Ismenias. They were conducted to him, and he marched away with his army. About this time the Spartans and Athenians sent to the Persians for assistance, and as soon as the Thebans heard of it, they dispatched Pelopidas on the same errand. This was a wise choice, for Artaxerxes had heard of the wonderful victories of the Theban, and of his having beaten the Lacedaemonians by sea and land, and he was proud to receive such a distinguished person with honors. He offered him costly presents too, but Pelopidas would accept nothing. All he asked was that Greece should be free and independent, that Messenia should be repeopled, and that the Thebans should be considered the king's hereditary friends. These terms being granted, greatly increased the popularity of Pelopidas at home. The other ambassadors met with no favors whatever. Soon after Pelopidas got back to Thebes, the Thessalians were obliged to send for him again, because the tyrant Alexander had seized many of their cities and was threatening others. The army was just ready to move when an eclipse of the sun took place at noonday. We know with what superstitious awe the ancients looked upon this event, and how they always considered it an ill omen. Pelopidas was not more advanced in this regard than his countrymen, but he was ready to march, and nothing could deter him. But he understood the objections made by the 7,000 citizens who were under arms, and sympathized with them, so with a body of only 300 volunteer horsemen he set forward. At Pharsalus more troops joined him, and the two armies met at Thetidium. "The tyrant meets us with a great army," said one of the soldiers to the general on beholding Alexander with his numerous troops. "So much the better," he replied, "for then we shall conquer the more." When the battle began, Pelopidas commanded his cavalry to charge the enemy. They did so and routed them. Then Alexander took to the hills nearby and killed many of the Thessalians as they tried to climb after him. But Pelopidas sounded a retreat to his cavalry, and leading his foot soldiers to the attack, drove the enemy back in their turn. By this time the Thessalians had got on a hill above the enemy, and observing a great deal of disturbance among them, Pelopidas ordered a charge, rushing first himself headlong, and calling on Alexander to come and fight him single-handed. The tyrant did not obey the challenge, but retreated and hid himself among the guard. The foremost of the mercenaries that attacked Pelopidas were driven back, and some were slain, but many at a distance aimed their darts at him and killed him before the Thessalians could run down the hill to save him. The cavalry then came on again, drove the enemy before them, and strewed the country with 3,000 of their dead and wounded. The Thebans showed deep grief at the death of Pelopidas, and called him their father and deliverer. They gathered about his body, and would neither put off their armor, dress their wounds, nor unbridle their horses. They were silent and sad, and any stranger seeing them would not have supposed that they had just gained a great victory over a tyrant. As soon as the death of Pelopidas was known in the cities, the magistrates, priests, and youths marched out to meet the body, carrying crowns, garlands, and suits of gold and armor. The Thessalians begged that they might give the funeral, and said to the Thebans, "Friends, we ask this favor of you, that will be an honor and a comfort in this our great misfortune. We can never again wait on the living Pelopidas, never give honors that he can know of. But if we may have his body, adorn his funeral, and inter him, we hope to show that we have met with a heavier blow than you have. You are deprived of a good general, while we have lost both a general and our liberty. For how shall we dare to ask of you another captain, since we cannot restore Pelopidas?" The request was granted, and never was a more splendid funeral seen in Greece. The death of the tyrant Alexander occurred not long after in this way. He had a wife named Thebe, who had been witness to many of his wicked and cruel actions. Besides, he had not been a faithful or a good husband, and so, year by year, she hated him more and more. This was the cause of her laying a conspiracy to kill him, though of course it does not excuse her. She took her 3 brothers into her confidence and sought their aid, though the palace was filled with the tyrant's guard. Besides, a ferocious dog kept watch before his chamber door every night, and would allow no one to approach but Thebe and Alexander himself. He had to be disposed of before anything could be done. Having made her plans, Thebe concealed her brothers all day in a room not far from the one in which the tyrant slept, so that their presence in the palace was not suspected. In the night, after her husband was in bed, she made some excuse for entering his room, and finding him fast asleep, took the sword that hung at his head, concealed it under her gown, and carried it to her brothers. Then she called a servant, and requested him to take the dog which he had let out, saying that Alexander was disturbed by the movements of the animal, and had ordered his removal. The concealed brothers were next brought forth and led by the treacherous wife to her husband's bedside. The young men hesitated before performing the horrible deed, but Thebe urged them on, and holding a lighted lamp that there might be no mistake, directed them in their movements. Two of them seized the sleeping tyrant, while the third plunged the sword Thebe had provided through his body. So occurred the death of one of the most sinful, hard-hearted wretches that ever lived. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maggie Travers. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 22. Timoleon. Sicily was in a dreadful state of disorder around 350 B.C., because each of her cities had in turn declared its independence and elected a ruler of its own. The Carthaginians heard of the disturbance and took advantage of it to invade the island, and they were such a powerful nation that success seemed certain to them. Their city was Carthage, of which nothing now remains but a mass of ruins. But in ancient times it was a metropolis of Africa, and celebrated for its wealth and magnificence. Some historians tell us that it was built by Dido, 116 years before Rome was founded, but this is not certain. When the great Carthaginian fleet appeared off the coast of Sicily, the inhabitants were so terrified that they sent ambassadors to Greece to ask the Corinthians for help. This race was chosen because Syracuse, the chief city of Sicily, had been founded by them, and because they often engaged in wars, not for the sake of gain, but for independence, and for the purpose of putting down tyrants. The ambassadors were kindly received, and a vote was passed granting them the aid they sought. The next thing to be considered was who should command the troops. The magistrates named several citizens who had distinguished themselves, but somebody proposed Timoleon, and although he had up to that time taken no part in the business of the Commonwealth, he was unanimously elected, and soon proved himself a patriot of no ordinary stamp. But we must go back and tell something of his early life. The parents of Timoleon both belonged to the best of families of Corinth. They had another son besides the one we have mentioned, whose name was Timoleon. The two brothers were as totally different in character as it was possible to be, for Timoleon had a remarkable love for his country, and a disposition as mild as his extreme hatred of tyrants and wicked men was deep. He was prudent, courageous, and capable of conducting a war. Timoleon, on the other hand, was rash, dishonorable, and anxious for power. In time of war he seemed to give so little thought to danger that he was considered courageous, and often entrusted with the command of the army. But it was his brother who kept him in check, found excuses for his faults, and made the most of his good qualities. Once when his horse was wounded on the battlefield and threw him within reach of the enemy, he would have been killed had not Timoleon shielded him with his own body, and after receiving several wounds, by vigorous efforts repulsed the assailants, and so saved his brother's life. Some time after this, when Timoleon had command of the army, he put to death a number of the principal inhabitants of Corinth, and tried to become absolute ruler of the city. This was exceedingly unjust and dishonorable, and Timoleon felt so ashamed of his brother's conduct that he went to him and urged him to give up the idea of enslaving his country, and to think of some means by which he could atone to his fellow citizens for the crimes that he had committed. Timoleon laughed at his brother and treated the matter with ridicule. A few days later, Timoleon, accompanied by two friends, went to him again. At first Timoleon laughed, as he had done on the previous occasion. But as the three men continued to reason with him, he flew into a violent passion. Then Timoleon stepped aside and covered his face with his hands, while the other two drew their swords and killed the older brother on the spot. There were those among the people of Corinth who approved of this deed, and admired the greatness of soul which prompted Timoleon to prefer his country to his kindred. He saved his brother's life when he was fighting for his country, but he had killed him when he became a traitor. There were others who, while rejoicing at the tyrant's death, pronounced Timoleon guilty of a horrible unnatural crime. Among these was the mother of the slayer and the slain. She cursed Timoleon, and in the bitterness of her grief ordered her doors to be shut against him, declaring that she would never again look upon his face. Overcome with sorrow and remorse, he resolved to starve himself to death, but his friends, after much argument and entreaty, prevailed upon him to live. He then withdrew from all public affairs and removed to the country, where he lived in solitude for 20 years. It was at the close of this period that he was appointed to the command of the Corinthian army, and when he was informed of it, the messenger, a man of influence and rank, said to him, "Behave well and be brave, for if your conduct be good, we shall consider you as the destroyer of a tyrant, if bad, as the murderer of your brother." Timoleon accepted the post, and while preparing to set sail with his forces, he received letters from Hycetes, prince of Leontes, telling him that he need not go to the expense and trouble of leading his men to Sicily, because the Carthaginians would not allow them to land. He added, besides, that he had joined the Carthaginians and would aid them in the attack on Syracuse. Such treachery aroused even the most indifferent of the Corinthians to action, and they supplied Timoleon with whatever he wanted, so that he might lose no time in sailing. When all was ready, he made a visit to Delphi to offer sacrifices to Apollo, and when he went down into the place where the oracles were pronounced, a crown embroidered with images of victory slipped from among the offerings that hung over the altar right upon Timoleon's head. That was a good omen, for it appeared that Apollo sent him on the expedition crowned beforehand. He set sail with 10 ships of war, and a prosperous wind soon brought the fleet to the coast of Italy. But on arriving there, Timoleon received bad news. It was that Hycetes had beaten Dionysius, the tyrant of Syracuse, in battle, and shut him up in the citadel. Before Timoleon could decide what steps to take, 20 Carthaginian galleys arrived, bringing ambassadors with a message from Hycetes to the effect that if Timoleon would send his ships and troops back to Corinth, he might, if he chose, go to Syracuse and share the government, for the war was almost finished and the Carthaginians would not let his army proceed. The Corinthians were very indignant at this message, but Timoleon soon calmed them by explaining what he intended to do. After that he had an interview with the Carthaginian ambassadors and commanders, and said to them, "I will submit to your proposal on condition that you go ashore with me, and make it before the people of Rhegium, a Grecian city friendly to both of us, for that will render the compact more binding." They agreed, and the magistrates of Rhegium, who really wished to see Sicily in the hands of the Corinthians, entered heartily into Timoleon's scheme. So they summoned an assembly of the citizens, and then closed the gates, and began one after another to make long speeches. The Carthaginians suspected nothing wrong, for Timoleon was present, and they were waiting for his turn to make an address. Meanwhile, in obedience to their commander's instructions, the Corinthian fleet put to sea, and the enemy, believing that since one vessel was left for Timoleon, the others were returning to Corinth, let them go quietly. Being informed by a signal that his fleet was off, Timoleon pressed through the crowd, his retreat being covered by the Rhegians, got down to the shore, and set sail full speed for Sicily. He landed with his whole fleet at a place called Tauromenium, because Andromachus, the ruler, was friendly, and had given permission for him to do so. No sooner did Hycetes hear of the landing of the Corinthians than, although terribly alarmed, he set out with a force of 5,000 fighting men to prevent their advance. Timoleon had only 1,200 soldiers, but he advanced until he heard that Hycetes was approaching Andronum. Then he pitched his camp before that place, and, without giving his army time for rest or refreshment, placed himself at their head and led them, as he told them, to victory. The bravery of such a leader was contagious, and his men followed him with so much spirit that the enemy were thrown into confusion. 300 of their number were slain, and twice as many taken prisoners. Those that fled had no time to think about their camp or baggage, of which the Corinthians took possession. Such a victory induced the people of Vendranum to throw open their gates and take sides with Timoleon. Then they assured him, with the mixed feeling of awe and admiration, that they had felt confident he would triumph, because just as the battle began, the doors of their temple flew open without being touched by anyone, and the spear which their god held in his hand trembled, while drops of sweat ran down his face. Those, they declared, were omens that always foretold victory. Such an impression was made by Timoleon and his army that the neighboring cities, one after another, sought his friendship and offered their services. At last Dionysius himself sent a messenger to say that he was ready to deliver to the Corinthians not only the citadel, but his own person. Timoleon immediately dispatched 2 of his captains, with 400 men, to seize the castle, and directed them how to proceed so that no trick could be played on them. They found a magnificent supply of horses, war engines, and weapons in the palace of Dionysius, all of which, besides 2,000 soldiers, were handed over for Timoleon's service. Then the tyrant himself, with his treasure and a few friends, embarked on a vessel secretly, so as not to be stopped by Hycetes, and sailed to the camp of Timoleon. In the attire of a humble citizen, this prince, who had been born and educated in one of the most splendid of courts, now presented himself before the victorious Timoleon, worn out with wars, contests, and some of the greatest misfortunes that ever fell to the lot of man. For the present we shall say no more about Dionysius, except that he was sent to Corinth with a small sum of money. A fuller account of him is given in the life of Dion. Within 50 days after his landing in Sicily, we find Timoleon's men in possession of the fortress of Syracuse. This was a splendid beginning, but Hycetes was still in the city, and continued to besiege the castle, so that those who were shut up in it could receive no provisions. Besides, he filled the city with soldiers, and there was every prospect that the Carthaginians would soon make themselves its sole rulers. Not only did the besieged Corinthians suffer from want of provisions, but they were constantly attacked about the walls of the castle, and had to divide themselves for defense. The harbor was blocked up by the Carthaginian fleet, of which Mago was admiral. But during a storm, when the ships got separated, Timoleon managed to send a quantity of corn to his besieged soldiers, by the little fishing boats that slipped in unnoticed. Timoleon was then at Catana, and Hycetes was determined to stop all further supply of provisions from that quarter. So he selected the best of his troops, and, with Mago to manage the ships, sailed from Syracuse. Leo, the Corinthian commander in the citadel, saw the departure of the fleet, and soon observed that those of the forces that were left behind kept guard very carelessly, so he made an attack upon Acharadina, the strongest quarter of Syracuse, and took possession of it. It must be borne in mind that, unlike other cities, this one was divided into 4 parts, each separated from the other by a strong wall, so that Syracuse might be called an assemblage of towns. Acharadina, which was quite near the citadel, was the strongest quarter, and had suffered least from the enemy, so Leo found plenty of provisions and money there. He knew the value of what he had, and determined to keep it, so he fortified it and joined it to the citadel. As Mago and Hycetes approached Catana, a messenger met them and informed them of the dreadful misfortune that had overtaken them at home, whereupon they hurried back. Shortly after Mago sailed to Africa, though, there seemed to be no reason for thus allowing Sicily to slip out of his hands. Meanwhile, Timoleon had received reinforcements from Corinth, and with these he took the city of Messina, and then went on to Syracuse, where he beat off the forces of Hycetes and put them to flight. He next ordered the town criers to call on all the Syracusians to come with their tools to help to tear down the fortifications of the tyrants. They came, one and all, and worked with a will for liberty. Not only did they destroy the citadel, but the palaces and monuments nearby, and whatever else there was to remind them of their former tyrants, were demolished. When the spot was cleared, Timoleon built a hall of justice to show the citizens that a popular government was to be established on the ruins of tyranny. But now so many people had been killed in the wars, and so many more had run away, that Syracuse looked deserted, and there was danger that the soil would not be properly cultivated. To avoid this evil, Timoleon wrote to his countrymen, urging them to send people to settle there. He had another reason for desiring to populate Sicily. It was this: Mago had killed himself after he returned to Africa, because he could not bear the reproaches he received for leaving Sicily, and after his death his countrymen began to collect forces for a second invasion of the island. When Timoleon heard this, he knew that he ought to be prepared with an army. So, besides the message to Corinth, he invited all the Syracusans who had fled to return, and offered them protection on the voyage. In a short time 10,000 people sailed from Corinth for Syracuse, and 60,000 more flocked there from Italy and other places. The land Timoleon divided freely among the new citizens, but he sold them the houses, and thus raised a fund which was much needed, for not only was the public treasury exhausted, but it had even been found necessary to sell the statues to defray the expenses of the war. After restoring order and establishing reforms in Syracuse, Timoleon marched to other parts of Sicily and compelled the tyrants of the various little towns to destroy their palaces and take their places among the private citizens. Hycetes was one of these, and he was forced, besides, to promise to interfere no further in the affairs of the Carthaginians. Then Timoleon returned to Syracuse to see how the new laws were working. Meanwhile, the Carthaginians had landed an immense army in the territory that still belonged to them on the island of Sicily. They were drawn together on the banks of the river Cleomenes, and as soon as this was known to Timoleon, he hastened to meet them with a small army he had together. It was composed of paid foreigners for the most part, being the citizens of Syracuse were so frightened when they heard how great was the number of the enemy's forces that they would not follow Timoleon. And of the 4,000 whom he hired, nearly a quarter grew faint-hearted by the way and deserted. As Timoleon was climbing a hill overlooking the river Cleomenes, whence he expected to see what the Carthaginians were about, he met a train of mules loaded with parsley. The soldiers looked upon this as an ill omen, because parsley was used to adorn tombs. But among the Corinthians it was at that time made into garlands to crown the victors of the public games. So to remove all forebodings of evil, Timoleon turned this to account, and assured his soldiers that victory was certain, the garlands being already theirs. Then he crowned himself with a wreath made of the parsley. All his captains and soldiers followed his example and marched on. When they reached the top of the hill, they beheld the enemy crossing the river with their formidable 4-horse chariots of war, followed by thousands of foot soldiers bearing glittering arms. Timoleon called his first cavalry officer to his side and gave him orders to fall at once upon the enemy, while part remained on one side of the river and part on the other, and before they were drawn up in line of battle. This was done, and after watching the action for a while, Timoleon saw that his soldiers were harassed by the armed chariots of the enemy, which ran to and fro in front of their own army, and not only prevented the Greeks from coming to close quarters, but forced them continually to wheel about to escape having their ranks broken. So, taking his shield in his hand, he cried out to the foot soldiers to follow him, and amidst the blast of trumpets rushed down the hill with drawn sword into the thickest of the fight. With their stout armor, the Carthaginians had not found it difficult to repel the spears of the horsemen, but when it came to swords, which require more skill than strength, they were at a disadvantage. Then, too, the onslaught of Timoleon was attended by a terrific thunderstorm, and the enemy were so placed that the rain, wind, and hail beat right into their faces and almost blinded them. Added to this, the thunder prevented them from hearing the commands of their officers, and their armor was so heavy that when once the Greeks got them down in the mud, they could not rise, and there was plenty of it, for the river had overflown its banks a short time before. The Carthaginians rolled and tumbled about in the ditches, where they were cut to pieces without being able to offer much resistance. The Greek armor was light. The storm was at their backs, and they made such havoc in the first ranks that the whole Carthaginian army began to fly. Great numbers were overtaken in the fields and killed, many were drowned, and those who tried to escape into the mountains were stopped by the Greeks. 10,000 Carthaginians lay dead upon the plain at the close of the battle, among whom were many men of rank, wealth, and reputation. The booty the Greeks collected was so rich that they did not take the pains to reckon the brass or iron, gold and silver being so plentiful. Then there were 200 chariots of war, besides all the camp equipments. Timoleon's tent was resplendent with the military ornaments and thousands of rare and beautiful wrought breastplates and shields. The Carthaginians, encouraged by Hycetes, sent another army, but were again defeated. Hycetes was captured alive, tried, and condemned to death. Then the Carthaginians sued for peace, and it was granted to them under certain conditions, to which they were glad to yield in consideration of all they had suffered. A few more battles put an end to all the tyrants of Sicily, and converted the island into such a happy, civilized home, that even strangers went there in great numbers to settle. Timoleon was loved and honored by all, and the Sicilians looked upon him as the founder of their government. He was presented with one of the best houses in Syracuse, and there he lived contentedly and comfortably with his wife and children, who came to him from Corinth when the wars were at an end. As he grew old, his sight began to fail, and at last he became totally blind. He bore this misfortune meekly and patiently, and the people of Syracuse continued to show him every mark of respect and gratitude. They went constantly to pay their respects to him, and took every stranger who visited the city to see the man whose brave exploits had brought about so much happiness. In honor of Timoleon, they passed a vote that whenever they should be engaged in war with a foreign nation, none but a Corinthian general should lead them. When an important question was to be decided, the blind old commander was always consulted, and for that purpose he was carried to the marketplace in a litter. When he appeared, the people saluted him by name, then he would listen to the debate and deliver his opinion. That done, he was escorted back to his house. This respect and tenderness were shown to the old hero until he died, and when that event occurred, a great concourse of people assembled to do honor to his memory. The bier was borne by young men, followed by thousands of people robed in white and crowned with garlands, many of them shedding tears as they moved along. When the bier was placed upon the pile of wood to be burned, one of the public criers read the following proclamation in a loud, clear tone of voice. The people of Syracuse inter Timoleon, son of Timodeus the Corinthian, at the common expense. They propose to honor his memory forever by establishing annual prizes for horse races, music, and wrestling, because he overthrew the barbarians, destroyed tyrants, repeopled desolate cities, and restored to the Sicilian Greeks their laws and privileges. A monument was erected on the spot where the body was interred. Near by was a place where the young men exercised, to which they gave the name Timoleontium. For 30 years the Sicilians lived in peace and prosperity under the laws which Timoleon had left them. End of chapter 22. Recording by Maggie Travers.
Chapter 23 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Demosthenes. The father of Demosthenes was an Athenian citizen of rank. He owned a sword factory in which he employed a large number of people, but he did not work himself, because that would have been beneath the dignity of a man of his position. He died when his son was only 7 years of age, leaving a large fortune which went to young Demosthenes. But he was too much of a child to attend to it properly, so his guardians robbed him to such an extent that even his teachers were cheated of their salaries. This was one reason why his education was limited, but another reason was that, being a weak, delicate boy, his mother would not let him study hard. Thus several years passed in idleness, until the boy reached the age of 16. Then his future was decided in this way. He had often heard of an orator named Callistratus, of whom men of learning spoke in the highest terms, and felt a great curiosity to hear him. An opportunity afforded on the occasion of an important trial, which was conducted in open court. Demosthenes begged the doorkeeper for a seat where he might hear without being seen. He listened with profound attention to the orator's eloquent pleading, and when he won the case, the boy was so impressed by the applause and honors he received that he resolved on the spot to become a public speaker. He employed an orator named Isius to teach him, but much of his rich, grand style of speaking he learned from Plato. He was only 17 years old when he appeared before the public courts and made an attempt to get back his father's estate. He was successful in that, but not in his oratory, for his style was not yet sufficiently cultivated. His voice was weak, he had a peculiar way of catching his breath, and he stammered. The public ridiculed him so much that he could scarcely make himself heard at times, and he was so mortified at being laughed at that he was on the point of giving up the profession he had chosen. It was Satyrus, the actor, who inspired him with new hope in this way. He was going home one day in deep distress when he met Satyrus, who, being an old acquaintance, joined him and went along with him. Then Demosthenes told him the cause of his sorrow. "I am the hardest worker among all the orators, and have almost injured my health by study, yet I can find no favor with the people, though they listen with pleasure to the low, drunken, uneducated fellows who address them." "What you say is true, Demosthenes," replied the actor. "But if you will recite to me some speech in Euripides or Sophocles, I will show you a remedy." Demosthenes did so. Satyrus repeated the same speech, but it seemed to have a different meaning as it came from his lips, and Demosthenes saw how much he had yet to learn before he could gesticulate and pronounce correctly. But he did not lose courage. He built himself a study underground, and there he would stay for 3 and 4 months at a time to exercise his voice. He shaved half his head, so that he might feel ashamed to go out even if he desired to do so, and thus his studies were not interrupted. When he began to speak in public again, he always went to the study he had built to compose his orations, and scarcely ever delivered one unless he had prepared it with the utmost care. Even after it was over, he would reconsider it, and decide what more he might have said and what left unsaid, which was his way of constantly improving himself. Demades was another orator who lived in Athens at the same period with Demosthenes. But he was one of those gifted men who are always ready, and he was frequently known to rise quickly and support Demosthenes when he faltered. A wise man was once asked to pass judgment on the two orators. He said, "Demosthenes is worthy of the city of Athens." "What do you think of Demades?" was asked. "I think him above it," was the reply. A politician of the day expressed this opinion: "Demosthenes is our greatest orator, but Phocion is the ablest, for he expresses the most in the fewest words." When Phocion stood up to plead against him, Demosthenes often said, "Here comes the pruning knife of my periods." Whether this referred to Phocion's style of delivery or to his superior character, which gave him weight and influence, is not known. Demosthenes cured his stammering by speaking with pebbles in his mouth. He strengthened his voice by reciting some piece of prose or poetry while running up a hill, and he regulated his gestures before a large looking-glass which he had placed in his house for that purpose. To cure a habit which he had of raising his left shoulder while speaking, he suspended a naked sword over it whenever he practised, and he would stand on the seashore during a storm to declaim, that he might accustom himself to the tumult of a public assembly. In short, he worked exceedingly hard to perfect himself in his art, and his enemies, who knew that he never made a speech over which he had not worked many hours, maliciously said they smelt of the lamp. Demosthenes first took part in public affairs soon after the Phocion War, and then he set himself the task of defending the Greeks against Philip of Macedon. This he did so well that he at once became famous for his eloquence and courage. His courage was not displayed on the battlefield. It was more in his bold manner of addressing a crowd, for he freely told them of their faults, and would never grant an unreasonable demand. Once he was called upon to accuse a certain person. He refused, and the assembly was at once in an uproar, whereupon he rose and said, "A counsellor, ye men of Athens, you shall always have in me, but whether you will or not, but a false accuser I will never be, no matter how much you may wish it." At another time, one Antiphon, who was on trial, was acquitted by the General Assembly, but Demosthenes carried him before the Areopagus, in spite of the offence he gave to the people by so doing. Before that court he proved that Antiphon had promised Philip of Macedon to burn the arsenal. The accused was condemned to death. He also pronounced a priestess guilty of several misdemeanors. She was found guilty and executed on his charges. These incidents go to prove that he had the moral courage to do what he thought right in spite of public opinion. We have said that Demosthenes set himself the noble task of defending his country against Philip of Macedon. This was at a period when the Athenians had become so luxurious and indolent that they had ceased to take part in public affairs. At heart they were really patriotic, but they needed someone to arouse them from their apathy and to make them look out for the safety of their liberty. Demosthenes knew this. He also knew that Philip of Macedon was trying to get power in Greece. So he set to work to awaken the enthusiasm of the people and to oppose Philip. The 14 years which preceded the downfall of Grecian freedom form the brightest portion of the history of this wonderful orator, and so powerful were his speeches that Philip looked upon him as a person of the greatest importance in Athens. It was his eloquence that aroused the Athenians to action at last, and when, after several engagements, their cause seemed almost hopeless, again did his eloquence save them, for he won over the Thebans, who had for many years been firm allies of the Macedonians. Then Philip sent ambassadors to Athens to sue for peace. Meanwhile, Greece recovered from her depression, and the various assemblies waited for directions from Demosthenes, whom they now loved and respected. But fortune seemed suddenly to turn against Greece, and all the oracles foretold that she was on the point of losing her liberty. Demosthenes had so much confidence in her arms, and was so encouraged by the spirit of the brave men who came forward in her defense, that he would not pay attention to the oracles. He was bravery itself in his speeches, but he threw away his arms and fled in a most shameful manner at the next battle, which was fought at Chaeronea. Some of his enemies took that opportunity to bring grave charges against him, but the people acquitted him of them all, invited him to continue to take part in public affairs, and when the bones of those who had fallen at Chaeronea were brought home to be interred, he was chosen to deliver the funeral oration. After that, Demosthenes mounted the rostrum every day and made speeches in the interest of his country. But he could not save it from Alexander, who had by that time succeeded Philip as king of Macedon. Alexander spread terror wherever he went, and when the Athenians lost their city, he sent to demand 10 of their orators, Demosthenes heading the list. But Demosthenes feared Alexander so much that he made one of his most eloquent appeals to the people, and told them the fable of the sheep, in which the wolves promised to leave them at peace if they would give them their dogs. He meant to show that he and the other orators were the guardians of the people, as the dogs were of the sheep, and that Alexander was the great wolf they had to treat with. The Athenians did not know what to do, so they called a general assembly to consider the matter. Demades, one of the orators, offered to go entirely alone to the king of Macedon, on condition that the other orators would each pay him 5 talents, nearly $5,000. They agreed, and he was so successful in pleading for their release that Alexander became reconciled to the city. Then for a while Demades was regarded as the greatest orator of the day, and Demosthenes sank into obscurity. But this did not last for long, for at his own expense Demosthenes rebuilt the walls of Athens, whereupon a crown of gold was voted for him, which was considered the most splendid reward a Greek citizen could receive. This excited the envy of Aeschines, who did all he could to prevent the Athenians from presenting the crown. It was on that occasion that Demosthenes made one of the most celebrated of all his orations. While the 2 orators were discussing the point, immense crowds assembled to hear them. Then it was put to the vote, and Aeschines did not get 1/5 of the number of votes. The law compelled him to pay a fine and to go into exile. It was a law in Athens that if an accuser got less than 1/5 of the votes cast, he should be so punished. A short time after this splendid victory, Demosthenes stooped to a shameful action. Hierapolis, a Macedonian governor, was then in Athens, where he had sought protection because he had stolen a large sum of money from Alexander's treasury in Babylon. One day Demosthenes was looking over some of the rich vessels that Hierapolis had, and particularly admired the workmanship of a gold cup. He was surprised, too, at its weight, and asked Hierapolis how much it might bring. "Oh, it would bring you 20 talents," was the reply of the governor. That night he sent the cup filled with the sum he had named, and Demosthenes could not resist the temptation. He received the treasure as a bribe, and immediately went over to the interest of Hierapolis. The next day he appeared in the assembly with his throat bandaged, because he feared he might betray himself if he spoke, and made signs when called upon to signify that he had lost his voice. But he had been found out, and a man near by said, "It is no common hoarseness that came to Demosthenes in the night. It is a hoarseness caused by swallowing gold and silver." When it became generally known that he had been guilty of taking a bribe, he wanted to defend himself, but nobody would listen to him, and Hierapolis was sent out of the city. Then Demosthenes moved that the affair be brought before the Areopagus. This was done, and he was found guilty. His sentence was to pay a fine of 50 talents, and be imprisoned until it was paid. He made his escape, however, and fled to Aegina, whence he could behold the shores of his beloved country, and whenever he looked that way he shed tears. During the exile of Demosthenes, Alexander of Macedon died, and a new league was formed among the Grecian cities against the Macedonians. Then Demosthenes was recalled, and as the galley which had been set to fetch him came into port, the citizens flocked to meet him with loud cheers and joyful greetings. On landing, the orator raised his hands to heaven and said, "Happier is my return than that of Alcibiades. The Athenians were forced to restore him, but me they have recalled from a motive of kindness." The fine had not been paid, and as there was no way of releasing Demosthenes directly, this plan was adopted. It was the custom to give a certain sum of money to those who were to furnish and adorn the altar of Jupiter, the preserver. So Demosthenes was appointed, and 50 talents, the amount of his fine, ordered for him. He did not enjoy his home long, for when the report reached Athens that Antipater and Craterus were coming, he and his party escaped, some going in one direction, some in another. Antipater's soldiers followed them, and found Demosthenes on the island of Caledonia, where he had hidden himself in the temple of Neptune. It was Archias, an actor, who led the party of soldiers that entered the temple. Archias spoke mildly, and tried to persuade the orator to go with him to Antipater, as though no harm would come to him if he did so. Demosthenes looked into his face while he spoke, without answering. At last he said, "Oh, Archias, I am as little affected by your promises now as I used formerly to be by your acting." That made Archias so angry that he began to threaten, whereupon Demosthenes said, "Now you speak like the true Macedonian oracle. Before, you were only acting a part. Therefore, leave me for a few moments while I write a word or two home to my family." Feeling sure of his victim, Archias complied. Demosthenes then took out a scroll, as if he meant to write, but put the reed into his mouth and began biting it, as he often did when composing one of his speeches. Then he bowed his head and covered it. The soldiers who stood at the door of the temple suspected nothing, but that Demosthenes was a coward, and so they made fun of him. Presently Archias went up to him and repeated the promises he had made of good treatment from Antipater. Demosthenes had been sucking poison out of his reed, and now began to feel its effect. He uncovered his face, and looking up at Archias said, "Now you may act the part of the tragedian in the play, who cast out the body of his victim unburied. For myself, O gracious Neptune, I quit thy temple with my breath within me. But these Macedonians would not have scrupled to profane it with murder." By this time he could scarcely stand, and in attempting to walk out he fell by the altar, and with one groan expired. It was not long before a brass statue was erected in his honor at Athens, but the inscription it bore sounds more like a disgrace than an honor to his memory. It was this: "Divine in speech, in judgment too divine. Had valor's wreath, Demosthenes, been thine, fair Greece had still her freedom's ensign borne, and held the scourge of Macedon in scorn." End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dave Gillespie, Ashland, Kentucky. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Alexander. Alexander was the son of Philip, king of Macedon, and at a very early age showed that he had the spirit of a warrior. His father won many brilliant victories, but instead of rejoicing at them, Alexander would say to his friends, "My father will go on conquering until nothing extraordinary be left for you and me to do." He never cared for pleasures or riches, but thirsted for glory, and therefore hoped to inherit a kingdom that was plunged in wars, so that he might be able to exercise his courage. The care of his education was given to several instructors, but Leonidas, a kinsman of his mother, presided over them all. Lysimachus was his chief preceptor, but he was neither a good nor an able man. Philip, therefore, soon secured the services of a great philosopher, because the following circumstance convinced him that his son was worthy of every advantage. A horse, Bucephalus by name, was offered to Philip for the sum of 13 talents, or about $13,000 of our money, and the king, with the prince and many others, went to the field to see him tried. He proved to be so vicious and unmanageable that none of the grooms dared venture to mount him. Philip was displeased at anyone's having brought him such an animal, and angrily ordered him to be taken away. Alexander was, on the contrary, so delighted with the fine points he observed in the horse, that he exclaimed, "What a horse they are losing for want of skill and spirit to manage him!" Philip did not at first notice the boy, who made several such remarks. At last he said, "Young man, you find fault with your elders, as if you knew more than they, or could manage the horse better." "I certainly could," answered the prince. "If you should not be able to ride him, what will you forfeit for your rashness?" "I will pay the price asked for him." Everybody laughed, but having gained his father's permission, Alexander ran to the animal, and, laying hold of the bridle, turned his head to the sun. He did this because he had observed that the continually moving shadow of himself annoyed Bucephalus. Then he spoke softly to the animal, and stroked him gently until he grew calm, after which he leaped lightly on his back and seated himself. Having accomplished that much, he jerked the bridle gently, and Bucephalus started forward without the use of whip or spur. Philip and his courtiers looked on in anxious silence, but when the prince turned the horse and rode straight back to the spot whence he had started, he was received with loud shouts, while the father, with tears in his eyes, embraced him and said, "O my son, seek another kingdom worthy of thy abilities, for Macedonia is too small for thee." It was immediately after this that Aristotle, the most celebrated and learned of all the philosophers, was engaged to instruct Alexander. The boy soon learned to love his master almost as much as he did his own father, and in after years he would say, "From my father I derived the blessing of life, but from Aristotle the blessing of a good life." Alexander was born with a love for study, which never left him to the very end of his life. He was only 16 years old when his father went from home on an expedition and left him regent of Macedonia and keeper of the royal seal. He did not remain idle, but reduced a rebellious tribe, took their chief town by storm, planted a mixed colony there, and called the place Alexandropolis after himself. At the battle of Chaeronea, this young prince charged and broke the Theban sacred band, and had the glory of being the first who had ever done that. King Philip was preparing for a war against Persia, B.C. 336, when he was assassinated. Alexander, who was just 20 years of age, succeeded to the throne. The kingdom he was called upon to rule was in a most unsettled condition, for by his numerous victories Philip had subdued Greece, but she had not become accustomed to the yoke. Consequently, the whole country was in a tumultuous state. Alexander's counselors advised him to give up Greece entirely, but he would not listen to them, particularly as several of the states, thinking they had nothing to fear from so young a sovereign, showed signs of rebellion. He marched without delay as far as the Danube, where he fought a great battle with the Triboli and defeated them. Shortly after, he was informed that the Thebans and the Athenians had revolted. So he advanced immediately through the pass of Thermopylae, saying, "Demosthenes called me a boy while I was among the Triboli, a stripling when in Thessaly. But I will show him before the walls of Athens that I am a man." The Thebans made a desperate resistance, and the war began with great fury. But the Macedonians had such a large army that they surrounded Thebes on all sides and completely destroyed it. Among the inhabitants, the priests and the poet Pindar were spared, but 30,000 were sold as slaves, and more than 6,000 were killed in the battle. Some of the scenes enacted are too horrible to recount, but an anecdote about Timoclea, a woman of rank and wealth, is worth repeating. A party of Thracians entered her house and carried off all the valuables it contained. But, not satisfied with that, the captain asked whether she had not some gold and silver hidden away. "Oh yes," she said, leading him to a well in her garden. "When the city was taken, I threw all my jewels and money down there." The captain stooped to examine the well, whereupon Timoclea pushed him in, and threw all the heavy stones she could find on top of him. The soldiers seized her, bound her hands, and led her before Alexander, to whom they told what she had done. "Who are you?" asked the king. "I'm the sister of Theogenes, who, as general of our army, fought Philip for the liberty of Greece and fell in the battle of Chaeronea," she replied boldly. Alexander could not help admiring her bravery, nor could he blame her action, seeing that she was dealing with an enemy. Therefore he commanded her and her children to be set at liberty. The rest of the Greek nations were so impressed by the fate of Thebes that they gladly came over to the Macedonian party, and soon after chose Alexander for their general when their war with Persia began. They were assembled at Corinth for this election, and most of the public officers and philosophers of the neighbourhood went to visit Alexander and offer their congratulations. But there was one who took no notice of him whatever, and that was Diogenes of Sinope, then living at a little place just outside of Corinth called Cranium. So Alexander went to see the philosopher, whom he found lying in the sun. At the approach of so many people he looked up, and the king in a friendly tone asked, "Is there any way in which I can serve you?" "Yes, I would have you stand from between me and the sun," replied the philosopher. Alexander was struck with surprise, for he did not suppose there was a man in the world so contented as to require no service at his hands. His courtiers were annoyed, and called Diogenes a monster, but the king said, If I were not Alexander, I should wish to be Diogenes." After consulting the oracle, and receiving for answer, "My son, thou art invincible," Alexander set out with an army of 4,500 horse and 30,000 foot soldiers. On his arrival at Troy, he sacrificed to Minerva, anointed the tomb of Achilles with oil, then put a garland on it, and congratulated the dead hero on his good fortune in having such a friend as Patroclus and such a poet as Homer to sing his praises. Alexander moved so rapidly that he took the army of Darius by surprise, and got as far as the river Granicus in Asia without meeting any opposition. He advanced under showers of darts thrown from the steep opposite banks, which were covered with the enemy's troops, and having climbed the muddy, slippery paths, engaged in a hand-to-hand fight, and won a decisive victory. Alexander was attacked several times, and had a horse killed under him, but although he was easily known by his waving white plumes, he escaped without a wound. The loss on the Persian side was very heavy, while their conqueror had no more than 60 horse and 30 foot soldiers killed. Among these were 25 of Alexander's personal friends, and to do honor to their memory, he erected a brass statue to each. The Grecians got a share of the spoils, particularly the Athenians, to whom he sent 300 bucklers. Upon the rest he ordered this inscription to be placed: "Alexander, the son of Philip, and the Grecians, except the Lacedaemonians, won these from the barbarians who inhabit Asia. All the plates, purple garments, and ornaments that he took from the Persians, except for a small quantity that he kept for himself, he sent as a present to Olympias, his mother." Alexander was so elated with this victory that he did not rest until he had freed all the Greek cities in Asia Minor from the Persian yoke. Then, on hearing of the death of Memnon, the principal commander of Darius, he determined to march to the upper part of Asia. A serious and dangerous illness, caused by a cold bath in the river Cydnus, detained him, however. Possibly he might have been cured in a few days if he had not been a king, but his physicians were afraid to try severe remedies, lest they might not have the desired result, and thus subject themselves to suspicion and probably punishment. Philip, one of the physicians, who loved Alexander exceedingly, thought it shameful, when his master was in danger, not to risk something, so he took upon himself the cure, and set to work to prepare the medicine. Before it was ready, one of his commanders sent the king a letter, bidding him beware of Philip, who had been bribed by Darius to poison him. Having read the letter, Alexander put it under his pillow without showing it to anybody. He had perfect confidence in Philip, of which he gave proof when the medicine was brought, for, placing the cup to his lips, he swallowed the dose even while the physician read the letter which he handed him. Philip was indignant at the unjust charge, and threw himself down by the bedside, entreating his master to have courage and trust to his care. In about 3 days the invalid was so much better as to be able to show himself to the Macedonians, whose anxiety had been very great on his account. Darius did not know that illness detained Alexander, and he made up his mind that it was fear. He therefore marched forward to Cilicia with his army. This was a mistake, because he had to fight in narrow passages where his immense forces were so cramped that they could scarcely obey orders, whereas, had he remained in Assyria, he would have met Alexander on wide open plains. But he paid dearly for his error, and suffered a signal defeat. He lost over 100,000 men, and came very near being captured himself. However, he escaped, though his chariot and bow fell into the hands of the conqueror, who returned with them in triumph to his soldiers. The Persian camp was filled with rich armor and clothing, of which the Macedonian soldiers took possession. But they did not touch the tent of Darius. That they reserved for Alexander, who found in it richly clothed officers of the royal household, magnificent furniture, and great quantities of gold and silver. Having laid off his armor, the conqueror said to those about him, "Let us go and refresh ourselves after the fatigue of the battle in the baths of Darius." "Nay, rather in the baths of Alexander," said one of his friends, "for the goods of the conquered are and should be called the conqueror's." When Alexander looked about and beheld the basins, boxes, vials, vases, curiously wrought in gold, the splendid and luxurious lounges and cushions, and smelled the fragrant essences, he turned to his friends and asked, "Can it be possible that a king finds happiness in such enjoyments as these?" At that period Alexander had not been spoiled by Persian luxury, and his tastes were extremely simple. His table was always splendidly and plentifully supplied, but he did not care for delicacies, and frequently left them untouched, though he was careful to see that his guests were treated to the very best the market afforded. Some historians have accused him of drinking to excess, but this is a mistake arising from his habit of sitting a long time at table. This arose from his fondness for conversation, for with every cup of wine he would discourse at length on some subject or other, and never indulged in this pleasure unless he had ample leisure. When he was busy, he would neither eat, sleep, nor drink. Otherwise, he could not in his short life have performed so many great actions. Much of his leisure was spent in hunting, throwing the javelin, and otherwise exercising or reading and writing. As his fortune increased, his feasts became more magnificent, until each cost no less than 10,000 drachmas. These feasts always lasted many hours, because they were lengthened out by conversation, in which art Alexander surpassed most other princes. He showed great kindness of heart in his treatment of Darius's family after the defeat of that monarch in Cilicia. As he was sitting down to dine when the battle was over, he was told that among the prisoners were the mother, wife, and 2 daughters of Darius, all of whom were bowed down with grief, because, as they saw the royal chariot among the spoils, they concluded that the king was dead. Alexander felt very sorry for the poor captives, and after a few moments' thought, sent Leonatus to them with this message: "Assure them that Darius is not dead, that they have nothing to fear from Alexander, for his dispute with Darius was only for empire, and that they shall find themselves provided for in the same manner as when Darius was in his greatest prosperity." He kept his promise in every particular, and not only were the captives allowed to do funeral honours to what Persians they pleased, but they were furnished for that purpose with all the necessary robes and other decorations out of the spoils. Besides, they were provided with as many domestics as they needed, and all the comforts and luxuries they had ever enjoyed. No soldier dared to obtrude upon their privacy, and they soon lost sight of the disagreeable fact that they were in an enemy's camp. Alexander did not follow the Persian monarch, but took possession of Damascus, which contained a large portion of the royal treasure, and conquered all the towns along the Mediterranean Sea. Tyre refused to submit, and was therefore besieged. While the siege lasted, Alexander dreamed that Hercules offered him his hand from the wall and invited him to enter, which was considered a favourable sign. Some of the Tyrians dreamed that Apollo had told them he was displeased with their behaviour, and was about to leave them and go over to Alexander. So they seized the statue of the god, loaded it with chains, and fastened the feet to the pedestal to prevent his becoming a deserter. At the end of 7 months, the siege was suddenly brought to a close in this way. One of Alexander's soothsayers, after offering sacrifices, examined the entrails of the victim and proclaimed, "The city shall be taken this month." "How can that be?" asked the soldiers. "This being the very last day of the month." Thereupon Alexander answered by ordering that it should be called the 28th, not the 30th, and so sounded the trumpets for an onslaught. It proved the most violent attack that had been made, and the soothsayer's prophecy came true, for the city of Tyre fell that day. Then Alexander proceeded on his victorious march through Palestine until he reached Gaza, one of the largest cities of Syria, which, after a siege, shared the fate of Tyre. From there he sent presents to his mother and all his friends. To Leonidas, his early tutor, he forwarded a great load of frankincense and myrrh, because once when offering sacrifices he had been so extravagant with those spices that Leonidas had said, "Alexander, when you have conquered the country where spices grow, you may be thus liberal of your incense, but in the meantime use what you have more sparingly." So, when he sent the present from Gaza, Alexander wrote, "I have sent you frankincense and myrrh in abundance, that you need no longer be stingy with the gods." One day a magnificent casket that had belonged to Darius was brought to him, and he asked his friends what they thought the most worthy thing to place in it. One suggested one article, another something else, but he said, "No, Homer's Iliad most deserves such a case," and from that time his copy of that work was kept in the costly box. In Egypt, Alexander was received as a deliverer, because the inhabitants were tired of the Persian yoke and glad of a chance to throw it off. Alexander restored their former customs and religious rites, and founded Alexandria, which became one of the most important cities of ancient times. Thence he made a journey through the desert of Libya to consult the oracle Jupiter Ammon. Few men would have started upon so long and dangerous a journey without misgivings, for there was likely to be scarcity of water and violent winds that would blow about the poisonous sand of the desert, and cause the death of those who inhaled it. But Alexander was not to be turned away from anything he was bent upon. Besides, he had known nothing but good fortune all his life. He was therefore bold. The gods seemed to favor him as usual, for plentiful rains fell, which not only relieved the soldiers from fear of drought, but made the sand moist and firm, and purified the air. Besides, some ravens kept up with the Macedonians in their march, flying before them and waiting for them if they fell behind. But the strangest part of all was, that if any of the company went astray in the night, the ravens never ceased croaking until they were guided to the right path again. When Alexander had passed through the wilderness and arrived at the place, the high priest of Ammon bade him welcome in the name of the god, and called him son of Jupiter. "Have any of the assassins of my father escaped me?" asked Alexander. "Do not express yourself in that manner," said the priest, "for your father was not a mortal." "Well then, are all the murderers of Philip punished? And am I to be the conqueror of the world?" asked Alexander. "That high distinction you shall have, and the death of Philip is fully revenged," was the answer. Alexander was so pleased at what he had heard that he made splendid offerings to Jupiter, and gave the priests presents of great value. But he put on a lofty bearing after being addressed as the son of Jupiter. Some people think he did this among the Persians only to make them honor and respect him, for once, when he was wounded with an arrow, he said to those about him, "This, my friends, is real flowing blood, not such as the immortal gods shed." In the course of time, Darius wrote to Alexander proposing terms of peace, and offering 10,000 talents as a ransom for his captives, all the countries on this side of the river Euphrates, and one of his daughters in marriage. Parmenio, a friend of the Macedonian king, said, "If I were Alexander, I would accept those terms." "So would I if I were Parmenio," replied the king. At the same time, he sent this message to Darius: "If you will come to me, you shall find the best treatment. If not, I must go and seek you." And so he began his march. But he had gone only a little way when news was brought to him of the death of Darius's wife. He felt very much grieved at this sad event, and returned to bury the dead queen in the style befitting her rank. Tyreus, one of the slaves of the bedchamber, was at once sent to carry the news to Darius, who, in the midst of his lamentations, was somewhat comforted at the assurances Tyreus gave him of the care, respect, and attention that had been shown his family. After hearing all that the Macedonian king had done for them, he raised his hands toward heaven and said, "Ye gods, grant that I may re-establish the fortunes of Persia and leave them as glorious as I found them. Grant that victory may put it in my power to return to Alexander the favors which my dearest ones have received from him. But if the time determined by fate and the divine wrath is now come for the glory of the Persians to fall, may none but Alexander sit on the throne of Cyrus." When spring returned, Alexander, having subdued all the country on this side of the Euphrates, began his march against Darius, who had collected an army of 1,000,000 of men. The Macedonians did not number half so many. Nevertheless, Alexander felt no doubt of his success. But when some of his chief officers beheld the Persian troops covering a vast field, they felt so anxious that they begged their monarch to attack Darius by night. "Oh no," he replied, "I will not steal a victory." This answer did not imply any trifling with danger, for Alexander knew there was much to fear, but he foresaw that in case Darius was overcome in the darkness of night, it would afford him an excuse for trying his fortune again. After giving this answer, Alexander went to bed in his tent, and slept so soundly that Parmenio was obliged to give the soldiers orders to take their breakfast, and then to arouse Alexander, for there was not much time to lose. "How is it possible that you sleep so soundly, when you are on the point of fighting the most important of all our battles? One would suppose that we were already victorious." "And are we not so indeed?" asked Alexander, "since we are at last relieved from the trouble of wandering in pursuit of Darius?" So with a display of eagerness for the fight, the great warrior buckled on his armor and left his tent. This is how he appeared. He wore a short coat of Sicilian cut that fitted close to his figure, and over that was a thickly quilted breastplate of linen, which had been taken among the spoils of the last battle. His helmet was of iron, beautifully wrought, and so highly polished that it shone like silver. To this was fitted a piece of armor called a gorget, that protected the neck and throat, set with precious stones. His sword was of the best tempered steel, and very light, and his belt of the most superb workmanship. When drawing up his army and giving orders before a battle, Alexander never rode Bucephalus, because he was getting old and had to be saved for battles. But he always charged upon that fiery steed, and gave the signal as soon as he was mounted. Alexander made a long speech to the Greeks, who answered with loud shouts, and begged him to lead them on. Then, raising his right hand toward heaven, he exclaimed, "If I be really the son of Jupiter, defend and strengthen the Greeks, ye gods." Just then his chief soothsayer, who rode by his side in a white robe with a crown of gold upon his head, pointed to an eagle that soared above, and directed his course toward the enemy. This was a favourable omen. The cavalry charged at full speed, and the phalanx rushed on like a torrent. That day witnessed one of the most furious battles that ever was fought in the world. And in the very face of danger, Alexander showed the same coolness, courage, and good judgment throughout. The Persians fought bravely too, and fortune favoured them at times. But it so happened that Alexander threw a dart at Darius, who, being the tallest and handsomest man in his army, could easily be distinguished. The dart missed him, but killed his charioteer on the spot, whereupon some of the guards raised a loud cry, and those behind, thinking the king had been killed, fled. The troops in front were driven back, and the wheels of the royal chariot became so entangled among the dead bodies that the horses plunged and darted without being able to move forward or back. Throwing down his arms, Darius jumped from the chariot, mounted the nearest horse, and fled for his life. But he would not have escaped, for Alexander was anxious to capture him, and might have done so had it not been for Parmenio, who at that moment sent for his assistance. Alexander was vexed at being stopped, but when he was riding to the part of the army that had called for him, he was informed that the enemy were totally defeated and put to flight. So the Persian army, baggage, tents, and immense treasures fell into the hands of the victor. Alexander was now proclaimed King of Asia, and the first thing he did was to make magnificent sacrifices to the gods and presents of large sums of money and offices to his friends. Indeed, Alexander was always noted for his generosity to his friends, and he carried this trait so far that his mother wrote him, "You make your friends equal to kings by giving them the power of getting any number of friends of their own, while you leave yourself destitute." He took no notice of this remonstrance, for he never allowed his mother to meddle in matters of state or war, although he always showed her great respect, and he treated her with even more generosity than he showed to others. Alexander seated on the throne of Darius was a gratifying spectacle to the Greeks, but from that time the warrior's glory grew dim, for no sooner was he master of the greatest empire in the world than he began to indulge his passions and gave himself up to all sorts of dissipation. It was in a fit of intoxication that he set fire to the magnificent palace of the Persian kings, which was filled with valuable treasures, and burned it to the ground. But when he became sober, he was so ashamed of this act that he set out at once with his cavalry in pursuit of Darius. He made a long and painful march of 11 days, during which his soldiers suffered so much from want of water that they were loath to continue. About noon one day, a party of Macedonians came up to Alexander. They were on mules, and carried vessels filled with water. One of them, seeing the king almost choking from thirst, filled a helmet with water and offered it to him. He took it in his hands, then looked about at the faces of his suffering soldiers, who wanted refreshment just as much as he did, and said, "Take it away, for if I alone should drink, the rest will be out of heart, and you have not enough for all." So he handed back the water without having touched a drop of it, while the soldiers applauded the hero, jumped on their horses, and demanded to be led forward. Alexander had heard that Darius was kept a prisoner by Bessus, and hoped to save him. But when Bessus found himself in danger from the approaching army, he ordered the king to be assassinated. Polystratus was the first officer who beheld the dying monarch, as he lay on a chariot by the roadside, covered with wounds. He asked for water, which was handed to him. Then he said, "It has become the last extremity of my ill fortune to receive benefits and not be able to return them. But Alexander will recompense thee, and the gods will reward Alexander for his humanity to my mother, my wife, and my children. Tell him I give him my hand, for I give it to thee in his stead." So saying, he took the hand of Polystratus and expired. When Alexander came up, he shed tears, and taking off his own cloak, threw it over the body, which was afterward laid in state. Somewhat later, Bessus was captured, and this is how he was punished. 2 straight trees were bent, and one of his legs was made fast to each. Then the trees were allowed to return to their former position, and the body was torn in 2. Once a party of barbarians fell upon some Macedonians, who had Bucephalus in charge, and captured him. Alexander was so provoked at this that he sent a herald to tell them that if they did not immediately return the horse, he would kill every man, woman, and child in their country. Bucephalus was brought back, and the barbarians surrendered their cities, but they were treated with great kindness. Alexander next marched into Parthia, and, in order to gain the affection of the people, he dressed like a Persian, and adopted their manners, though at the same time he introduced them to some of the Macedonian customs. Besides, he married Roxana, an Asiatic lady of great beauty, whom he loved devotedly. This added more to his popularity in Persia than anything else. Parmenio, who has been mentioned several times, was Alexander's principal general and a man of great ability. He had a son named Philotas, who, for valor and endurance in time of war, was next to the monarch himself. But Philotas had fallen into the habit of boasting so much of his exploits that his father took him to task for it several times, and his friends became envious not only of his deeds, but of the favors that were constantly shown him at court. So when a plot was discovered against the life of the Macedonian king, any trifling word or sign that might tend to cast suspicion on the favored officer was eagerly repeated to Alexander. As nothing could be proved, it was decided to put Philotas to the torture, the monarch hiding himself behind a tapestry to hear what might be forced from his lips. The victim lamented so much and begged so hard for his life that Alexander cried out, "O Philotas, with all this unmanly weakness, how didst thou dare engage in so great and dangerous an enterprise?" He was put to death, and Parmenio also, although the latter had been the prime mover in the expedition into Asia, and had been a loyal, valiant soldier for many years. This unjust deed made Alexander terrible to his friends, and the fate of Clitus was not less shocking to them. Clitus had been one of Alexander's bravest officers and most faithful friends, and this is what happened to him. Some very fine fruit had been brought from Greece to the king, who was so pleased with it that he invited Clitus to supper that he might enjoy it also. The company drank freely and became quite lively as the meal proceeded, but towards its close, one Pranicus began to sing a song that had been written in ridicule of the Macedonian officers, who had recently been beaten by the barbarians. The older men present felt offended, and condemned both the poet and the singer. But Alexander laughed and bade Pranicus repeat the song. Clitus, who was under the influence of wine, said angrily, "It is not well done to make a jest of Macedonians among their enemies, for although they have met with misfortune, they are better men than those who laugh at them." Clitus pleads his own cause when he gives cowardice the soft name of misfortune, said Alexander. Clitus started up as if he had been stung, and cried, "Yes, it was cowardice that saved you, son of Jupiter, as you call yourself, when you turned your back on the sword of Spithridates. It is by the blood of the Macedonians and these wounds that you are growing so great as to disown Philip for your father, and pass yourself off for the son of Jupiter Ammon." Irritated at these bold words, Alexander replied, "Thou shameless fellow, dost thou think to say such base things of me, and stir the Macedonians up to sedition, and not be punished for it?" "We are already punished," rejoined Clitus. "What reward have we for all our toils? Do we not envy those who do not live to see Macedonians bleed under Median rods, or sue Persians for access to their kings? Thus one word led to another, until, unable longer to control his drunken rage, the king picked up an apple and threw it in the face of Cletus, who then looked about for his sword. But one of his guards had prudently removed it, while the older men gathered about the irate king and begged him to compose himself. Meanwhile, Cletus had been dragged out of the room, but he returned by another door, singing loudly some insulting verses. Then it was impossible to restrain the king any longer. He snatched a spear from one of the guards, rushed toward Cletus just as he raised the curtain to enter, and ran him through the body. He fell to the ground, groaned, and expired. Then Alexander felt very sorry for what he had done, for he had loved Cletus, and he became sober as soon as he beheld him dead at his feet. For a moment he gazed in silence, then hastily drawing the spear out of the body, was about to run it into his own throat, when the guards seized it and led him by force to his chamber. He passed that night and the next day plunged in grief, uttering now and then a pitiful moan, but speaking to no one. Several philosophers sought to console him, but failed. At last Anaxarchus entered and exclaimed in a loud tone, "Is this Alexander upon whom all the world is looking? Can it be he who lies on the ground crying like a slave in fear of the law and the tongues of men? He himself should be the law to decide right and wrong. What did he conquer for but to rule and command? Know you not, Alexander, that Jupiter is represented with justice and law by his side, to show that all the actions of a conqueror are right?" The king was pacified by these soothing words, and his conscience ceased to be disturbed, but he became more unjust and haughty than ever, for he was only too ready to believe, as the philosopher had said, that whatever he might choose to do was right. Thus was this great hero thoroughly spoiled by the flattery of those who surrounded him. But he was not yet prepared to rest. He had made up his mind to conquer India, a country little known at that time. After he had passed the Indus, he formed an alliance with Taxiles, who ruled the region beyond the river, and furnished troops and 130 elephants for the Macedonian king. With this addition to his army, Alexander marched against King Pyrrhus, who defended the river Hydaspes with his troops. A bloody battle ensued, and Alexander came off victorious. While fighting, King Pyrrhus rode on one of the largest of his elephants, but he was such an enormous man that the proportion was about the same as between a man of medium height and a horse. The elephant that Pyrrhus rode was an intelligent animal that took great care of his master during the battle, several times preventing him from falling off when he was hit, and that the clothes kneeling down slowly and with his trunk pulling out every dart that stuck in his body. Pyrrhus was taken prisoner and led before Alexander. "How do you desire to be treated?" asked the latter. "Like a king," was the reply. "And have you nothing else to ask?" "No, everything is included in the word king," said Pyrrhus. Alexander was pleased with his bearing and his replies, and not only restored to him his kingdom, but added extensive territories to it besides. It was in the battle with Pyrrhus that Bucephalus received wounds which caused his death soon after. Alexander showed much regret at the loss of this faithful friend, and built a city where he was buried, which he called Bucephalia. 70 Greek towns were founded by Alexander as he marched along, and he was so elated by success that he resolved to go as far as the river Ganges. But his army refused to march farther, and he was forced to return. He built a fleet on the Hydaspes, and as he traveled with his troops, met several Indian princes in battle. He laid siege to the town of Mali, where he was the first to mount the scaling ladder. but it broke, and he was left on the wall alone, a target for the darts which were showered at him from below. He hesitated for a moment, then jumped down in the midst of the enemy. Fortunately, he fell on his feet, and the flashing of his armor so frightened the Malians, who thought it was lightning proceeding from his body, that they turned and fled. That gave time for some of his guard also to jump down from the walls. But the enemy recovered from their astonishment and returned. A hand-to-hand attack ensued, and Alexander was wounded through his armor, although he fought desperately. Other wounds brought him to his knees, and he would have been dispatched had it not been for his 2 guards, who placed themselves before him. One of them was wounded and the other killed. A tremendous blow with a bludgeon on the back of the neck struck Alexander senseless, but the Macedonians, who by that time had flocked within the walls, gathered about him and carried him to his tent. It was reported that he was dead, but in the course of time he recovered, and there was great rejoicing in his army when he again appeared among them. After offering sacrifices to the gods, he continued down the river and subdued a vast deal of country as he coasted along. Among other prisoners, he took 10 philosophers, called gymnosophists, who had urged a prince named Sabas to revolt against the Macedonians. These gymnosophists always went naked, differing in this, as well as in other particulars, from the ordinary philosophers. One of their customs was to discuss learned subjects while they dined, and when they assembled, not only they, but all their pupils, even the youngest, were questioned as to what good they had done during the day, and those who had not some kind action or some useful occupation to tell of were allowed no dinner. Well, on hearing that the 10 philosophers he had captured were remarkable for the answers they always gave, even to the most obscure questions, Alexander determined to try them, first announcing that he would put to death the one of them who answered worst, and after him all the rest. The oldest man among the gymnosophists was appointed judge. "Which are more numerous, the living or the dead?" he asked of the first. "The living, for the dead no longer exist," was the answer. "Does the earth or sea produce the largest animals?" the second was asked. He answered, "The earth, for the sea is part of it." Alexander's question to the third was, "Which is the cunningest of the beasts?" "That which men have not yet found out," he said. He ordered the fourth to tell him what argument he used to persuade Sabas to revolt. "No other," he answered, "but that he should either live or die nobly." Of the fifth he asked, "Which is the older, night or day?" The philosopher replied, "Day is older, by 1 day at least." And noticing that Alexander was not satisfied, he added, "You ought not to wonder if strange questions draw forth strange answers." "What should a man do to be exceedingly beloved?" asked the king of the sixth. "He must be very powerful without making himself too much feared," was the reply. "How may a man become a god?" was the question to the seventh philosopher. "By doing that which is impossible for me to do." "Which is stronger, life or death?" the eighth was asked. "Life, because it bears so many evils." "How long is it good for a man to live?" "As long as he does not prefer death to life," said the ninth philosopher. Then, turning to the judge, Alexander ordered him to pass sentence. The old man said, "In my opinion, each has answered worse than the other." "Then thou shalt die first for giving such a sentence," said Alexander. "Not so, O king, unless you said falsely that he should die first who made the worst answer," returned the oldest gymnosophist. The king was so amused that he gave them a great many presents and sent them away. Alexander spent 7 months on the rivers, and at the end of that time, war, illness caused by bad food and excessive heat, and famine had destroyed 3/4 of his army, and he was glad to return to Persia. When passing through that country, he had about him everything that was beautiful and luxurious, and spent much of his time in feasting. At one of his suppers, he promised that the man who drank most should be crowned with victory. Promachus won the crown, for he drank about 14 quarts of wine, but he lived only 3 days afterwards, and 41 others died from the quantity they drank on that occasion. When Alexander reached Susa, he married Statira, the daughter of Darius, and his officers followed his example, each marrying a Persian lady. Then he gave a grand entertainment in honor of these events. He had no less than 9,000 guests, and presented each with a golden cup, and everything was arranged with such magnificence as had never been seen at a feast before. After that, Alexander offered splendid sacrifices and gave a number of sumptuous banquets. But there were repeated bad omens, both in the appearance of the victims of the sacrifices and in other circumstances, all of which made Alexander so superstitious that he was ready to listen to any interpretation made by his numerous soothsayers, even the most trifling and natural events. He became sad and dejected, but one day he roused himself and gave another feast, then took a bath and went to bed. The next day and night he drank so hard that a fever came on, and the more he drank, the more ill he became, until delirium ensued, and at the end of 13 days he died. This great conqueror lived only 32 years, and reigned less than 13. He left an immense empire, which became the scene of many bloody wars. He was buried in the city of Alexandria. A golden coffin received his remains, and divine honors were paid to his memory in Egypt as well as in other countries. No character in history has offered more matter for discussion than that of Alexander the Great. But from the short account given here, our young readers may form their own opinions, and perhaps feel encouraged to investigate for themselves. End of chapter 24. Recording by Dave Gillespie, Ashland, Kentucky.
Chapter 25 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maggie Travers in Columbia, Tennessee. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 25. Eumenes. Eumenes was born at Cardia, a small town in Chersonius, peninsula in the southern part of Thrace. His father was a poor wagoner, but was able to give Eumenes a good education, because there were public schools in his day where children of all ranks in life were taught. King Philip of Macedon chanced to be passing at one time through Cardia, and went to the exercise grounds to see the men and boys wrestling and boxing. On that occasion Eumenes was present, and showed so much energy and skill as a wrestler that Philip was charmed with him and took him into his service, where he remained for 7 years. When Philip died, Eumenes was raised to a high office under Alexander on account of his talent for military affairs, and became one of that monarch's favorite officers, serving him for 13 years. This was remarkable, because Eumenes was not a native of Macedon, and for that reason he refused to interfere in the disputes that arose after the death of Alexander, saying that it did not become him as a stranger to take part in the quarrels between the two Macedonian parties. But when the troubles were all settled, the generals met to divide the various provinces and armies, and then Cappadocia and Paphlagonia fell to the share of Eumenes. Those countries were not then subject to the Macedonians, so Leonidas, and Antigonus were the two commanders selected to go with their armies and place Eumenes in power. However, they deserted him at the last moment for duties that gave promise of greater glory, and he went for aid with his army to Perdiccas, who was a most important person in Macedonia. Perdiccas was very friendly to Eumenes, and not only took him into his confidence, but after a time conducted him in person to Cappadocia with a large force, and with one battle succeeded in establishing him in the government. Having placed guards and officers whom he could trust over the various cities, Eumenes accompanied Perdiccas as far as Cilicia, and would have gone back with him to his court, but there were provinces near Cappadocia still to be conquered, and it was thought best for Eumenes to be on the spot for that purpose. When Perdiccas was engaged in a war with Ptolemy, Craterius, and Antipater, two of Alexander's most distinguished generals made war against him, and, as he could not then oppose them, he appointed Eumenes commander-in-chief of the forces in Armenia and Cappadocia. Neoptolemus, the captain of Alexander's life guards, refused to submit to the rule of Eumenes and gave him battle, but he was badly beaten and fled to Craterus and Antipater with the few who managed to escape with him. He gave those generals an account of his defeat and asked for assistance, particularly from Craterus, who was a favorite with the Macedonians. "They are so attached to you," said Neoptolemus, "that if they saw but your hat or heard the sound of your voice, they would run to you with their swords in their hands." This was true, and Eumenes knew it. Therefore he did not tell his troops that they were going to contend against Craterus, which was a wise piece of generalship. He kept the secret entirely to himself, but took care so to arrange his army that a foreign force should fight against Craterus, because he dared not trust the Macedonians to do so. The battle was a desperate one, and although Craterus fought bravely, he was killed. Many passed over his body without recognizing it, but one of Eumenes' officers, who had known the dead general well, jumped from his horse and guarded the body until the battle was over. Eumenes was raised to high honor on account of his victories, but the Macedonians were so indignant when they discovered that they had been led against one of their own countrymen whom they loved and admired as they did Craterus, that they passed sentence of death on Eumenes. Perdiccas, who had been a friend to Eumenes, would probably have turned against him too had he been alive, but he was slain in a mutiny in Egypt 2 days before the news arrived. So Antigonus and Antipater took charge of the army against Eumenes, who again showed wonderful generalship, for he paid his soldiers so liberally and divided spoils so justly that when it was found that the enemy had distributed papers in the camp offering a large sum of money and high honors to him who should kill Eumenes, there was so much indignation that even the Macedonians went over to him again and formed a bodyguard of 1,000 men for his protection. Eumenes lost some battles and won others, and he was forced to move from place to place so constantly that he gave his soldiers permission to leave his command. This was partly for their own safety, and partly because it was inconvenient to fly before the enemy with so large an army. So when he retired to the castle of Nora, on the border of Cappadocia, he had only 500 horse and 200 foot soldiers. This was well, because a larger number could scarcely have been accommodated in so confined a space. As it was, Eumenes found it difficult to give his men and horses proper exercise, but this is the way he managed it. For the men, the largest room in the fort was used for their walks, and they were urged to keep themselves in practice, to be prepared for flight. The horses were tied to the roof of the stable with strong halters, and then, by means of pulleys, they were so raised from the ground as to be obliged to stand on their hind legs. While in that position, the grooms excited them with their voices and whips until they bounded furiously and tried to get their forefeet to the ground. Thus the whole body was exercised until the horses were out of breath and covered with sweat. That mode of treatment, with good food, kept them in excellent condition. It was Antigonus who conducted that siege, and before he began it he invited Eumenes to a conference. "Oh, no," answered Eumenes. "Antigonus has many friends and generals to take his place in case of accident to himself, but the troops under my care have no one but me to command and protect them. Antigonus must therefore send hostages if he wants to treat with me in person." "He must make the first application to me," returned Antigonus, "I being a greater man than he." The reply Eumenes sent back was, "While I am master of my sword, I shall never think any man greater than myself." Then Antigonus dispatched his nephew to the fort as hostage, whereupon Eumenes came out. The two generals had been friends and companions in earlier times, so when they beheld each other they embraced warmly. The conference lasted a long time, but as Eumenes insisted on retaining the government of his provinces and demanded a large reward for his services besides, no treaty could be made. During the interview a number of the enemy ran forward to have a look at the man who had caused the death of Craterus. Fearing that they might offer some violence, Antigonus called to them to keep at a distance, and even ordered them to be driven off with stones. They crowded up nevertheless, so encircling Eumenes with his arms. Antigonus commanded his guards to keep back the crowd, and with no little difficulty got him safe again into the castle. The siege lasted until Antipater died, when Antigonus, whose mind was filled with schemes, turned his attention towards Macedonia. But he needed a competent general to assist him, so he raised the siege of the castle of Nora, after having obtained the oath of Eumenes to certain proposals of his, one of which was fealty to himself and to the royal family of Macedonia. Then all the soldiers who had left Eumenes flocked to him from different parts of the country until he had a powerful army. This so displeased Antigonus that he ordered the siege to be begun again. But it was too late, for Olympias, the wife of Alexander, had invited Eumenes to go to her and protect her son, whose life she feared was in danger. From that time Eumenes was a faithful ally of the royal family, with whom his influence became wonderfully great. But he was shrewd enough to be always on the lookout for Antigonus, who was so jealous of him as to have turned his enemy. At last Antigonus really came, but Eumenes was prepared, and opposed him with such vigor when he attempted to cross the river that 4,000 of his men were captured, and the channel was choked up with his dead. Not long after this bloody event, on hearing that Eumenes was ill, Antigonus, who had not abandoned hope of victory, advanced again. Eumenes was really too ill to command the army, but they would not move without him, so he had himself carried in a litter at some distance in the rear, so that his rest might not be disturbed by the noise. They had not gone far when the enemy appeared, marching down to the plain from the neighboring hills. Their armor glittered brilliantly in the sunlight, and the troops were so struck when they beheld the train of elephants with towers on their backs, and all the display of men and arms besides, that they grounded their arms and declared they would not stir another step without Eumenes. On hearing this, Eumenes urged his slaves to hasten forward with his litter, and when he opened the curtains and waved his hand, the troops shouted for joy, challenged the enemy to come on, for they thought themselves invincible with him at their head. So did Antigonus, and when he spied the litter, carried about from one wing of the army to another, he laughed out loud and said to his friends, "Yon litter is the thing that pitches the battle against us." And so he immediately retreated to his entrenchments. There were 2 officers under Eumenes who had been jealous of him for a long time, so they formed a plot against his life, agreeing to make use of him in one more battle and assassinate him immediately after. Antigonus managed during the next engagement to seize the baggage without being seen, but one of the jealous officers we have mentioned sent to ask after the battle that it might be returned. Antigonus answered,
I will restore your baggage and treat you in all respects with great kindness, if you will put Eumenes into my hands."
The conspirators determined to deliver the brave man over to the enemy, so they took advantage of a favorable moment to fall upon him, snatch away his sword, and with his own girdle firmly bind his hands behind him. When he was led through the midst of the men he had commanded, he asked to be allowed to speak to them. Mounting an eminence, he said, "What trophy, ye vilest of all the Macedonians? What trophy could Antigonus prefer to the one you are raising for him by delivering your general bound? Was it not base enough to acknowledge yourselves beaten merely for the sake of your baggage, as if victory dwelt among your goods and chattels, and not upon the points of your swords? But you must also send your general as a ransom for that baggage? For my part, though thus led, I am not conquered. I have beaten the enemy, and am ruined by my fellow soldiers. But I conjure you by the god Jupiter, and by the awful deities who preside over oaths, to kill me here with your own hands. If my life be taken by another, the deed will still be yours. Nor will Antigonus complain if you take the work out of his hands, for he wants not Eumenes alive, but Eumenes dead. If you choose not to be the immediate instruments, loose but one of my hands, and that shall do the business. If you will not trust me with a sword, throw me bound as I am among wild beasts." Some of the troops wept and would have granted his request, but others cried out, "Lead him on, and attend not to his trifling. He is only a Trisonician, who has worried us Macedonians with infinite wars. Lead him on! Lead him on!" And so they drove him forward. But on account of their former friendship, Antigonus could not bear to have Eumenes brought before him. Therefore, when he was asked how the prisoner was to be kept, he said, "As you would keep an elephant or a lion." He soon ordered his heavy chains to be removed, however, and even permitted a slave to wait on him and friends to visit and bring him refreshments. Meanwhile, he was deliberating how to dispose of him. At last the Macedonian officers insisted that he should be put to death. They cared not how, so long as it was done. And Antigonus dared not postpone it. So the prisoner, after being deprived of food for 3 days, was executed. The body was burned with honors, and the ashes were placed in a silver urn and sent to the friends of Eumenes in his native land. This was the end of one who raised himself to a high position entirely by his own efforts, but whose life will probably be of interest only to those who are fond of military adventure. End of chapter 25. Recording by Maggie Travers in Columbia, Tennessee.
Chapter 26 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 26, Demetrius. Demetrius was the only son of Antigonus, one of the generals who played an important part in public affairs after the death of Alexander of Macedon, in whose army he had served. Demetrius was singularly handsome, his expression being so beautiful that no painter or sculptor has ever been able to produce a good likeness of him. He had the faculty of being able to make himself both loved and feared. Socially he was an agreeable companion, and in time of war he was so persistent that nothing could deter him from obtaining what he sought. His two most prominent qualities were excessive love of pleasure and a passion for glory. The former prompted him to devote too much time to feasting, drinking, and other vices, but on the other hand he had many virtues. He was an exceedingly dutiful and affectionate son, a mild, generous conqueror, and a liberal patron of the arts. His passion for glory made him brave, and encouraged him to study the military art so thoroughly that the warlike engines he either improved or invented showed peculiar skill. His surname was Paleocetes, a Greek word meaning besieger of cities, because in conducting sieges he proved himself a perfect genius. Here is a circumstance that shows how kind and affectionate was his natural disposition. When still a youth he had a companion named Mithridates, an excellent boy, who was always in attendance with him or his father Antigonus. Demetrius was very fond of Mithridates, and was therefore greatly distressed when his father sent for him one day and said, after having made him swear not to repeat what he was about to tell him, "My son, I have had a dream which makes me so suspicious of Mithridates that I have positively determined to destroy him." Demetrius could not warn his friend in words because of his oath, but the very day after his father had told him of his dream, he drew Mithridates aside as though by accident, and with the point of his spear wrote in the sand, "Fly, Mithridates." The youth lost no time in acting upon this hint, but fled that night to Cappadocia. This is Mithridates who founded a line of kings, he being the first of the name. The first important military command was given to Demetrius when Ptolemy, king of Egypt, invaded Syria. Antigonus himself remained in Phrygia, but he sent his son, then just 22 years of age, as sole commander of his army. But inexperience made the young man rash, and he met with a great defeat near the town of Gaza. 8,000 of his men were taken, 5,000 were killed, and all his private property, including his tent and money, captured. Ptolemy afterwards returned everything except the prisoners, saying that he was fighting only for dominion. Demetrius bore his defeat like a well-tried general, and immediately set to work to prepare for another battle, which soon took place with Siles, Ptolemy's lieutenant. Siles thought it a trifling matter to drive a young commander already defeated out of Syria, but he soon found that he had undervalued his antagonist, for Demetrius took him by surprise and captured him, 7,000 prisoners of war, and a large amount of treasure. He was not more delighted at the victory than he was at the opportunity it gave him of returning Ptolemy's generosity. So having obtained his father's permission, he sent back Siles and his friends loaded with presents. This battle drove Ptolemy out of Syria. Some time after, Antigonus and his son determined to free Greece from the slavery to which she had been reduced by Cassander and Ptolemy. This was a just and noble desire, and Demetrius set sail for Athens with a fleet of 250 ships. He reached the Pyrrhus, the harbor of Athens, before his approach had been made known, and as his ships were supposed to have been sent by Ptolemy, he got well into the harbor before the mistake was discovered. Then the generals who had hastened to the shore were so frightened that they became helpless. Demetrius went upon the deck of his vessel, and after motioning to the people on shore to keep silence, ordered a herald to make this proclamation: "Antigonus, my father, in a happy hour, I hope, for Athens, has sent me to give the citizens back their liberty, to turn out the garrison sent here by Cassander, and to restore to the country its ancient laws." On hearing this, the people threw down their shields and clapped their hands with delight, calling Demetrius their deliverer and benefactor. They invited him to land, but he would not do so until he had driven out Cassander's garrisons from other ports, as well as from Athens. This took considerable time, and then he made his entrance into the city, publicly announcing to the people that they were now free, and that they should receive from Antigonus his father a present of wheat, and a supply of timber sufficient to build 100 galleys. So after 15 years the Athenians had their laws and institutions again restored to them. But they were so servile in their gratitude that they showed themselves unfit for liberty. They bestowed such excessive honors on Demetrius as to be positively offensive, for they gave him and his father the title of king, though they had no claim to it, and called them, besides, their tutelar deities and deliverers. But this was not all. By a common vote they decreed that each year was to be named by a priest of the two tutelary divinities, whose titles should appear on all public documents. The figures of Antigonus and Demetrius, they decreed, should be wrought into the holy garments with those of the other gods. They built an altar on the spot where Demetrius first landed, calling it the altar of the descent of Demetrius, and created 2 new tribes called the Antigonid and the Demetriad. Their council consisted of 500 persons, 50 being chosen out of each tribe. They added 100 more to represent the new tribes, and further agreed that any ambassadors sent from Athens to Antigonus or Demetrius should have the same title as those sent to Delphi or Olympia to perform the national sacrifices, and that whenever Demetrius should visit their city he should be treated as though he were a god, the citizen who excelled the rest in his feast being promised money from the public purse for sacrifice. They also instituted a feast of Demetrius and named a month in his honor. Indeed, with all this disgusting flattery, Demetrius would have had his head completely turned if his father had not summoned him to undertake the reduction of Cyprus. He sailed for that island as soon as he received the order, fought a battle with Menelaus, the brother of Ptolemy, and defeated him. Then Ptolemy himself came with large forces and a numerous fleet, but Demetrius was prepared for him, and a great fight took place in the harbor of Salamis, the ancient capital of Cyprus, which ended in a complete rout of the Egyptian army. Ptolemy escaped with 8 ships, the rest with all their men being taken or destroyed in the battle. Demetrius seized the arms, treasures, and military machines and took them to his camp, but what added more to his glory than any victory could have done was his humane conduct. After he had given honorable funerals to the dead, he bestowed on the prisoners their liberty, and to prove to the Athenians that they were not forgotten, he sent them full sets of arms for 1,200 men. Aristodemus was dispatched with the news of victory to Antigonus, who waited in great anxiety to hear the result of the battle. This man was the boldest of all the court flatterers, and on this occasion he made it a study how to produce the best effect and to bring out the full importance of his welcome message. So when he crossed from Cyprus, he bade the crew remain on board the ship, and getting into a little boat, landed quite alone. When the anxious father heard that a messenger was coming from Cyprus, he sent one person after another to get the news and hastened to him with it. But not a word could they draw from Aristodemus, who walked gravely and quietly towards the palace, determined to tell his story in his own way to Antigonus. He was so long about it, and looked so very grave, that it was generally believed by those who met him that his news was bad, and so thought the impatient Antigonus, who, no longer able to restrain his anxiety, ran out, followed by a crowd of people, and met the messenger at the gate. "Hail, King Antigonus!" exclaimed Aristodemus, holding out his hands and making a profound bow. "We have defeated Ptolemy by sea, and have taken Cyprus and 16,800 prisoners." "Welcome, Aristodemus," replied Antigonus, "but as you chose to torture us so long for your good news, you may wait a while for the reward of it." Then all the people saluted Antigonus as king, and for the first time gave him the title which the Athenians had bestowed on him. A crown was procured and placed upon his head, and shortly after he sent one to his son with a letter addressed to King Demetrius. So elated was Antigonus with his success that he set out in person to invade Egypt, but he met with many difficulties, and as he was nearly 80 years old and very fat, he decided that it would be better to leave conquest to his son, and so returned home without having accomplished anything. Now the Rhodians persisted in their friendship for Ptolemy, so Demetrius was ordered to fight them. He laid siege to Rhodes, and used on that occasion the most powerful of the engines he had invented. These city-takers, as they were called, were the wonder and admiration of the world. The one used before Rhodes was the largest. It was 150 feet high, supported on 8 enormous wheels, and required 3,400 men to move it. It was 9 stories high, square at the base, and growing smaller as it rose. Each story was filled with soldiers, and there were windows from which all sorts of weapons were discharged against the enemy's walls. In spite of this formidable engine, the Rhodians made a brave defense and held out for a whole year. Demetrius had known for a long time that he was making little progress, so he rejoiced when a reasonable excuse for raising the siege presented itself. This came in the shape of an appeal for aid from the Athenians, whose city Cassander was besieging. Then a treaty was made with the Rhodians, who bound themselves to aid Antigonus and Demetrius against all enemies except Ptolemy. Demetrius went to Athens with a fleet of 300 ships and a large army, and not only drove Cassander out of Athens, but restored liberty by the terror of his arms to the whole of Greece. Then the Athenians thought no place good enough for him to occupy but the Parthenon itself, where he was supposed to be the guest of the goddess Minerva. But he did not enjoy this new honor long, for several kings formed a league on purpose to attack Antigonus, and his son was called home. The old king headed the army himself, and although he said, "This flock of birds will soon be scattered by one stone and a single shout," he had his misgivings when he saw the tremendous army the kings had brought against him. The great battle was fought at Ipsus, and Antigonus fell, pierced by a score of darts. Demetrius managed, after several narrow escapes, to set sail for Athens, where he felt sure of a hearty welcome. He was therefore astonished when he received a message from the changeable and ungrateful inhabitants that they had resolved to receive no king within their walls. Demetrius was justly angry, but he was not in condition to avenge the insult. He merely sent a gentle remonstrance and a demand for his galleys, which were sent to him. Not long after, fortune smiled on Demetrius again, for Seleucus, one of the most powerful of all Alexander's generals, became jealous of the vast territory owned by Lysimachus, and tried to strengthen himself by seeking a friendship with his former enemy, Demetrius. So he wrote to him, asking the hand of his daughter in marriage. This pleased Demetrius so much that he sailed for Syria at once, with his daughter and his whole fleet. When Seleucus and Demetrius met, each gave the other a grand banquet, and after several unceremonious meetings they parted excellent friends. Seleucus took his wife with him, and they traveled in great state. He also brought about a reconciliation between Demetrius and the king of Egypt, whose daughter Ptolemaeus afterwards married Demetrius. The ingratitude of the Athenians had been very galling to Demetrius, so when news came to him of disturbance in the city, he resolved to go and take possession of it by a sudden attack. But while passing along the coast of Attica, he was overtaken by a violent storm, and lost most of his ships and men. It did not take him long to raise more troops, and with these he marched into the Peloponnesus and laid siege to the city of Messina. Thence he made an incursion into Attica and cut off supplies, so that the people were almost starved to death. So great was the distress that any sort of food became acceptable. An instance is given of a father and son who actually came to blows over a dead mouse that fell from the ceiling, for they were so hungry as to have lost sight of every other consideration. Epicurus, the philosopher, saved his own life and the lives of his scholars by daily dividing a small quantity of beans. Such being the condition of the Athenians, they were forced at last to open their gates to Demetrius, and sent ambassadors to know what sort of a treaty he would make with them. He entered the city and issued a proclamation that all the inhabitants should assemble at the theatre. When they had done so, he ranged his soldiers in a line at the back of the stage. Then, coming forward like an actor, he gently upbraided the Athenians for their ill treatment of himself, but added that he forgave them, and would present them with 100,000 bushels of wheat in token of reconciliation to relieve their wants. He also appointed such magistrates as he knew would be most agreeable to them. Having thus settled matters in Athens, he next turned his attention to Macedonia, where, the king having died, his two sons quarreled about the succession. Alexander, one of the sons, wrote to Demetrius asking his assistance, which was freely given. But after he had been in Macedonia a short time, Demetrius heard of a plot formed by Alexander to kill him. So, in order to turn the tables on him, he invited the young prince to sup with him. When the meal was nearly over, Demetrius rose and went out. The prince followed. "Kill him that follows me," said Demetrius to the guard. His order was forthwith executed. A friend who had accompanied Alexander said, "You have been just one day too quick for us, Demetrius." The other prince had murdered his mother, and had thus made himself hateful to the people, who, as soon as they found no violence offered to themselves, proclaimed Demetrius king of Macedon. Even then he could not rest, for his ambitious spirit demanded more power. So he marched with his troops against Pyrrhus, drove him out of Thessaly, and then besieged and took Thebes. But Pyrrhus was a brave man, and his conduct in battle won for him the greatest glory among the Macedonians, who kept constantly comparing his valor with that of their beloved Alexander the Great. Meanwhile, Demetrius was exciting their disgust because he was so theatrical in his manners, so haughty and so fond of display. His robes were of the richest purple material, embroidered and edged with gold. His crown was the most gorgeous that had ever been worn by any Macedonian king, and even his shoes were gaily and elaborately ornamented. He lived in most luxurious style, and was so reserved that his subjects dared not approach him, or if they did, he treated them with overbearing pride. He kept the Athenian ambassadors waiting 2 whole years before he would give them an audience, and when the Lacedaemonians sent one person to confer with him, he asked angrily whether they had really dared to send a single envoy. Yes, they said boldly, one envoy to one king. One day when he was riding out and seemed to be in a more amiable mood than usual, several of his subjects approached him with petitions. They were so pleased to see him take the papers and gather them into his robe that they followed him, but when he reached the river he shook them all into the water without having so much as opened them. Such acts were often repeated until the Macedonians felt that Demetrius no longer governed them, but insulted them. So when he collected a great army to invade Asia, Pyrrhus and Lysimachus took that opportunity to attack Macedonia, and they were received with such favor that they divided the country between them. Then the soldiers of Demetrius deserted from his camp, and in order to save himself he put on a disguise and stole away. For a while he was dejected, but his active spirit soon revived, and he collected an army, which he led into Asia Minor. There he had great success at first, but ill fortune overtook him, and after much suffering he was forced to seek the protection of Seleucus, his son-in-law. Seleucus knew it was dangerous to have within his territory a man who was so fond of bold enterprises. However, he granted him permission to stay 2 months, but the courtiers were displeased at this favor, and before the allotted period had expired, they persuaded their king to send him to a strong fortress on the Syrian coast. There the prisoner was well attended and well fed. He had plenty of space for walking and riding, and a park with game for hunting, and those of his friends and companions in exile who desired to visit him had permission to do so. At first, restraint seemed irksome to Demetrius, but he sank into idle habits before very long, and passed most of his time in gambling and drinking. Such a life brought on a disease of which, in the course of 3 years, Demetrius died at the age of 54. His remains were sent in a golden urn to Greece, where they were received by his son Antigonus, who conveyed them to the city of Demetrius. As the galley passed along the coast, wherever it touched land, the people sent chaplets to adorn the urn. When the vessel entered the harbor of Corinth, a famous musician played a solemn tune on the flute to which the rowers kept time, and a troop of young men in arms stood in a line when the urn, covered with purple and surmounted by a royal diadem, was carried ashore. In tears and mourning, Antigonus bore it to its final resting place. End of chapter 26.
Chapter 27 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 27. Pyrrhus. There was something in the bearing of Pyrrhus that excited terror rather than respect, and he had a peculiarity that no one could fail to notice. It was this. Instead of teeth in his upper jaw, he had one continued bone, marked with lines where the divisions of the teeth ought to have been. It was believed that he had power to cure the spleen by sacrificing a white cock, and by pressing with his right foot on the diseased spot while the patient lay flat upon the floor. All who were afflicted with the spleen, whether rich or poor, might at any moment apply to Pyrrhus, and he was willing to cure them, the only payment he ever demanded being a white cock for sacrifice. It was also said that the great toe of his right foot had a divine virtue in it, and when it was found in its natural state after his death, though the rest of his body had been reduced to ashes, no doubt remained that such was the case. When Pyrrhus was a little child, his father, the king of Epirus, was driven from his throne by the Molossians, who made Neoptolemus king instead. Then Pyrrhus would certainly have been put to death had not some of his father's friends carried him off. They took him to King Glaucius of Illyria, who conceived such a fancy for the infant that he kept him and had him educated with his own children until he reached the age of 12. Then the king went to Epirus with an army and placed his charge on the throne, which was his by right of inheritance. Pyrrhus ruled in peace for 5 years, but at the end of that period he went to attend the wedding of one of the daughters of King Glaucius, and during his absence Neoptolemus seized the throne again. Pyrrhus was then just 17 years old, and did not possess the necessary means to assert his rights, so he went with his brother-in-law Demetrius to fight against Ptolemy. He distinguished himself at the great battle of Ipsus, and some time afterwards went to Egypt. There he fell in love with Antigone, daughter of one of the wives of Ptolemy, and married her. She was a good wife, and loved Pyrrhus so much that she procured men and money to enable him to get back his kingdom. When he reached Epirus, he was received with open arms, for Neoptolemus had been such a tyrant that all his subjects hated him. Still, Pyrrhus had too much consideration to dethrone him, so he proposed to share the government with him, and Neoptolemus was very glad to make that arrangement. It worked well for only a short time, for the two kings became jealous of each other, and this is what happened. It was the custom for the kings to offer sacrifices to the god Mars yearly in the Molossian country, and each time they made a vow to govern according to law, while the people swore to support the government. The kings were always attended on these occasions by a number of friends, and presents were exchanged among them all. The last time Pyrrhus and Neoptolemus sacrificed together, Gelon, one of the friends of the latter, presented Pyrrhus with 2 yoke of oxen. Myrtilus, cupbearer to Pyrrhus, asked for the oxen, but his demand was refused. Gelon noticed that Myrtilus was not only disappointed but displeased, so he invited him to sup with him. After supper he urged his guest to become a friend to Neoptolemus and poison Pyrrhus. Myrtilus pretended to agree to the proposition of Gelon, but went straight home and told his master all about it. Pyrrhus then ordered him to take Alexicrates, his chief cupbearer, to Gelon, and make believe that he could mix the poison better than anyone else. Pyrrhus did this because he wanted to have sure proof of the plot. Gelon was thoroughly deceived, and so was Neoptolemus, who had urged on the conspirators. Everything seemed to be working so smoothly that Neoptolemus could not restrain his joy, and one evening, when he had been drinking freely at an entertainment at his sister's house, he talked openly about the poison scheme and the probability that he would soon occupy the throne alone. Now there happened to be present a young woman engaged in the royal household, who was lying on a couch with her face to the wall. She was not observed because she appeared to be sleeping, but she was wide awake, and not only heard all that Neoptolemus said, but ran early next morning to the apartment of Antigone, the wife of Pyrrhus, and repeated it to her. Of course, Antigone warned her husband, but he did nothing until he had made sure that the majority of the Epirots were his friends and would stand by him. Then he invited Neoptolemus to join him in a sacrifice, and killed him on the spot. He now had the government in his own hands, and at once undertook the Macedonian wars against his brother-in-law Demetrius, with whom he had ceased to be friendly, and he fought with such skill and courage that even his enemies were filled with admiration. They could compare him to nobody but the great Alexander, and Hannibal called him the most skilful of all the renowned commanders. The Epirots exulted in the heroic deeds of their king, and when he got back home, gave them the name of Eagle. "If I am an eagle," he said, "you have made me one, for it is upon your arms and your wings that I have risen so high." Not long after, on hearing that Demetrius was dangerously ill, Pyrrhus entered Macedonia, and almost succeeded in conquering the country, but such tremendous efforts were made to repulse him that he was driven out. Then Demetrius raised an immense army, knowing that his dangerous neighbor would trouble him again. So he did, not only with his own army, but with the assistance of 3 other kings, and all their forces united. The night before he entered Macedonia again, Pyrrhus dreamed that Alexander the Great called him, and that on going to him he found him sick in bed. Nevertheless, Alexander, after expressing great friendship for him, promised him his assistance. "How can you, who are ill, help me?" asked Pyrrhus. "I will do it with my name," returned the warrior, as mounting a swift horse he seemed to lead the way to victory. Pyrrhus was so much encouraged by this vision that he hurried on to battle, and took one city after another until he met that part of the enemy's troops that were under the command of Demetrius. These had heard so much of Pyrrhus's feats and of his uncommon gentleness towards those whom he had conquered, that they were for the most part ready to mutiny. Besides, a number of Epirots disguised themselves as Macedonians, and went among their pretended countrymen, telling them to go over to Pyrrhus, as they intended to do. This had the desired effect, and the Macedonian army declaring for Pyrrhus, Demetrius was only too glad to make his escape in disguise. So, without striking a single blow, Pyrrhus became master of the camp and was proclaimed King of Macedonia. He did not remain there long, however, for after a peace had been concluded with Demetrius, the Macedonians began to object to being ruled by a man whose ancestors had been their subjects, and he quietly went back to his own kingdom with his Epirot soldiers. Now was his chance to enjoy a life of repose and peace if he had so desired, but he could not rest quietly, and felt unhappy when not engaged in war. Therefore, when the Tarentines, who were fighting the Romans, sent to ask him to command their forces, he eagerly accepted. There was at the court of Pyrrhus a Thessalian named Cineas, who had studied oratory under Demosthenes, and whose words always had such weight that Pyrrhus said of him, "Cineas has gained me more cities by his speeches than I have won by the force of arms." Seeing Pyrrhus absorbed in preparations for the war in Italy, Cineas took occasion, when he was at leisure, to speak to him as follows: "The Romans have the reputation of being excellent soldiers, and have the command of many warlike nations. If it please Heaven that we conquer them, what use, sir, shall we make of our victory?" "Why, Cineas," replied the king, "when the Romans are beaten, there is no town, whether Greek or barbarian, that will dare to oppose us. We shall be masters of all Italy, whose greatness and power no man knows better than you." "But," continued Cineas after a short pause, "after we have conquered Italy, what shall we do next, sir?" "There is Sicily very near," answered Pyrrhus, "a fruitful, populous island, easy to take." "Is, then, the taking of Sicily to terminate our expeditions?" asked Cineas. "Far from it," said the king, "for if Heaven grant us success in this, it will lead to greater things. Libya and Carthage will then be within reach, and after we have conquered them, will any of our enemies dare to resist us?" "Certainly not," said Cineas, "for it is clear that so much power will enable you to recover Macedonia, and to declare yourself sovereign of all Greece. But what are we to do then?" "Why then, my friend," said Pyrrhus, laughing, "we will take our ease, drink, and be merry." This was the answer Cineas had waited for, so he said, "And what hinders us from drinking and taking our ease now, when we have already in our hands that for which we propose to pass through seas of blood, through toil and danger, and through numberless calamities which we must cause to others as well as to ourselves?" Pyrrhus was troubled by what Cineas had said, but his ambition would not let him alter his purpose, so he sent the orator on to Tarentum with a great army, and afterwards set sail himself with more troops. But when he reached the Ionian Sea, he was overtaken by such a violent storm that his whole fleet came near being destroyed, and some of the ships were driven quite out of their course. Others were thrown on the rocky shore, and the one in which the king was seemed on the point of sinking. Thereupon he threw himself overboard, and after battling with the angry waves for some hours, reached the shore, almost exhausted. The people near by did what they could for him and his men as the ships came in, and in a few hours Pyrrhus marched on to Tarentum with the remnant of his army that had survived the storm. On hearing of the king's approach, Cineas went out to meet him, and uniting their forces, the sovereigns proceeded to the field where Laevinus, the Roman consul, had encamped. But Pyrrhus sent forward a herald to propose to the Romans that they should take him as their mediator, and settle all difficulties without fighting. Laevinus answered, "Tell Pyrrhus that the Romans neither accept him as a mediator, nor fear him as an enemy." Pyrrhus then moved forward, but when he beheld the Roman army drawn up in battle array, he was amazed, and said to one of his friends near by, "Megacles, this order of the barbarians is not at all barbarian. We shall before long see what they can do." He was soon convinced that he had no mean opponents, but he exposed his person in the hottest of the fight, and charged with the greatest desperation, without once losing his presence of mind. Presently Leonatus of Macedon rode up to Pyrrhus to warn him of danger, and said, "Do you see, sir, that barbarian upon the black horse with white feet? He is constantly watching you, and seems to await an opportunity to attack you." "It is impossible, Leonatus, to avoid our destiny," answered Pyrrhus, "but neither that Italian nor any other shall have much satisfaction in engaging with me." While they were speaking, the man raised his spear and spurred his horse straight against the king, whom he missed. He killed the horse, however. Leonatus did the same to that of the Italian, and both animals fell dead together. Pyrrhus was caught and carried off by his friends, who brought down his assailant, though he fought fiercely to the last. This incident made Pyrrhus more cautious, and changing his robe and arms with Megacles, he charged on the enemy in this disguise. For a long time the battle was undecided, and although his disguise saved the life of Pyrrhus, it nearly cost him his victory. Many aimed at Megacles, and at last he was killed. His helmet and robes were carried to Lavinus, who, raising them on high, cried out that Pyrrhus was slain. The Roman army shouted for joy, and the Greeks were filled with grief and terror, until Pyrrhus uncovered his head and rode among them, to assure them that he was still alive. He then set his elephants against the enemy, and their horses were so frightened at the sight of the monsters that they turned and ran. Taking advantage of the disorder, Pyrrhus ordered his cavalry to charge, and the Romans were routed with great slaughter. He entered their camp, took possession of it, and gained over many cities that had sided with Rome, advancing to within 37 miles of the great city itself. But his army was not then in a fit condition to take and hold Rome, so while he was waiting for more troops, he sent Cineas to see whether he could not make terms of peace. Cineas carried all sorts of presents in his master's name to the women as well as the men, but they were refused. Cineas next put his eloquence to the test, and made a speech to the Senate, offering such flattering terms that many seemed inclined to accept them. While the matter was being discussed, Appius Claudius, a noble old Roman, who on account of age and blindness had long since withdrawn from public affairs, ordered his servants to carry him to the Senate house. His chair was placed in the midst of the senators, and a respectful silence was observed by the whole body, who listened attentively when he began to speak. "Hitherto," he said, "I have thought my blindness a misfortune, but now, Romans, I wish I had been deaf as well as blind, for then I should not have heard of your shameful debate, so ruinous to the glory of Rome. Where now are your boasts, echoed all through the world, that if Alexander the Great had come into Italy when we were young, he would not now be considered invincible, but either by his flight or his fall would have added to the glory of Rome? And yet you tremble at the very name of Pyrrhus, who all his life has been paying his court to one of the guards of that same Alexander. He is wandering about Italy, not to help the Greeks here, but to avoid his enemies at home. Do not expect to get rid of him by entering into an alliance with him, for that would only open our doors to other invaders. For who is there that will not despise you and think you easy to conquer, if Pyrrhus not only gets off without punishment for his insolence, but gains some of our colonies as a reward for his insult to Rome?" When Appius ceased speaking, a unanimous vote was passed for war, and Cineas was sent back with this answer: "Tell Pyrrhus that when he quits Italy we will enter into a treaty of friendship with him if he desires it, but while he stays here we will fight him with all our force, even though he should defeat 1,000 men like Lavinus." Not long after there was an engagement between the two armies near the city of Asculum, and the loss was so heavy on both sides that it was hard to decide which had gained the victory. Pyrrhus lost the fewer men, but when he was congratulated upon the result of the battle, he said, "One other such victory would utterly ruin me." For he had lost his best commanders and almost all of his particular friends, and he had no means of replacing them, while the Roman camp, on the contrary, was immediately filled up with fresh soldiers. Now 2 offers were made to Pyrrhus, either of which he would have accepted, had it been possible. The one came from the Sicilians, who asked him to free them from tyrants and drive out the Carthaginians. The other from the Macedonians, who wanted him to ascend their throne in place of Ptolemy Ceraunus, who had been slain. He was dreadfully perplexed, and grumbled at fortune for holding out to him 2 such glorious chances at once, but at last he decided in favor of Sicily, and sent Cineas on before, as usual, to treat with the various cities. The people of Tarentum were very angry when they found that he thought of leaving them in the lurch, without having accomplished what he came for, but he haughtily ordered them to be quiet and await his pleasure, and so set sail. He found everything in Sicily just as he had hoped. The people placed themselves at his command, and supplied him with such a large army and navy that he drove the Carthaginians before him and ruined their territory. At last he reached Eryx, the strongest of their cities, and after making a vow to Hercules of games and sacrifices, if in that day's action he should distinguish himself before the Greeks in Sicily, as became his birth and fortune, he ordered the trumpets to sound the signal for battle. The enemy were soon driven from the walls, scaling ladders were planted, and Pyrrhus was the first to climb one of them. A crowd of warriors attacked him there, but some he drove back, some he pushed down from the walls on both sides, and others he slew with his sword, until he had piled up a heap of dead bodies around him. Strange to say, he was not wounded in the least, and when the city was taken, he remembered his vow, and offered splendid sacrifices to Hercules, and exhibited a variety of shows and plays besides. But success did not improve Pyrrhus, and from a popular leader he changed into such a tyrant that the people of Sicily would no longer submit to him. Finding that he had made a mistake in trying to rule them harshly, he was glad when letters came from the Tarentines and Samnites complaining that they could not secure their towns from the Romans, and begging him to come to their aid. So, without appearing to run away from Sicily, he had a good excuse for returning to Italy. As he sailed away from the island, he looked back longingly and said, "Ah, my friends, how brave a field of war do we leave the Romans and the Carthaginians to fight in!" Part of the enemy got to Italy before Pyrrhus did, and as he landed, gave him battle. He lost a great many men and 2 of his elephants, and he was so badly wounded about the head that he was led from the field. This encouraged the enemy, and one of them, a tall, powerful man, advanced, calling for the king to come forth if he was still alive. This so excited Pyrrhus that, wounded and covered with blood as he was, he broke from his guard, seized his sword, rushed upon the challenger, and with one mighty blow cut him in 2. This achievement amazed the barbarians, who, thinking that Pyrrhus must be a being of some superior sort, gave him no further trouble. So he proceeded on his way until he met the Roman army, under the consul Manlius Curius. A great battle was then fought, which after several hours ended in a splendid victory for the Romans. Others followed until they gained the whole of Italy, and not long after, Sicily fell into their hands also. Thus, at the end of 6 years' hard fighting, Pyrrhus, though considered the bravest and best commander among the crowned heads of his time, found himself deprived of all hope of Italy or Sicily. So he returned with his army to Epirus, and being joined by a body of Gauls, went to Macedonia, gained a victory there, and forced Antigonus, their king, to fly. Next, at the request of Cleomenes, he marched against Sparta, but even the women of that city came out and helped to build barricades. Besides, they urged their husbands, fathers, and sons to fight with such desperation that Pyrrhus gained nothing, and so shifted his ground to Argos. On his arrival there, the Argives requested him to retire, saying that they did not wish him to interfere with the affairs of their republic, because they could settle their troubles themselves. Pyrrhus pretended to comply, but Aristeus, who headed a strong party in Argos, and feared that his opponent was getting too powerful, opened the gates for Pyrrhus in the dead of the night. Many of his troops entered and took possession of the marketplace, but such a disturbance was created in getting the elephants through the gates that the citizens were alarmed, and many of them ran to the fortress and other places of defense to prepare to meet the enemy. When day dawned, Pyrrhus was surprised to find the Argives ready for him. But his surprise was turned to horror when among the statues in the marketplace he beheld one of brass representing a bull and a wolf in the act of fighting. The reason of this was that an old oracle had foretold that it was his destiny to die whenever he should see a wolf fighting a bull. He would have retreated and sent orders to that effect to his son, who had remained outside the walls. But the messenger, for some reason or other, gave the contrary order, and the prince entered the town with the rest of the troops and elephants, causing such a confusion that those within the walls who had been ordered to retreat fell in with the advancing forces, and the elephants became entirely unmanageable. They trampled down the soldiers, who rolled this way and that, wounding one another, while the enemy, taking advantage of the uproar, attacked them in front and in rear. Throwing off his plume and helmet so that he might not be recognized, Pyrrhus rode in among the enemy. It so happened that he was wounded through the breastplate with a javelin, though not dangerously. But he turned upon the man who struck the blow, and just at that moment the mother, an old woman, who watched the fight from a housetop, picked up a huge stone and threw it with all her might at the king. It struck him on the back of the neck, all grew black before his eyes, he dropped the reins and fell from his horse. The crowd did not know him, but one among them exclaimed, "It is Pyrrhus!" and as the wounded king showed signs of returning consciousness, raised his sword and cut off his head. This was the inglorious end of one of the bravest and most warlike monarchs of ancient times, whose mistake was the undertaking of enterprises more from love of action than from any well-directed plan. Another king, who lived when Pyrrhus did, compared him to a gambler, and said, "He makes many good throws, but never seems to know when he has the best of the game." End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 28 Aratus. When Aratus was a little boy only 7 years old, his father, who was ruler of the city of Phocion in Greece, was put to death by a man named Abantitus, who thus made himself ruler instead. So great was the confusion in the royal household that Aratus was forgotten for the moment, and made his escape. He wandered about the city, too frightened to speak to any one or to know what to do, until he got to the house of Soso, his father's sister. He slipped in there and asked Soso to take care of him, for he knew that if his father's enemies got hold of him, they would kill him too. Soso, being a kind-hearted woman, took the boy in, although she ran great risk in doing so, and, with the belief that the gods had directed him to her, hid him away until after dark, then sent him to Argos. His father had many friends and acquaintances there, who sympathized with Aratus and received him with delight. He was sent to school, where he studied diligently and acquired a good education. Being a strong, healthy boy, Aratus took part in the public exercises, and became so expert in running, jumping, throwing the dart, boxing, and wrestling, that he won several prizes. His father's death had made such an impression on his mind that he hated the very name of tyrant, for the rulers had so much power that they were all called by that title, and this feeling strengthened with age. Aratus constantly brooded over the injustice of his father's fate until he reached the age of 20, when he resolved to free his native city. Meanwhile, many changes and revolutions had taken place there. One tyrant had succeeded another, and now Nicoclus was on the throne, having governed 4 months, and done considerable mischief in that time. Aratus laid his scheme before 2 or 3 important personages, who tried to dissuade him from carrying it into effect, but when they saw that he was determined, and that his energy was tempered by remarkably sound judgment, they promised to lend him their aid. All the exiles from Sicyon came to him, anxious to be led back to their home, but it was necessary that everything should be done secretly. Among the exiles was one who had escaped from prison. He described to Aratus the point where he had gotten over the wall, also how it might be scaled there, and the city taken by surprise. Aratus listened attentively, and sent to have the spot examined and the exact height of the wall measured. The report was favorable so far as the walls were concerned, but a gardener nearby owned some uncommonly savage, noisy dogs that made it almost impossible for anyone to approach without being discovered. Aratus thought he could manage the dogs, so went on with his preparations. It was easy to get a supply of arms without arousing suspicion, because robberies were so common, and the people from one territory so often made incursions into those of their neighbors that everybody went armed. The scaling ladders were made by one of the exiles, who, being a carpenter by trade, could work without attracting attention. Each of his friends in Argos supplied Aratus with 10 men. He armed 30 of his own servants besides, and hired a few soldiers from Xenophilus, captain of a robber band. These soldiers, after being told that they were going to Sicyon only to seize the king's horses, were ordered by different roads to a certain tower in the neighborhood to await their chief. Cavesias, one of the exiles, was sent with 5 companions, disguised as travelers, to the gardener's house, where they were instructed to arrive after sunset and ask for a night's lodging. They were then to lock up the man and his dogs, and keep them out of the way. The ladders, being made so that they could be taken to pieces, were packed in corn chests, and sent forward in wagons hired for the purpose. Now Nicoclus always had his spies in Argos to keep an eye on Aratus, of whom he was constantly in dread. Aratus knew this perfectly well, and so, to put the spies off their guard, he went to the market-place early in the morning, stood some time conversing with a number of people, and in various ways made himself observed. Then he anointed himself in the exercise ground, and gathering about him 6 young men with whom he was in the habit of feasting, he went home, chatting merrily with them as they walked along together. Shortly after, several of his servants appeared in the market-place and made purchases, as if they were preparing for a feast. The spies were thoroughly deceived, and said to each other, "It is certainly strange that so powerful a tyrant as Nicoclus should feel the slightest fear of a young man who wastes all his money in drinking and feasting." So they went home, convinced that such a person needed no watching. Immediately after his morning meal, Aratus set out on his journey, and proceeded to the tower where the meeting with his men was to take place. In a few words he explained his intention. Every man declared himself ready, and they marched forward, arranging their pace so as to reach the walls of Sicyon after the moon had set. Caphaeus met them, and announced that he had locked up the gardener, but that the dogs had scattered before his arrival and made it impossible to secure them. Most of the company wanted to retreat when they heard that piece of news, but Aratus encouraged them with the assurance that if the dogs became troublesome he would not proceed. When those who went first were fixing the ladders to the wall, the dogs set up a furious barking, and to add to the din a large hound kept at the tower within the walls began to bark in return, while Aratus and his men were climbing over, so that they were in great danger of discovery. Just then the fortress bell rang for the change of guard, and Aratus heard them asking each other what could be the cause of the disturbance among the dogs. He and his companions kept well within the shadow of the wall, and were much relieved when the sentinel said it was the sound of the bell and the light of the torches used by the guard that had aroused the hound. Aratus knew then that he had a friend in the sentinel, and that many others in the city awaited his coming. Presently the cocks began to crow, and no time was to be lost. Having scaled the wall, Aratus hastened to the tyrant's house, followed by his men. The hired soldiers, who passed the night at the general's office hard by, were taken by surprise and captured without a single drop of blood being shed. By daybreak the friends of Aratus had been summoned from various quarters. Crowds of people who had heard all sorts of true and false reports had gathered in the public square to find out what had happened, and the whole city was in a state of excitement. Suddenly a crier appeared, and proclaimed aloud that Aratus, son of Clinias, had come back, and invited the citizens to help him to recover their liberty. Shouts of joy rent the air. What they had hoped and prayed for had come at last. Crowds pressed forward to the tyrant's palace, and in a few moments the whole building was in a blaze. Nicocles made his escape from the city by a secret underground passage. The fire was extinguished in time to save the enormous riches of the tyrant, which were divided equally among the citizens and the soldiers Aratus had brought, and, strange to say, not a single life had been sacrificed. One of the first acts of Aratus was to recall 50 exiles that Nicocles had sent away, and no less than 500 that had been expelled by other tyrants, some of whom had been away from their home for nearly 50 years. The return of these exiles after so long an absence caused great trouble, for they wanted back their estates, many of which had been sold, and the purchasers refused to give them up. Then Aratus showed himself a high-minded true statesman, for feeling that he was unable to settle the difficulty, and knowing that the city was in danger of an attack from Antigonus, the Macedonian king, he determined to sacrifice himself for the good of his country. He therefore gave up his position as ruler, and joined Sicyon to the Achaean League. This was a great council of the whole Greek nation, that assembled twice a year and made laws for all the cities that chose to place themselves under its rule, each city sending representatives who were elected by ballot. Then Aratus served in the cavalry, and the generals thought very highly of him as a soldier, for he was as obedient and tractable as any man in the ranks. Ptolemy, king of Egypt, had sent Aratus a sum of money when he returned to Sicyon, which had all been divided among the citizens, but they were so poor that it had not been enough, and the exiles would not be satisfied unless they got back the estates they had lost. So, finding that there was danger of serious trouble, Aratus determined to seek further aid from Ptolemy. Aratus had some claim on the friendship of this king, for he had always been in the habit of collecting for him the best works of the celebrated painters, some of whom were his personal friends. He had been asked to do this because he was an excellent judge of works of art, and because the Sicyon painters were considered the greatest of their time. So much was this the case that artists from other parts of Greece went there to study only to get the reputation of being of the Sicyon school. So as soon as Ptolemy heard of the arrival of Aratus in Egypt, he sent for him and made him a present of 150 talents for the relief of Sicyon. On his return, Aratus sought the assistance and advice of 15 of the citizens in distribution of the money he had brought, and after a great deal of thought and management on his part, peace and contentment were at last established among the people, for each man felt that he had been fairly dealt with. Aratus was now chosen general of the Achaean League, and immediately undertook a most daring and remarkable enterprise. It was the freeing of Corinth from Macedonian tyranny. This was of the greatest importance, because the possession of Corinth made a man master of all Greece on account of its position, and there were few kings who did not long to add Corinth to their territory. This was such a bold and difficult undertaking that it has been called the last of the Grecian exploits, and its consequences prove it to have been one of the greatest ever recorded. A complete victory attended the efforts of Aratus, which took the city with a body of 400 picked men. After a night of anxiety and peril, during which he had seized the citadel, Aratus appeared in the theatre of Corinth. The people crowded to see him, eager to hear what he had to say to them. He came from behind the scenes in his armor and stood in the center of the stage, his soldiers having previously arranged themselves to form an effective background. Aratus looked extremely careworn, and showed plainly how much he had endured, but this made him even more welcome to those whom he had come to liberate, and they greeted him with deafening cheers and cries of congratulations. He stood with his spear in his right hand until quiet was restored. Then he began an oration in the name of the Achaeans, persuading the Corinthians to join their league, and to deliver over to them the keys of their city, which had not been in their power, as he reminded them, since the time of King Philip. The Corinthians agreed to join the league, and Aratus, having seized the temple of Juno, placed a garrison of 400 Achaeans in the citadel, then went to the harbour of Lycaeum, took 25 of the enemy's ships, 400 Syrians, whom he sold, and 500 horses. The consequences of winning over the most important city of the Peloponnesus to the Achaean League show what a wise undertaking it was. Aratus saw that the cities of Greece divided were weak, but if they could be united for defence and for the promotion of the common good, they would be strong. So, leading the Achaean forces from place to place, he never ceased in his labours until most of the prominent cities and states of southern Greece had become members of the League. In the course of time the Aetolians grew jealous of the fast increasing power of the League. So, calling in the aid of the Lacedaemonians, who were enemies to the Achaeans, they crossed over to the Peloponnese and seized the city of Pellene. The soldiers rushed about from house to house, helping themselves to whatever treasure they could lay hands on, each claiming a wife or daughter of the citizens, whom he intended to marry. Every man marked his prize by putting his helmet on her head, and this it was that made them lose the city when Aratus marched in with his army. It happened this way. One of the captives was a tall, handsome young girl, daughter of one of the wealthiest and most distinguished citizens of the Pellene. She had been claimed by a captain, who, having put his helmet on her head, had placed her in the temple of Diana for safe-keeping. Hearing the noise caused by the arrival of the Achaeans, she stepped out to see what was the matter, and stood in the gateway of the temple looking down upon the soldiers as they fought. Now so holy was the image of Diana in the eyes of the Aetolians, that whenever a priestess removed it from one place to another, people turned away their heads or covered their eyes, because they believed that to look upon it would bring to them some dreadful misfortune. The young Pellenian lady, being a priestess herself, and knowing of the superstition of the Aetolians, brought out the image of the goddess and held it up. As she stood with the helmet on her head and the image raised on high, she did not resemble an ordinary human being. The enemy, believing that they saw before them some divine apparition, turned away, covered their eyes, and ceased to defend themselves. Aratus immediately got the advantage, and after killing 700 Aetolians, drove the rest out by main force. This action gained new honour for Aratus, and one of the greatest artists of the day painted a picture of the battle, which was considered a most wonderful exploit. However, as many powerful states were preparing to oppose the Achaeans, Aratus hastened not only to make peace with the Aetolians, but to form an alliance with them. He next turned his attention to Athens, which he wished to liberate, and made several attempts on her harbour, but failed each time. In one of these he broke his leg, and had to be carried into several actions in a litter. When this accident happened, it was reported that he was dead, and in order to flatter the Macedonians, under whose rule they were then, the Athenians made a public rejoicing. Angry at such ingratitude, Aratus marched against them and entered their city, but they implored him to spare them, and he returned without doing them the least harm. Such humane treatment had its effect, and when Demetrius, their tyrant, died, the Athenians determined to strike a blow for liberty, and called the Achaeans to help them. Aratus was not general then, because it was against the laws to re-elect him every year, so he held that office every other year, being chosen regularly 12 times. When the Athenians sent for him, he was in bed, too ill to rise, but he caused himself to be carried in a litter, so anxious was he to do what he could for them. For 150 talents, 20 of which he furnished himself, he prevailed upon Diogenes, the Macedonian general, to give up the Piraeus, Muncia, Salamis, and Sunium to the Athenians, and then the greater part of Acadia joined the league. Aratus was soon called to aid other cities, because Cleomenes, the Spartan king, attacked them. But he was so unfortunate as to meet with 3 defeats, one coming right upon the heels of another, and then it was declared that he should have no more money provided for war. This made him so indignant that when the time came around again for him to be reappointed general of the army, he absolutely refused. As Achaean affairs were in a bad way, he was much blamed for giving up the helm to another pilot, but perhaps he did not feel capable of coping with so powerful a prince as Cleomenes. Cleomenes had made himself absolute tyrant of Sparta, and now marched into Achaia to insist upon being made general of the league. He turned the Achaean garrison out of Pellene, and took not only that town, but so many besides that the whole of the Peloponnesus was in a tottering state, and dissatisfaction was felt on all sides. Even the Corinthians and Ciconians were found to be in secret correspondence with Cleomenes, for they were tired of belonging to the Achaean League. They had lost confidence in Aratus, and wanted to get the power into their own hands. Aratus was sent to punish the leaders, but he met with greater opposition in Corinth than he had expected, for the people would not suffer him to arrest anybody. They assembled at the temple of Apollo and sent for him, intending either to kill or imprison him before openly revolting. He came leading his horse, and pretending to feel no distrust. When he reached the gate, a number of men arose and began to reproach him, but he mildly bade them to be less noisy, and not to crowd up the doorway to prevent others from entering. While he spoke, he drew back step by step, and pretended to be looking for somebody to take charge of his horse. Thus he got out of the crowd, and addressing each Corinthian as he came along, told him to hasten on to the temple. So without exciting suspicion, he drew near enough to the citadel to order the governor to keep strict guard over it, then, mounting his horse, rode off towards Sicyon at full speed. The Corinthians pursued him, but failing to catch him, they sent for Cleomenes, and placed their city in his hands. Cleomenes would not touch the house, nor any of the belongings of Aratus in Corinth, but sent for his friends and charged them to guard well all its effects. Meanwhile, Aratus called a council of the Achaeans, who decided to ask the aid of Antigonus, the Macedonian king. He approached with his army, and Aratus went by sea to meet him. Antigonus received him with honours, and soon learned to like and trust him, for Aratus was not only able to advise the king, but proved himself a most agreeable companion socially, and an intimate friendship grew up between them. The arrival of Antigonus entirely changed the aspect of affairs. He lost no time in marching against Corinth, and made such a desperate attack that he got possession of the fortress, and Cleomenes retired to Mantinea. Then all the cities joined the Achaeans again. Antigonus entered Laconia shortly after this, and defeated Cleomenes near Salacia, in a narrow pass between the two mountains Eva and Olympus. Cleomenes made his escape and sailed for Egypt, and Antigonus took Sparta. He then returned to Macedonia, where, being very ill, he sent his nephew Philip to Peloponnesus, but instructed him to be guided entirely by whatever advice Aratus should give him. So he did, as long as Antigonus lived, but when that king died, and he succeeded to the throne, he was less friendly towards Aratus, and when the Achaeans became dissatisfied and brought various charges, some real, some imaginary, against him, Philip willingly complied with their demand that he himself should look into the affairs of Greece. Even then he continued to be guided by the advice of Aratus, because it was of so much value to him that he could not act without it. But Philip was not a man who could bear prosperity. His character was bad, and he allowed himself to be governed too often by his passions. So the time came when he would no longer allow Aratus to thwart him in anything, and the more he saw that his actions were disapproved by the virtuous man, the more he hated him. He had always feared the Grecian patriot, and that fear kept him within bounds. But when hatred got the better even of his cowardice, his vices showed themselves clearly, and he became a cruel, unprincipled tyrant. He was determined to rid himself of a man whom he could neither buy nor command, but dared not do so openly. He therefore had recourse to poison, ordering one of his generals to give it in small doses that would act slowly but surely. Aratus soon began to suspect it, but knowing that he would gain nothing by making it public, he bore his suffering silently. One day a friend who was visiting him expressed surprise at seeing him spit blood. He said, "Such, Cephalon, are the fruits of royal friendship." The poison did its work, and before many months had elapsed, the great statesman died, in the 62nd year of his age. He was buried with honours, and a festival called Aratia was celebrated every year in his memory. End of chapter 28. Recording by Todd.
Chapter 29 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maggie Travers in Columbia, Tennessee. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 29. Agis. When the love of money made its way into Sparta, it carried with it a train of evils, and the people who had been famous for their bravery, endurance, and simplicity became avaricious, effeminate, luxurious, and mean-spirited. Such was their condition when Agis and Leonidas began to reign. Both kings were descended from royal houses, but they had been differently brought up, and did not resemble each other in their ideas. Leonidas had spent many years at the Persian court, and had formed a taste for pomp and display, while Agis was a true Lacedaemonian for simplicity. He had been reared in wealth and luxury, and indulged in every possible manner by his mother and grandmother. Yet before he was 20 years of age, he had adopted the plainest style of dress, and the old, simple Spartan customs. He was often heard to say that he had only wanted to be king in order that he might restore the ancient laws and discipline of his country. Not over 700 of the genuine Spartan families remained when Agis ascended the throne, and only 100 of those possessed estates. The reason of this was the law of Lycurgus, which made the father's estate pass to the eldest son, had been done away with, and so property had been all divided up, leaving only a few very rich people. The rest were poor and miserable, and watched eagerly for any change that might bring relief. Agis therefore determined to lay before the Spartan Senate a plan for the new division of lands and for relieving the people from debt. The poor listened to him with pleasure when he went among them to find out how he could help them, and the young men showed themselves ready to make any change for the sake of freedom. But the old and the rich opposed him. They had been so long accustomed to their vicious way of living that they desired no other, and it displeased them to hear Agis constantly speaking of Sparta's ancient glory and wishing it might be restored. However, he succeeded in gaining over 3 men of influence. These were Lysander, Mandroclidius, and Agesilaus. Lysander was a very prominent man. Mandroclidius was a shrewd, able one, and understood better than most others what was for the interest of Greece. And Agesilaus, though weak and avaricious, was uncle to Agis, and favored his plan not only because he was persuaded to it by his own son, but because he had numerous debts which he hoped would be wiped out by a change in the government. The sister of Agesilaus was Agius's mother. She had great influence in Sparta, and shared in the management of public affairs because her relations were numerous. She was very wealthy, and a large number of people owed her money. To her Agis next applied. He had a difficult task there, for she could not see any advantage to be derived from the changes her son proposed. But Agesilaus explained how the state would be benefited, and the young prince entreated his mother to sacrifice her wealth for his glory. "I cannot vie with other kings in display," said he, "for even the servants of Asiatic monarchs are richer than all the Spartan kings put together. But if I can do something that will excel their pomp and luxury, I mean the making of an equal division of property among all the citizens, I shall really become a great king." At last the mother was convinced, and as soon as that was the case, she worked as hard as Agis did to carry out his views, going around among the other matrons and begging them to sacrifice something for the good of their country. These women all took part, more or less, in public affairs, consequently could influence their husbands. But many opposed Agius's scheme because their wealth was theirs, and they knew that if they consented to divide it, they would lose the power and respect that property gave them. So they applied to Leonidas, the other king, and begged him, as the older man, to put a stop to the projects of Agis, whom they pronounced a very rash young man. Leonidas was really inclined to serve the rich, but he dared not say so openly, because he feared those who were in favor of the change. However, he went about privately and spoke against Agis, telling the magistrates that his object in wishing to cancel debts and divide lands was not to serve Sparta, but to increase his own power. Agis heard of how Leonidas was working against him, but all he did was to get Lysander elected ephor, and through him proposed to the Senate his laws. After they were read, there was much discussion for and against them, and nothing was decided. Then Lysander called an assembly of the people, to whom he, Mandroclidius, and Agesilaus made addresses, urging them not to let the few insult the many, and the majesty of Sparta be trodden under foot. They begged them to recollect the ancient oracles which had bidden them beware of the love of money as a vice that would ruin Sparta, and then quoted a recent oracle which had said they must by all means return to the state of equality regulated by Lycurgus. Then Agis stood up and made a short speech, which he concluded in this way: "I will contribute as much as possible to the institution I recommend for your welfare. I will give up the whole of my estate, consisting of valuable lands and 600 talents $600,000 in money, and my mother, grandmother, and all my friends and relations, who you know are the richest people in Sparta, will do likewise." The people applauded the speech loudly, and rejoiced to think that at last, after 300 years, they had a king worthy of Sparta. But Leonidas was more obstinate than ever, because he feared that he and his friends might be obliged to sacrifice their money and get little in return, while the honor would go to Agis. So the state was divided, the rich following Leonidas, while the populace clung to Agis. When the question was again brought before the Senate and put to the ballot, the rich won it by only a single vote. Lysander, who was still ephor, was so angry that he determined to be revenged on Leonidas, so he brought 2 charges against him. One was that, as a descendant of Hercules, he had committed a crime in marrying a foreigner, and the other that, as a Spartan, he had been guilty of a capital offense in settling for many years in a strange country. Having set others to manage these charges, Lysander went with his colleagues to watch the heavens. This was a custom observed by the Ephori every 9th year. They would choose a starlit night, when there were neither clouds nor moon, and sit in silence, looking at the sky. If they chanced to see a shooting star, they pronounced their king guilty of some offense against the gods, and he lost all his power until it was restored to him by one of the principal oracles. Lysander assured the people that he had seen a star shoot, and Leonidas was accordingly summoned to answer the charges that had been made against him. But he was so frightened that he fled for refuge to the brass temple of Minerva in Sparta. Thereupon Lysander persuaded Cleombrotus, the son-in-law of Leonidas and a prince of the blood, to lay claim to the throne. He did so, and was proclaimed king instead. Soon after Lysander's term of office expired, and the new Ephori, being friendly to Leonidas, resolved to restore him to the throne. They also brought a charge against Lysander and Mandroclidius of canceling debts and dividing property contrary to law. These 2 applied to the kings, saying, "These Ephori have no power except where a dispute arises between the 2 kings, and even then they have no choice, except to act for the public good, so it would be unlawful for us to notice them." The king saw the justice of this reasoning, and at once removed the Ephori and put others in their places. Agesilaus was one of the new ones, and when Agis heard that he had ordered a company of soldiers to waylay and kill Leonidas as he fled to Tegea, he sent others to defend him and bring him safe into the city. Thus far all went well, and there was even appearance that Agis would succeed in what he had set out to accomplish. But the avarice of one man ruined everything. That was Agesilaus. He had fine, large estates, but at the same time he was deeply in debt. So he advised Agis not to carry out the whole of his plan at once, but just to cancel all debts, and then the rich would without a doubt consent to the division of their lands, thus preventing any disturbance in Sparta. Agis was completely deceived by his uncle, and so was Lysander. An order was sent to the citizens to bring all their bills, notes, and bonds to the marketplace at a stated time. These were piled up in a great heap and set on fire. While they were burning, Agesilaus exclaimed, "Never did I see so bright and glorious a flame!" The common people now pressed for an immediate division of the lands according to promise, and the kings ordered it to be done. But day after day, Agesilaus found some excuse for postponing it. He was freed from debt, but he was by no means anxious to part with his lands, and this important point in the scheme of Agis remained unsettled until he was called to war in this way. The Achaeans expected an attack from the Aetolians, and so sent to ask the assistance of Agis. He had no difficulty in raising an army, for the young men who had just been released from debt were anxious to distinguish themselves, each hoping on his return to be rewarded with a piece of land. Agis preserved such excellent discipline that his army was admired everywhere, and marched from one end of the Peloponnesus to the other without the least disorder, but they had no opportunity to gain honors. Meanwhile, affairs in Sparta were in a bad way, for Agesilaus had made the people so angry by constantly postponing the division of land that the enemies of Agis openly brought back Leonidas and put him on the throne. Agesilaus would then certainly have been killed had it not been for his son, who was a great favorite in Sparta. He saved his father from the fury of the mob and helped him to escape from the city. This happened just after Agis returned to Sparta, and during the commotion he fled for safety to one temple, while Cleomenes went to another. Leonidas advanced with a party of soldiers to seize Cleomenes. He felt more angry with him for depriving him of his throne than he did with Agis, because Cleomenes had married his daughter and ought to have shown more feeling for her father. Cleomenes did not attempt to excuse himself, but his wife pleaded for him. Leonidas was touched by her appeal and desired her to stay with him, but commanded Cleomenes to leave the country at once. The wife was too devoted to allow her husband to go into exile alone, so she put one of their children in his arms, took the other herself, and after praying at the altar, departed with him. As soon as Cleomenes was gone, Leonidas turned out all the ephori and put others in their places. Then he began to consider how he could get Agis out of the temple. First he tried persuasion, and told him that the people would willingly pardon a young man who out of ambition for glory had allowed himself to be deceived as he had been by Agesilaus. But Agis was suspicious, and treachery had to be resorted to. 3 young men, who had always been his friends, but had now gone over to Leonidas, went constantly to see Agis, pretending friendship still. After a while they persuaded him to go to the baths, and each time accompanied him back to the temple, as if they were protecting him. One day, just as they came to the turn of a street which led to the prison, one of the pretended friends grasped his arm and said, "I take you into custody, Agis, in order that you might give an account of the ephori of your government." Before he had recovered from his surprise, another threw a cloak over his head, twisted it tightly, and dragged him off to prison. As this had been prearranged, Leonidas awaited them with the ephori and such senators as were of their party, while a body of soldiers guarded the prison gates. Several questions were put to the prisoner, but he answered none until he was asked, "Do you repent of what you have done?" Then he replied, "I shall never repent of so glorious a design, though I see death before my eyes." Sentence of execution was immediately passed on him, and he was thrust into the Decade, a dungeon where criminals were strangled. It was soon known throughout the city what had befallen Agis, and crowds flocked to the prison grounds. Among the number were the mother and grandmother of the unfortunate man. They made an earnest appeal that he might be heard and judged by a full assembly of his countrymen, and called on one of the false friends to assist them.
not knowing of his treachery. "No further violence shall be done to Agis," he said, "nor shall any harsh treatment be shown him. Go in and see for yourselves, if you please." So the two women entered the prison. The grandmother, an aged lady highly esteemed in Sparta, was first shown into the decade. A few moments later the mother was ordered to follow. She obeyed, and a horrible sight met her gaze, for stretched upon the floor lay her beloved Agis, cold in death, while her mother's body hung lifeless from a rope attached to the ceiling. She was overcome with agony only for a short time. Then, recovering her composure, she embraced Agis and exclaimed, "O my son, it was thy too great mercy and goodness which brought thee and us to ruin." "Since you approve your son's actions, it is fit that you should share his reward," roughly said one of the treacherous friends, as he advanced and placed the noose around the poor suffering mother's neck. She made no resistance, for she was too miserable to do so. Her last words were, "I hope that all this may be for the good of Sparta." Great indignation was expressed when the three dead bodies were exposed to view, for Agis was the first Spartan king who had ever been executed by the Ephori. End of chapter 29. Recording by Maggie Travers in Columbia, Tennessee.
Chapter 30 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 30, Cleomenes. Leonidas continued to reign in Sparta until his death, and then he was succeeded by his son Cleomenes. This young man had a great deal of spirit and determination, and as soon as he saw how the rich Spartans were living in ease and luxury, caring for nothing but their own selfish pleasures, while the poor were suffering, he resolved to put the laws of Lycurgus into effect once more. He knew that Agis had lost his life in a similar attempt, but he was not to be turned from his purpose on that account. But he adopted a different method. He resorted to war, thinking thus to be furnished with an excuse for the changes he desired to make, and led his forces against the Achaeans who had given cause for offense. He met with splendid success, and covered his name with glory. Then he returned to Sparta, and with part of his army fell upon the Ephori while they were at the public supper table, and put them all to death. Next day 80 citizens, who he thought would be likely to oppose his plan, were banished, and all the seats of the Ephori, except one, were removed. That one Cleomenes himself occupied, and gave audience to the people. He explained to them how Lycurgus had established a council of elders to act with the king in governing the country, but how, in consequence of the wars, the kings had been called from home, and the Ephori, who had replaced the elders, had become absolute rulers. He then recounted all the evils that had resulted, and said that if it had been possible for him to restore order without bloodshed, he would gladly have done so. But in killing the Ephori, he had acted for the good of Sparta, whose happiness and safety was his only aim. The whole land is now your common property, he added. Debtors shall be cleared of their debts, and all those who are worthy of citizenship shall be made free Spartans, no matter what their former condition may have been. Then the wealthy citizens, without exception, gave up their lands, and a new division was made. Even those that Cleomenes had banished got their share, for he promised that they should return as soon as quiet and order were restored. The old Spartan discipline and system of education were again introduced. The schools of exercise were reopened, and the public tables for dining re-established. Fearing that it might create jealousy were he to rule alone, Cleomenes took his brother Euclides to share his throne, and that was the only time that Sparta ever had two kings of the same family. It had been told to Cleomenes that the Achaeans no longer feared him because they did not believe that he would venture out of Sparta while affairs were undergoing a change. Therefore, to prove how ready his troops were to obey him, he made an incursion into the territories of Megalopolis, wasted the country far and wide, and collected rich booty. In one of his last marches, he stopped a company of actors on the road, built a stage in the enemy's country, and offered a prize to the best performer. He devoted one day to this theatre, not that he cared much for such pleasures, but it was done out of bravado, to show the enemy that he felt too much contempt for them to give all his thoughts to the war. It was the custom among the Greeks to have players, jugglers, singers, and dancers attached to their armies, but no such people were ever seen in the camp of Cleomenes, for he and his men were too sober for that sort of diversion. They spent the greatest part of their leisure in exercising and conversation, and the young men were encouraged to make quick, bright answers, such as we have mentioned in the life of Lycurgus. The older ones took pleasure in teaching the younger, and the king himself was one of their best instructors, because of the example he set by his excellent conduct. He was perfectly temperate, and as plain and simple in his habits as the commonest of the citizens. People who approached him were not awed by robes of state, rich carriages, pages, doorkeepers, or display of any sort. They always found him in simple clothing, ready to meet them, offer his hand, and listen cheerfully and attentively to what they had to say, and it was more satisfactory to receive their answers from his own lips than to wait for it to come through secretaries. All these things won their hearts, and made them declare that Cleomenes was the only worthy descendant of Hercules. At his supper table, couches, which were used instead of chairs, were placed for only 3 people. But when he entertained ambassadors or strangers, more were added. No better food was provided on such occasions than usual, but the dishes were larger, and there was more wine. After supper, the table was removed, and a stand was brought in with a brass vessel full of wine, 2 silver bowls and cups, so that whoever chose to drink might help himself, though the wine was not offered to the guests. There was no music, nor was any required, for the king entertained the company himself by asking questions, relating anecdotes, and conversing, which he considered the best and most honorable method of gaining friends. The Mantineans were the first people who asked the assistance of Cleomenes. He entered their city secretly by night, and helped them to turn out the Achaean soldiers commanded by Aratus. Then the Achaeans assembled their forces, and Cleomenes challenged them to a battle in which he defeated them. Aratus refused to be general of the Achaeans when they got into such a bad condition, and then they invited Cleomenes to take that office, but unfortunately he was ill and had to go back home. This ruined the affairs of Greece, for Aratus, who was jealous of the growing powers of Cleomenes, took advantage of his illness to call Antigonus into Greece. This was a shameful action, for it filled the Peloponnesus with Macedonians, who were hated by all the kings. Besides, Aratus was the very person who had expelled them in previous years. So when Cleomenes got well and announced his readiness to undertake the command the Achaeans had offered him before, Aratus made proposals that he could not accept. He therefore declared war against him. Without giving the inhabitants time for preparation, Cleomenes entered Achaia and took several cities by surprise, then marched on to Corinth. The people hastened to pay their respects to him, and Aratus, seeing how they favored his rival, became frightened and fled. Cleomenes won repeated victories, but at last, after making himself master of almost the whole of the Peloponnesus, he lost in one campaign all that he had gained, for fortune favored Antigonus, and many of the cities that had surrendered to Cleomenes went over to the Macedonians. This misfortune was closely followed by another, for as he was marching back home, Cleomenes was informed of the death of his wife, a charming young woman whom he loved very much. His sorrow was deep, but he did not neglect affairs of state on that account. He spent only one day at home with his mother and child, and then turned his attention to his public duties. Now Ptolemy, king of Egypt, offered to help Cleomenes with troops, on condition that he would send his mother and his little son for hostages. It was a long time before the Spartan king dared to mention this proposition to his mother, but she saw that he had something unpleasant on his mind, and questioned both him and his friends so often as to the nature of it that at last he told her. She laughed heartily and said, "Is this the thing that you have so often tried to tell me and were afraid? Make haste to put me on shipboard and send this carcass where it may be of most service to Sparta before age renders it good for nothing and sinks it into the grave." This noble answer was acted upon, and the old lady with her little grandson embarked at once for Egypt. Then, by freeing some of the helots on condition that each paid a certain sum of money, Cleomenes collected an army of 2,000 and made a sudden raid on Megalopolis, a city that was as great and powerful as Sparta. The inhabitants were taken completely by surprise, and nearly all of them fled to Messene. About 1,000 men armed in defense of the city, but finding it of no use, two of the most prominent of the Megalopolitans went to Cleomenes and begged him to restore it to its inhabitants. After a pause, he consented, and sent the two men who had applied to him with a herald of his own to Messene to tell the Megalopolitans that they might return in perfect safety if they would forsake the Achaeans and declare themselves his friends and allies. They refused, and Cleomenes was so angry because his gracious proposal met with no favor that he sent all the pictures and statues of Megalopolis to Sparta and then destroyed the city. On his return home, he immediately made preparations for a second expedition and marched into Argos, laying the whole country waste. The enemy looked upon him as a wonderful genius, for with a very small army he had opposed the whole power of the Macedonians and Peloponnesians. At last fortune favored the Macedonians at the battle of Cilicia, which Cleomenes was forced to fight, though he had only 20,000 men with whom to oppose Antigonus, who had 30,000. Euclides, one of the commanders, was slain, and out of 6,000 Lacedaemonians whom he led to battle, only 200 were saved. Cleomenes escaped to Sparta, and after advising the citizens to receive Antigonus, went with a few friends to the seashore and embarked on some vessels that had been prepared for them. Sparta surrendered as soon as Antigonus arrived, and the citizens had no cause to regret his presence, for he treated them very kindly, and after sacrificing to the gods, left on the third day. His reason for going away so soon was that he had been summoned to Macedonia, where a dangerous war was going on. Although far gone in consumption, Antigonus would not desert his country in her need. He went home and won a splendid victory, but burst a blood vessel when shouting with joy, "O glorious day!" A fever came on, and before long he was dead. Cleomenes put out to sea after his escape from Sparta and sailed to Africa. He was welcomed by the king's officers and conducted to Alexandria, where, though he did not receive special honors, he was kindly treated. But after a time, his dignified behavior and his charming and witty style of conversation won upon the king, who offered to send him back to Greece with vessels and money to reestablish himself in his kingdom. Cleomenes was delighted with this offer, but before it could be carried into effect, the king died, and all his hopes were blasted. The next ruler of Egypt did nothing but amuse himself, and Cleomenes knew it was useless to apply to him for assistance. The king's prime minister was named Sosibius, and to him Cleomenes made a demand for a vessel to carry him and his friends to Greece, for he had heard of the death of Antigonus and of the war going on. Sosibius was afraid to keep so bold a man as the Spartan king against his will, yet he did not think it safe to let him go with the knowledge he had gained of Egyptian affairs. While he was considering what to do, a Messenian named Nicagoras came to Alexandria. This man hated Cleomenes, who was fortunate in owing him a sum of money which he had not been able to pay when it came due. Cleomenes happened to be walking on the dock when Nicagoras landed. "What business has brought you to Egypt?" he asked. Nicagoras pretended to be friendly, and after deceitfully paying Cleomenes a compliment, replied, "I am bringing some fine war horses for the king." "You had better have brought him some dancers and actors," returned Cleomenes with a laugh, "for that is the sort of cattle he likes best." Nicagoras smiled, but said nothing. A few days later he asked Cleomenes for the money he owed him, but did not get it. This made him angry, and he told Ctesibius of the joke upon the king that Cleomenes had made when he arrived with the horses. He also wrote a letter in which he accused Cleomenes of wanting to get supplies from Egypt in order that he might use them to seize some of her territory. This letter he gave Ctesibius just before he sailed, and in due course of time it was laid before the king, who ordered Cleomenes to be invited into a large house where he was to be retained and treated as formerly, but not suffered to go out. It was unbearable to Cleomenes to be kept a prisoner. Besides, he had reason to believe that he had not many days to live. So when the king went on a journey, a stratagem which he had planned with his friends was carried into effect. It was customary for kings of Egypt to send a supper and some presents to prisoners whom they intended to set free. As soon as Ptolemy Philopater was well out of the way, the friends of Cleomenes announced that he had been released by royal command, and carried the necessary tokens to the prison gate. The keepers were entirely deceived, and after Cleomenes had offered a sacrifice, accepted his invitation to the banquet that had been sent. Wine was served to them so plentifully that they became intoxicated, and while they were in that state, the Spartan king put on his military tunic, and sword in hand rushed out of the house, followed by his friends, 13 in number. They went through the streets inviting the people to liberty. Their spirit and boldness won the greatest praise, but not a man ventured to follow or assist them. 2 members of the royal family whom they met were killed on the spot. They then proceeded to the citadel, intending to force it open and join the prisoners to their party. But the keepers had got wind of their intention and had barricaded the gates. This was a grave disappointment, and after making another vain attempt about the city to arouse the people, Cleomenes stopped, and thus addressed his companions. "These people are so weak-minded that they fly from liberty. Let us therefore die in a manner that will bring down no dishonor on our names." Each man then fell upon his own sword and killed himself. This happened after Cleomenes had been king of Sparta 16 years. The mother and son of Cleomenes, who had gone to Egypt as hostages, were overcome with grief when the news of his death reached them. The latter threw himself headlong from the top of a house, but was not killed, and when he was picked up, he was very angry because he was not suffered to destroy himself. When the king got home, he ordered the body of Cleomenes to be flayed and nailed to a cross, while the aged mother, her female companions, and her little grandson were all put to death. End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of Our Young Folks Plutarch
by Rosalie Kaufman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman.
Chapter 31.
Fabius, read by Supermom. Now we have come to another able general, a Roman, and one who had quite as difficult a task to perform as Pericles had, though the circumstances were different, as we shall see. Fabius did not display the same foresight and skill that Pericles did, but he proved himself a man of great courage and strength of will. Like Pericles, he was an orator, and among his numerous speeches one of the most remarkable that has been preserved is his funeral oration on the death of his son. Fabius was consul 5 times. During the first consulship, he gained a great victory over the Ligurians, who were forced to run away and seek shelter in the Alps. But it was his policy to put off a battle as long as possible. So when Hannibal, the famous Carthaginian general, invaded Italy, he did not rush to oppose him, as the Romans wished him to do. The wildest terror and astonishment took hold of the people at Hannibal's approach, which certain unaccountable occurrences did not tend to allay. There were more than the usual number of thunderstorms, which was considered an unlucky omen. It was said, besides, that some targets sweated blood, and that certain reapers had found ears of corn filled with blood. Also that it had rained red-hot stones, and that scrolls had fallen from heaven, one of which was written, "Mars brandishes his arms." Fabius shared the anxiety of his countrymen, and for this and other reasons would not meet the enemy. But Flamininus, who was consul also, insisted on doing so. Accordingly, he led an army into the field, and such a desperate fight ensued that though a terrible earthquake took place while it was going on, none of the combatants knew anything about it. 15,000 Romans were killed, and as many more were taken prisoners. It was in these words that Pomponius, the praetor, announced their defeat to his countrymen, who assembled to hear the result of the battle. "We are beaten, O Romans, in a great battle. The consul Flamininus is killed. Think, therefore, what is to be done for our own safety." This dreadful news created the greatest confusion, and it was decided to choose a dictator who should have entire control of public affairs. Fabius seemed best fitted for the office, and he was unanimously elected, Lucius Minucius being chosen for his general of the horse, a very important office. The first act of Fabius as dictator was a religious one. He assured the people that their late defeat was not owing to lack of courage on the part of their army, but to neglect of divine ceremonies by their general, and urged them not to fear the enemy so much, but to do something to gratify the gods. This he did not to encourage superstition, but to lessen the dread they felt of the enemy by encouraging the belief among his countrymen that heaven was on their side. He then made a vow in presence of the people to sacrifice to the gods all the cows, goats, swine, and sheep that were produced in any part of Italy that year, and to expend a certain sum of money on the celebration of musical festivals. In this way Fabius restored confidence, and then set out at the head of his army to oppose Hannibal again. He made no attack, but kept in sight of the enemy, always managing to secure the best positions, and thus keep them in a state of anxiety. But in course of time the Romans accused Fabius of cowardice in holding off so long. They became impatient, and called upon Minucius to lead them in battle. This tickled the vanity of the general of the horse, who began to ridicule the conduct of the dictator. He said that the Romans were like spectators at a theatre placed on the mountains to witness the desolation of the country below, and asked the friends of Fabius whether he did not mean, by leading them from mountain to mountain, to carry them at last to heaven, or to hide them in the clouds from Hannibal's army. These things were repeated to the commander, who was urged to risk a battle. "If I did so, I should depart from my resolution and prove myself a more dastardly spirit than they represent me. To fear for my country is no disgrace. The man who shrinks under slander and yields to the humors of those whom he ought to govern is unworthy of such a command as this." Soon after, Hannibal, who was sorely in need of some good pasture land for his horses, ordered the guides to lead him to the district of Casinum. But they misunderstood his foreign pronunciation, and conducted his forces to a valley bearing a similar name. This move suited Fabius precisely. He took possession forthwith of the surrounding mountains, and placed a guard of 4,000 men at the only outlet from the valley. Thus hemmed in, Hannibal's army fell into the utmost disorder, and about 800 were killed. The guides were all crucified for punishment, but that did not relieve the army, and Hannibal was at his wits' end until he hit upon a stratagem. It was this: he caused 2,000 oxen to have torches and dry faggots securely fastened to their horns, and when night came on they were lighted, and the oxen were driven towards the mountains near the narrow pass guarded by the Romans, the army following in the dark not far behind. At first the beasts moved along slowly, but when the fire burned down to their flesh they became mad with pain, ran wildly in every direction, tossing their heads and setting fire to the trees as they passed by. This was a mode of warfare the Roman soldiers had never experienced, and they became so bewildered that they fancied the enemy were approaching from every quarter to surround them. So they hurried from their posts to their camp on the mountains. Then Hannibal's men took possession of the deserted position, and the whole army, with all the baggage, marched safely through the pass. Before morning Fabius discovered the trick, but fearing an ambush he kept his men under arms in the camp. At daylight he attacked the enemy in the rear, but Hannibal sent a body of Spaniards, who were accustomed to climbing mountains, to oppose the Roman troops, and they killed so many that Fabius had to retreat. This made him very unpopular, and he was regarded with open contempt by his army, who pronounced him a coward and an incompetent general. He fell into disfavor with the Senate, too, because of the bargain he made for the exchange of prisoners. He agreed that after they had been exchanged man for man, those that were left over should be bought for a certain sum of money. When it turned out that there remained 240 Romans unexchanged, the Senate not only refused the money for the ransoms, but reproached Fabius with making a dishonorable contract and wishing to redeem men whose cowardice had placed them in the hands of the enemy. Fabius bore the injustice patiently, but resolved to keep his word with Hannibal. So he sent his son to Rome to sell lands, and so procured the sum required for the ransoms, which he paid himself. Many of the released captives offered to return him the money, but he refused it in every case. About this time Fabius was called to Rome to assist at certain sacrifices, which were always performed by the dictator. Before leaving the army, he gave Minucius strict charge not to engage the enemy during his absence, but he was not obeyed, and news followed him to Rome of a victory won by his forces. The populace flocked to the Forum, where they were addressed by the tribune Metellus, a kinsman of Minucius. He praised the bravery of the victorious commander and accused Fabius of cowardice and disloyalty, declaring that it was he and a few of his friends who had brought the Carthaginians to Italy in order that he might be appointed dictator. The only reply Fabius made was that he wished the priests to complete the sacrifices as soon as possible, that he might return to the army and punish Minucius for his disobedience. As the dictator had power of life and death, the people began to fear that he meant to execute Minucius. No one dared to say a word except the tribune, all other officers being deprived of authority during the existence of a dictator. He spoke boldly in behalf of his kinsman, and asked the people whether they would suffer him to become a sacrifice to the jealousy and ill will of Fabius. The effect of his harangue was very great, and it was decided that Fabius should retain his office, but that in the management of the war Minucius should have equal authority. The enemies of Fabius thought he would be angry at such a humiliating plan, but they were mistaken, for he was too just and good a man to feel dishonored by it. He feared, though, that the country's cause would be injured by the rashness of Minucius, and therefore hastened back to his post. He found Minucius so arrogant and unreasonable that it was agreed to divide the army, he taking charge of the 1st and 4th legions and delivering the 2nd and 3rd to his colleague. Minucius was so exalted on account of his success that he made himself disagreeable by constantly boasting of how he had humiliated the dictator. Fabius said to him one day, "Do not forget that it is Hannibal, not I, whom you are to fight. But if you insist upon opposing me, let it be in striving for the preservation of Rome, for it would be a pity to have the people say that a man whom they have favored served them worse than he who was ill-treated and disgraced by them." This speech had little effect on the younger general, who removed to a separate camp with the troops allotted to him. Hannibal was informed of this division of the Roman army and determined to take advantage of it. So, watching his opportunity, he placed a number of men in the ditches and hollows on all sides of Minucius during the night, and when day dawned gave the signal for battle. Fabius, who stood on a hill overlooking the scene of action, saw his countrymen gradually but surely losing ground, while one officer after another was cut down, and those warriors who fled were killed by the victorious Carthaginians. It did not gratify him to witness the defeat of his rival. On the contrary, he was deeply distressed, and with a heartfelt sigh said to those near him, "O Hercules, how much sooner than I expected, though later than his actions promised, has Minucius destroyed himself." Then, commanding his standard-bearers to advance, and his whole army to follow, he added, Now, my brave soldiers, let us make haste to rescue Marcus Minucius. He is a brave man and a lover of his country. If in his haste to drive out the enemy he has erred, this is not the time to find fault with him." Hannibal's men were frightened when they beheld Fabius coming up with his army, and retreated in great haste, lest they should be surrounded by the fresh troops. Seeing the change of fortune, as Fabius pushed on through the thickest of the fight to join Minucius, Hannibal called off his men and retired to his camp. He gave proof of the dread he had entertained of Fabius by this remark, which he made on entering his tent. "Did I not often say that this cloud which always hovered upon the mountains would one day burst upon us with the fury of a storm?" After collecting the spoils from the field, Fabius retired to his own camp without making a single harsh or reproachful remark to his colleague. Minucius was so impressed by this forbearance on the part of a man whom he had sought to injure, that he gathered his troops about him and addressed them as follows: "Friends and fellow soldiers, never to commit an error in the management of great affairs is beyond the power of men. But a good and prudent man learns by experience to correct his faults. Fortune has frowned upon me, without doubt, yet I have much to thank her for. In the compass of one day she has shown me that I know not how to command, but have need to be under the direction of another. From this moment I shall cease to contend for power over a man whom it is an honor to obey. Henceforth the dictator must be your commander in everything except expressions of gratitude to him. In that I will be your leader, by being the first to show an example of obedience and submission." He then ordered the ensigns to advance with the eagles, and himself following led his army to the other Roman camp. On being admitted, he marched straight to the tent of the dictator, who came out as the sound of the approaching soldiers reached his ear. Then, fixing his standard before Fabius, Minucius saluted him in a loud tone by the name of Father, and his soldiers called the others their patrons, a title that the freed men of Rome bestowed on those who gave them their liberty. When silence was restored, Minucius thus addressed the dictator: "You have this day obtained 2 victories, Fabius, one over the enemy by your valor, the other over your colleague by your wisdom and goodness. By the former you saved us, by the latter you instructed us. When we were suffering a shameful defeat from Hannibal, a welcome one from you restored us to honor and safety. I call you Father because I know no more honorable name. To my real father I owe my being, but to you I owe the preservation of my life and the lives of all these brave men." He ceased speaking and threw himself into the arms of the dictator, while the soldiers embraced one another and wept tears of joy. Shortly after this, Fabius resigned the dictatorship, and consuls were again elected. It was the custom among the Romans for the consuls to command the army in turn when there was no dictator, and a difference of opinion arose among those who were now chosen as to the manner of opposing Hannibal, some desiring to carry out Fabius's policy, while others were for giving battle and thus deciding the fate of the commonwealth. Among the latter was Terentius Varro, who was so popular that he managed to raise an army of 88,000 of the best fighting men of Rome. When his turn came to command, he posted his army at a village called Cannae, not far from Hannibal, and at dawn of day he had a red mantle raised above his tent as a signal for battle. As usual, Hannibal employed stratagems, but he proved himself in this fight, as in many others, a great general. In the first place, he stationed his men with their backs to the wind, which blew so hard that a perfect storm of sand and dust was driven into the faces of the Roman soldiers, who were thus prevented from taking proper aim. Next, all his best men were put in the wings, with this order: that when the main body, which was weak, should give way as the enemy forced in upon them, the wings were to close around and give them battle in the rear. This was the chief cause of the Roman loss that day, which was very great. Finding it impossible to recover ground, the consul Varro made good his escape with a few followers to Venusia, but Aemilius Paulus, another consul, who had been thrown from his horse, sat down upon a stone, covered with wounds, to await his death. He was so disfigured that even his friends did not know him and passed him by. Presently a young nobleman, named Cornelius Lentulus, recognized him, and alighting from his horse, begged him to mount and save a life so valuable to his country. Aemilius refused, and insisted on the young man's resuming his seat on the horse. Then, taking his hand, he said, "Go to Fabius Maximus, and tell him that Aemilius Paulus followed his directions to the last, but it was hard fate to be overpowered first by Varro, and then by Hannibal." As soon as Lentulus had ridden off, Aemilius rushed into the thickest of the battle, and threw himself upon the swords of the enemy. Hannibal had gained a splendid victory, and his friends urged him to pursue the flying Romans, assuring him that in 5 days' time he might sup in the capital. But he did not consider that a prudent step, and refused. Whereupon Barcus, a Carthaginian, said angrily, "You know how to gain a victory, Hannibal, but not how to use it." The Battle of Cannae made a great change in the condition of Hannibal's army, for they now had regular supplies, which had not been the case before, and the greatest part of Italy submitted to the authority of the victorious general. The Romans were in dire distress. What Fabius had predicted had really come to pass, and to him they now turned for relief. They had accused him of cowardice, but he was the only man in Rome who showed no fear. He walked about the streets addressing the men, checking the lamentations of the women, and doing his best to restore order. He caused the Senate to meet, encouraged the magistrates, and became the moving spirit of every office. It is much to the credit of the Romans that when Varro came home after his dreadful defeat, they received him with honors and even offered him the dictatorship, which, however, he refused. This conduct formed a striking contrast to that of the Carthaginians, whose generals were forced to endure a cruel death when vanquished, even though it could be proved that they were not to blame. As soon as the Romans became convinced that Hannibal was not going to march into their city, they took heart and renewed preparations to continue the war. Fabius Maximus and Claudius Marcellus were chosen to command, and they formed such a perfect combination, the one possessing the very qualities that the other lacked, that the Romans called Marcellus, who was a bold, active, high-spirited man, their sword, while Fabius, who was cautious, steady, and slow to give battle, they termed their shield. During the course of this war, each of these generals was consul 5 times, so that Hannibal constantly encountered them and learned to dread the sword when in action quite as much as he did the shield when it was still. It was only by laying traps for them that he could hope for victory, and many failed before he at last succeeded in killing Marcellus. But Fabius was too prudent to be easily caught, though his friends attributed his escape to the favor of the gods. Fabius made himself popular with the soldiers because he treated them with uniform kindness and consideration. Once a young nobleman, who was noted for his courage, spoke of his intention to desert. Fabius heard this and sent for him. "I am sensible," he said to the young man, "of how your good service has been overlooked by the commanders, who are too apt to show favors in the wrong direction. But henceforth, when you have complaints to make, I trust you will apply to no one but me." He then gave the grateful soldier a horse and some other tokens of esteem, and from that moment there was not a more faithful or trustworthy man in the whole army. At another time, an officer reported that there was a young man from Lucana whose record was excellent in every particular except that he was frequently missing from his place at night. Upon making strict inquiries, Fabius ascertained that there was a certain pretty girl in the neighborhood with whom the soldier was in love, and it was in order to visit her that he so frequently went off. Fabius ordered the girl to be secretly brought to his tent, and when she arrived he summoned the Lucanian, to whom he said, "I know how often you have been missing from the camp at night. That was an offense against military discipline and the Roman laws. But I also know what a brave soldier you have been. In consideration of your services to your country, I am willing to forgive you, but I have resolved to place over you a keeper who shall be responsible for your good behavior." He then led forth the young woman, who had been concealed behind a screen, and added, "This is the person who must answer for you. Your future conduct will prove whether or no your secret rambles were on account of love." It was by stratagem that Fabius took the city of Tarentum when the Carthaginians were only 5 miles away, and their general exclaimed, "Rome, then, has also got a Hannibal. As we won Tarentum, so have we lost it." He was surprised to find that others could set traps as well as himself, and acknowledged to his friends privately that he now thought it impossible to master Italy with the forces he had. On his return to Rome, Fabius was received in triumph, and many marks of gratitude were showered among him. On his return to Rome, Fabius was received in triumph, and many marks of gratitude were showered upon him. Among others, his son was elected to the consulship, and an anecdote is related concerning this which shows how the consuls were honored. After his son entered upon the office, Fabius had occasion to speak with him one day while he was settling some point about the war. Either because he was unable to walk or because he wanted to see how the young man would behave, he rode up to him on horseback. The consul observed his father at a distance, and sent word to him by one of the lictors to dismount and approach on foot if he had business with him. Many people were assembled at the time, and showed plainly how indignant they felt at having such an insult offered to so worthy and honourable a person as Fabius. But he instantly got down from his horse, ran towards his son, and embraced him tenderly, saying, "My son, I applaud your sentiments and your conduct. You know what a great people you command, and have a proper sense of the dignity of your office. This was the way that we and our forefathers took to advance Rome to her present glory, for we always considered the honour and interest of our country before that of our fathers or children." And this was true, for the grandfather of Fabius, who was one of the greatest Romans of his day, actually served in a minor office under his own son, when he was consul, and when that son returned from the war in a triumphal chariot, rode on horseback as one of his attendants. It was his glory to show that though as a father he had power over his son, he was proud to submit to the laws of his country and to her magistrates. Now Cornelius Scipio, who had gained some victories over the Carthaginians in Spain, and had succeeded in driving them out of that country, returned home, and to show their gratitude the people elected him consul. Then he proposed a plan for ridding Italy of Hannibal and his army. It was this: to make Carthage the seat of war, and to compel the great general to go home for his own safety. Fabius did all he could to oppose such an undertaking, and won the Senate over to his side. The fact is that he was jealous of the young conqueror, and did not want him to have the glory of driving Hannibal out of Italy. So when he found that in spite of his opposition the people esteemed Scipio more and more each day, he went to Crassus, the colleague of Scipio, and urged him to lead the army to Carthage if it was decided that it should go there. Meanwhile, the young conqueror was gaining victories, performing wonderful exploits in Africa, and sending home a great amount of spoils. At last news came that a Numidian king had been taken prisoner by the Roman general, that his men had been slaughtered, and that 2 camps of the enemy had been destroyed and a quantity of arms and horses captured. Then Hannibal was indeed compelled to hasten home, and the Romans rejoiced at the steps Scipio had taken. Never were they happier than when they beheld the Carthaginian army on shipboard leaving Italy. Even then Fabius insisted that it was too soon to rejoice, for Hannibal was an enemy more to be dreaded under the walls of Carthage than ever he had been in Italy. But Scipio soon set at rest the fears thus raised, for he fought Hannibal and defeated him. Fabius did not live to see his prediction fulfilled, however, for he fell ill and died just after the Carthaginians left Italy. The expense of his funeral were paid by the citizens, each one contributing a piece of money for the purpose, thus owning him as their father, and showing honor to him in death as they had done in life.
End of chapter 31.
Chapter 32 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 32. Marcellus. Marcellus was so brave and skillful a swordsman that he never refused a challenge or failed to kill his adversary. He was born of a prominent Roman family, and filled the offices of aedile and quaestor before he was made consul. He was raised to the latter position during the war between the Gauls and the Romans, which began not long after the first Carthaginian or Punic War had ended. His first battle after he became consul was with the Giziti, a people of Gaul who fought for pay. They marched with a tremendous army to Aseri, a city on the banks of the river Po, to which the Romans had laid siege. The name of their king was Verdamarus. With 10,000 men he separated himself from the rest of his army, and destroyed the whole country round about. As soon as Marcellus was informed of this, he left his colleague, Gnaeus Cornelius, to continue the siege, and, taking a number of cavalry and foot soldiers, set out to put a stop to the destruction that the Gizitians were dealing out. He marched rapidly until he met them at Clastidium, a little town that the Romans had won in battle from the Gauls. Marcellus had a small army compared with that of the enemy, and as soon as they saw him approaching and observed this fact, they felt so certain of being able to crush him with very little trouble, that, without giving his men time for rest or refreshment, they immediately began an attack. Marcellus spread out the line of his cavalry to prevent the enemy from surrounding him, until it nearly equaled theirs in length. Just as he was advancing to the charge, his horse took fright at the shouts of the Gauls and turned back. Fearing that the superstition of his soldiers would cause them to regard this as an ill omen, and so create disorder, Marcellus, with wonderful presence of mind, paid his adoration to the sun, and, as it was the custom among the Romans always to turn around when they worshipped the gods, it appeared as though he had purposely made his horse jump back. Just then Verdamarus recognized him by his attire as Roman consul. He therefore put spurs to his horse, and, brandishing his spear, challenged him to single combat. Marcellus knew him at once for the king of the Giziti, because his armor showed him to be royal, being composed of gold, silver, and gay colors. He therefore rushed upon the Gaul, and, with one stroke of his spear, pierced his breastplate, and brought him to the ground. 2 or 3 more blows ended the life of the king. Then, jumping from his horse and taking possession of the dead man's arms, Marcellus raised them towards heaven, and exclaimed, "O Jupiter, who observest the deeds of great warriors and generals in battle, I now call thee to witness that I am the 3rd Roman consul and general, who ever with his own hands slew a general and king. To thee I consecrate the most excellent spoils. Do thou grant us equal success in this war." When this prayer was ended, the Roman cavalry fought the enemy's horse and foot soldiers at the same time, and gained a complete victory. Marcellus then gathered up the arms and baggage, and returned to join his colleague who was besieging Milan. But the Gauls made a desperate resistance, because Milan was the greatest and most populous of their cities, and it was not until Marcellus arrived that it was taken. The rest of the cities surrendered, and Italy became entirely Roman from the Alps to the Ionian Sea. Marcellus was honored by the Senate with the most splendid triumph that was ever seen in Rome. He appeared in the procession carrying the armor of King Verdamarus, which he had vowed to Jupiter. He had cut the trunk of an oak tree and dressed it up in the king's arms, just as they had been worn, and with this trophy on his shoulder he was drawn in his chariot by 4 fine large horses through the town. The army followed, wearing their finest armor, and singing songs of triumph in honor of Jupiter and their general. Some time later Hannibal entered Italy again, and Marcellus was sent with a fleet to Sicily to secure the aid of the Syracusans, who were then friendly to Rome. This was the beginning of the Second Carthaginian or Punic War. After the battle of Cannae, which was most unfortunate for the Romans, the few that were not slain fled to Canusium, and it was feared that Hannibal would march straight on Rome. So Marcellus sent 1,500 of his men to guard the city, and afterwards the Senate ordered him to Canusium to gather the troops that had fled there and place himself at their head for the protection of the country. By this time the wars had carried off the chief of the Roman nobility and the best of their officers, but they still had Fabius Maximus and Marcellus. On these 2 distinguished commanders they chiefly depended, calling the former their shield, because he was slow and cautious, the latter their sword, because he was bold and active. With the remnant of the Roman army that Marcellus could collect, he marched to the relief of Nola, and, as everything was in confusion there, the citizens gladly placed themselves under his command. He drew up his forces within the gates, but ordered that nobody should appear on the walls. Seeing no signs of resistance, Hannibal supposed that no preparations for defense had been made, so he approached the city with very little precaution. The gate nearest to Marcellus was suddenly thrown open, and the best of the cavalry charged upon the enemy. The infantry rushed out with loud shouts from another gate, and while Hannibal was dividing his forces, a third opened, from which the rest of the Romans emerged and attacked the enemy at still another point. The Carthaginians were so taken by surprise that about 5,000 of them fell, and the rest were driven back to camp. The Roman army was greatly encouraged by this victory, and the people elected Marcellus consul for the second time, in honor of the event. But when he returned to accept the office to which he had been unanimously chosen, it happened to thunder, and the augurs thereupon pronounced the election disagreeable to the gods. Marcellus renounced the office without question, so great was the respect he entertained for the deities, but continued in command of the army, and returned to Nola. From that town he made excursions in the neighborhood to punish those who had taken sides with the Carthaginians. Hannibal met him, but his army was routed, 4 elephants were killed, and 2 were taken. But the worst blow he received was when 300 of his cavalry deserted and joined Marcellus. Although the army of Hannibal was composed of men of all nations, some of whom were not friendly to one another, he had managed to keep them in harmony, and this was the first desertion he had ever experienced. The Carthaginians next laid claim to the whole of Sicily, and Marcellus, who was elected consul the 3rd time, sailed over to that island. Appius Claudius, as praetor, had been previously sent with a force to Syracuse, the chief city. To prove his friendship for the Carthaginians, Hippocrates, commander of the Syracusans, had killed a number of Romans at Leontini. This wrong to his countrymen made Marcellus very angry. So he besieged the city and took it by force, but did no harm to any of its inhabitants. Hippocrates sent a report to Syracuse that the Roman consul had killed every man and woman in Leontini, and so great was the tumult caused by this untruth that Hippocrates was enabled to make himself master of the place. Marcellus moved his whole army towards Syracuse, and sent ambassadors into the city to correct the false report they had heard about the massacre at Leontini. But Hippocrates was in power, and they were not received with favor. Thereupon Marcellus began an attack by sea and by land, with Appius in command of the land forces. Marcellus had 60 galleys, each with 5 rows of oars, and furnished with every known sort of arms. Also a huge bridge of planks, laid upon 8 ships chained together, bearing an engine for casting stones and darts. With these magnificent preparations he assaulted the walls, and might have won an early victory, had it not been for Archimedes and his wonderful machines, that made all others appear trifling by comparison. Archimedes was the most celebrated mathematician among the ancients, and, being a native of Syracuse, he contrived engines that greatly harassed the Roman army. He had planned these engines for mere amusement while studying geometry, but his kinsman, King Hiero of Syracuse, was constantly urging him to put them into practical use. So, when the siege began, he prepared to do so. He had already surprised people by showing how, by means of a pulley and cords, he could sit on the shore of a river, and, with little effort, draw a boat loaded with passengers towards him. He boasted that he could move the world if he had a place for his apparatus. This seems to us today a simple matter, but it was not so 250 years before Christ, when Archimedes lived. Well, the apparatus that this ancient scientist had planned for a siege was brought into play, and struck terror to the hearts of the Romans. It had power to rain down immense masses of stones and darts so rapidly and with such a noise that the soldiers were appalled. Their ranks and files were broken, and the men fell about in heaps. At the same time, huge poles were thrust out beyond the walls, and from these great weights were dropped down on the ships, sinking them instantly. But what gave the Romans most trouble was a sort of iron hand with 2 claws fastened to a long chain and let down by a lever. This was driven with great violence into the planks of the galleys. Then the other end of the lever was pulled down by a heavy weight, and the claws went up, raising one end of the boat far out of the water. Suddenly the weight was removed, the boat went down with tremendous force endwise into the sea, filled with water, and was sunk. Other vessels were whirled about by means of mechanical contrivances until they were dashed against steep rocks, and went to destruction with all on board. Marcellus was soon compelled to draw off what ships he could save, and to sound a retreat to his land forces. It was then decided to get close under the walls in the night, so that the darts which Archimedes threw to such a distance by means of his ropes and pulleys would fly over their heads. But a shower of darts aimed through the openings in the walls soon convinced the Roman forces that there were engines adapted for short ranges as well as for long ones. Besides, immense rocks came tumbling down on their heads from the walls, and they were obliged to retire with such damage to their fleet and such slaughter of their men that they began to think they were fighting with superhuman beings. So terrified were they that the very sight of a piece of wood projecting from the walls, or a little rope thrown over, would send them flying, lest Archimedes might be about to try some new machine for their destruction. Marcellus then put all his hopes in a long siege, since he was worsted in every assault he attempted, and while it lasted he took Megara, one of the earliest Greek cities in Sicily, overran a great part of the island, took many towns from the Carthaginians, and conquered all who ventured to meet him in battle. After a time, a Lacedaemonian, who went out to sea in a ship from Syracuse, was captured by the Romans, and while Marcellus was treating with the Syracusans for his release, he noticed a tower into which it seemed that a body of soldiers might easily be introduced, because the walls near it were not hard to climb. So, at the celebration of the feast of Diana, when the Syracusans were drinking and enjoying themselves, Marcellus made his way into the tower with his men, and placed some of them as a guard on the outside. This was done during the night, and took the citizens completely by surprise. No sooner did the Roman general perceive the effect of his action, than he ordered his trumpets to sound, and at the noise every Syracusan took to his heels, supposing that the city had fallen, though its best fortified and most important quarter had not been touched. Marcellus had no difficulty in stationing his men in the different quarters of the city after that, but he found it a harder matter to prevent them from setting fire to it and completely destroying every part. He is said to have wept when he looked down from his tower upon the beautiful city that was so soon to be plundered by his soldiers. He ordered, however, that no free person should be injured, and no slave killed or misused. The latter were all taken by the Romans, and so was the money in the public treasury, and the plunder was immense. Marcellus viewed the destruction with pain, but nothing afflicted him so much as the death of Archimedes, which occurred in this wise. So great was the interest that this scientist felt in his studies, that when engaged in them he would often forget to eat, sleep, or bathe. When Syracuse was taken, he happened to be working out a problem that had made him oblivious to all things besides. He therefore knew nothing of what the Romans had done. A soldier who entered his room and found him deep in thought, ordered him to follow at once to Marcellus. He declined to obey until he had completed his diagram, whereupon the soldier drew his sword and slew him. Marcellus was very angry with the soldier who committed such a shameful deed, for he was always gentle, humane, and just, even to his enemies, and in this respect set an example to his men, which he could not excuse them for failing to observe. On his recall to Rome, Marcellus took many beautiful ornaments from Syracuse to adorn the city, for up to that time it contained no fine specimens of art, weapons, spoils stained with blood, and trophies of war being the only decorations that pleased the fierce Romans. The Greek cities were, on the other hand, filled with fine statues, that nation being far advanced in the arts. Marcellus did not have such a triumph as we have seen was given to other victorious generals, but he was honored with an ovation. That is, he did not pass through the city in a chariot, ushered by trumpets and crowned with laurels, but he walked, accompanied by musicians playing on flutes and pipes. His crown was composed of myrtle, which is a token of peace, and as he moved along he aroused feelings of love and admiration in his countrymen, rather than of fear. This was the difference between a triumph and an ovation. Marcellus was not without enemies, and when he was elected consul the fourth time, they were so displeased that they sent for some Syracusans to come to Rome and make whatever accusations they could think of against him. These foreigners appeared when the Senate met, and stood silently by while Marcellus took his seat in the consul chair and proceeded to transact matters of business. When this was done, Marcellus left his place of honor and went to the one set aside for people who were accused, so as to give the Syracusans liberty to speak. But they were so impressed by the dignity of his presence in his robes of state that they were silenced until egged on by those who had summoned them. Then they made their charge, which was that although they had declared themselves friends to Rome, they had nevertheless been forced to suffer cruelties that other commanders had spared them. Marcellus answered, "Notwithstanding many instances of criminal behavior towards Rome, you have suffered nothing but what was impossible to prevent when a city is taken by storm. That Syracuse was so taken was entirely your own fault, for when I asked you to surrender you would not listen to me, and you had not the excuse others have had of being forced on by their tyrants, for it was you yourselves who wished to fight." When both sides had spoken, they withdrew, according to custom, while the votes were being taken. Although the Romans had not been altogether pleased with Marcellus for allowing his soldiers to plunder Syracuse, because King Hiero had always been friendly to their republic, yet they decided in his favor. Then the ambassadors fell at his feet, and with tears in their eyes asked him to pardon them and their countrymen. Marcellus was so moved by their entreaties that he not only pardoned them, but ever after showed favors to the Syracusans. Besides, he induced the Senate to respect their liberty and their laws. Thereupon the Syracusans promised him that if at any time he or the members of his family should visit Sicily, they should be received by the citizens in festive attire, and public sacrifices should be offered to the gods on the occasion. Since the defeat of the Romans at Cannae, not one of their consuls had dared to attempt a battle with Hannibal, but Marcellus resolved to march against him and drive him out of the country. The two armies met near the city of Numistro, and a bloody battle ensued. Night put a stop to it, but the next morning Marcellus drew up his army and challenged Hannibal again. But the Carthaginians retreated, and as soon as Marcellus had gathered the spoils which they left and buried his own dead, he marched in pursuit. In all the skirmishes that followed, he was so successful that the enemy regarded him with wonder and admiration. The next great battle between the Romans and the Carthaginians was fought near Canusium, and when Hannibal assembled his men just before it began, he said, "Exert yourselves, I entreat you, more than you have ever done, for you see that we can neither take breath after the victories the enemy have gained, nor enjoy the least repose if we are victorious now, unless this man be driven off." Some mistaken movement on the part of Marcellus caused such disorder in his army that the day was decided in favor of the enemy. The general retreated to his camp, and, summoning his troops about him, reproached them thus: "I see the arms and bodies of Romans in great numbers, but not a single Roman do I behold." After they begged his pardon, he added, "I will not forgive you while vanquished, but when you come to be victorious I will. Tomorrow I will lead you into the field again, so that the news of our victory may reach Rome before that of our flight." This reproof made such an impression that, though many were dangerously wounded, there was not a man who did not feel more pain on account of it than he did from his injuries. Next morning betimes the scarlet robe, the usual signal for battle, was hung out, and the companies that had disgraced themselves on the previous day were placed, as they had requested, in the foremost line. When this was reported to Hannibal, he exclaimed, "Ye gods, what can be done with a man who is not affected either by good or bad fortune? He is the only one who will not suffer us to rest when he is victor, nor take rest himself when he is beaten. We shall have to fight with him forever, for his confidence when he is successful, and his shame when he is not, urge him alike to further exertions." For a long time the battle was undecided. Then Hannibal ordered his elephants to be brought forward, and pushed against the Romans, thinking that it would be impossible for them to resist such great beasts. They really did create confusion in the front line, But Flavius, a tribune, snatched an ensign's staff from one of the companies, rushed forward with it, and wounded the foremost animal. He turned back, ran against the second elephant, the second against the next, and so on, until, the disorder increasing, Marcellus saw his opportunity, and ordered his cavalry to fall furiously upon the enemy. The rout was terrible, and the Carthaginians were driven to their entrenchments. 8,000 of them fell, many being killed by the plunging and trampling of the elephants. Not more than 3,000 of the Romans were slain, but almost all the rest were wounded. This gave Hannibal a chance to escape with the remnant of his army during the night, and move a safe distance from Marcellus, who could not pursue him on account of the number of his wounded. The Roman army retired to Campania, where they passed the summer and recovered from their injuries. During that season, Hannibal employed his men in overrunning Italy and destroying left and right. This called down upon Marcellus the severe reproaches of his countrymen. They accused him of spending his time in enjoyment and leisure, while the enemy were ruining the country. Such injustice Marcellus could not bear, so, appointing lieutenants to take charge of his army, he hurried to Rome, where he made so able a defense that he was appointed consul the 5th time. Marcellus had built a temple out of the Sicilian spoils, which he now desired to dedicate to honor and virtue, but the priests would not consent to having 2 deities in one temple, because, they said, in case it should be struck by lightning, they would not know to which to offer their sacrifices. So Marcellus began another temple. Now his dreams by night and his thoughts by day were all about Hannibal, whom he burned once more to meet in battle, but the omens were not favorable, and he feared to leave Rome. Some temples were struck by lightning, rats gnawed the gold in Jupiter's temple, it was reported that an ox had spoken, and that a boy had been born with an elephant's head. While such things were going on, there was certainly something wrong with the gods, thought Marcellus. A great many sacrifices had to be offered before the priests announced that the gods were appeased. Then Marcellus went forth to carry on the war. He fixed his camp between Bantia and Venusia, and then tried to draw Hannibal into a battle, but did not succeed. Meanwhile, some of the Roman troops that had been sent to lay siege to a certain town a little distance off were caught in an ambuscade, and 2,500 of them were killed. This so enraged Marcellus that he determined to punish the enemy, and for that purpose drew nearer to them. Between the two armies was a hill, which seemed to possess so many advantages that Marcellus could not but wonder why Hannibal had not stationed his men there. He did not suspect that all the thickets and hollows were filled with Carthaginian soldiers, for Hannibal knew well enough that it was the very position the Romans would covet, and a most favorable one for an ambuscade. And indeed, the Romans at once determined to seize it, and nothing else was talked of among the ambitious soldiers. So Marcellus made some offerings to the gods, and, as all the signs were favorable, set out with Crispinus, his colleague, Marcellus, his son, and 220 Tuscan horsemen to make a survey. On the top of the hill the enemy had stationed sentinels, who were so concealed among the trees and bushes that they could observe all that took place in the Roman camp without being seen themselves. The approach of Marcellus was therefore reported by them to the soldiers that lay in ambush, and when he was in their very midst, they rushed out suddenly from all sides, let fly a shower of arrows, and then charged with their spears and swords. The suddenness of the attack took the Romans so by surprise that they could not stand their ground. Marcellus and Crispinus were slain, besides 40 of their men. Young Marcellus was wounded, but a party of the soldiers who were not injured picked him up and fled with him back to camp. To lose both their consuls in one action was the greatest misfortune that could have happened to the Romans. When Hannibal heard that Marcellus was dead, he hastened to the hill, and stood for a long time, gazing upon the form of the man who had been to him so fierce and troublesome an enemy. Then, without any display of rejoicing or exultation, he ordered the body to be properly clad and honorably burned. The ashes were placed in a silver urn, on top of which was a gold crown, and this was sent to the son of Marcellus. End of chapter 32. Recording by Owen Cook in Potawatomi ceded land.
Chapter 33 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 33. Philopoemen. Philopoemen lost his father when he was so young that someone had to adopt him. It was his good fortune to excite an interest in two philosophers of Megalopolis, the town in Arcadia where he was born, and they educated him so well that a certain Roman called him the last of the Greeks, meaning that Greece did not produce one great man after Philopoemen. When he was in command of the Achaean cavalry, a funny incident occurred which shows how simple his manners must have been and how plainly he must have dressed. A woman of Megara received a message that the general of the Achaeans was coming to her house to supper on his way through the place. Her husband was not at home, and she was all flurry and excitement to get the meal ready in the short time she had. Presently a man arrived whom she took to be one of Philopoemen's servants, and she asked him to assist her in the kitchen. He threw off his cloak, and at her request began to chop wood. While he was thus engaged, the husband returned. "What is the meaning of this, Philopoemen?" he asked in surprise. "I am paying the penalty of my plain looks," answered the general. He was not at all ugly, and he was large and strong, but he was unassuming and had a contempt for any display of riches. From his childhood, Philopoemen had a taste for a soldier's life, and learned to manage horses and handle weapons at a very early age. He would not engage in wrestling because that sort of training was different from that of a soldier, which he greatly preferred. As soon as he had got through with masters and governors, he joined the citizens of Megalopolis in those private excursions to Laconia which were made for the sake of plunder, and he was always the first to march out and the last to return. His leisure he spent in hunting or in tilling the ground, for he owned a fine estate about a mile from the city, to which he went every evening. There he would throw himself on a common mattress and sleep no more luxuriously than laborers did. Early in the morning he arose and worked in the vineyard or at the plough until it was time to go to town and take part with his friends in public affairs. He believed that the surest way not to touch the property of others was to take care of one's own, and for that reason he gave so much attention to the improvement of his farm. He spent many hours in the study of oratory and philosophy, but he was too apt to consider those who did not understand the tactics of war as drones useless to the commonwealth. He was 30 years of age when Cleomenes, king of the Lacedaemonians, surprised Megalopolis by night, forced the gates, entered, and took possession of the marketplace. When the alarm sounded, Philopoemen was one of the first to come out, but although he fought with desperate courage, he could not drive the enemy off. But he kept Cleomenes engaged until all the citizens had escaped, and then, although he had lost his horse and received several wounds, he managed to make good his retreat. The Megalopolitans went to Messene, and a short time after Cleomenes offered them their city back with all their property. They would gladly have accepted had it not been for Philopoemen, who said to them, "Cleomenes does not want to return your city to you. What he means to do is to get you back, and then by becoming your ruler keep the place more secure. He has no desire to watch empty houses and walls, and if you fail to return, he will be forced to leave." The Megalopolitans saw the wisdom of this argument and resolved not to return to their city. This gave Cleomenes an excuse for plundering and destroying the greater part of it. King Antigonus then offered to assist the Achaeans against Cleomenes, and joining his army to theirs, marched towards the enemy. In the battle which immediately took place, Philopoemen was wounded in both thighs, and a javelin that passed all the way through his body came out at his back, so that he could neither move nor get anybody to pull it out. Using all his strength, he broke it off, and then rode into the thickest of the fight, urging his men on with a desperation that ended in complete victory. It so happened that this glorious charge was made contrary to orders, and before Antigonus had given a signal, which it had been agreed that the Achaeans should obey. After the victory he asked why the cavalry had charged without orders, and before he had given the signal. The answer was, we were obliged against our will to go into action, because a young man of Megalopolis began the attack too soon. That young man has performed the office of an experienced general, replied Antigonus with a smile. Philopoemen's reputation was made, and Antigonus offered him an important command if he would join his army, but he declined. The young man then went to Crete, where he spent some years and gained much experience in war. By the time he returned home, he had become so famous that the Achaeans chose him for their commander. He found them a badly organized company, riding miserable horses that they picked up anywhere, and so afraid to fight that they were apt to hire others to do it for them. Philopoemen went among the young men, rousing them to a sense of honor, and practicing them in exercises, reviews, and mock battles, until he made such good soldiers of them that they became the wonder and admiration of everyone. Philopoemen set them an example of courage by always going to battle at their head, and once when a general singled him out and rode with full speed at him, he stood perfectly still and awaited his chance, then with a violent blow of his spear laid his adversary dead at his feet. Thereupon the enemy fled. Philopoemen was then 44 years old, and his name was in everybody's mouth, for he was brave as the youngest, prudent as the oldest, and able to fight or command equally well. He made great changes in the armor of the Achaeans as well as in their mode of fighting. Not only was a taste for warlike things increased in the men, but the women shared it to such a degree that their daily expenses were diminished, so that the money thus saved might be spent for weapons, horses, and armor. The shops were filled with gold and silver breastplates and shields. The men spent their time on parade, and the women in ornamenting helmets and embroidering military vests. The very sight of these things tended to make the people courageous and ready to face danger. At the battle of Mantinea, which the Achaeans fought against Machanidas, the tyrant of Lacedaemon, Philopoemen had a chance to prove what his military improvements were worth, for it was his skill that won him the victory. With his own hand he slew the tyrant just as he had jumped the ditch in order to escape, and this was regarded as such a wonderful exploit that the Achaeans set up his statue in brass at Delphi. It represents him in the act of killing Machanidas. The Achaeans had such confidence in Philopoemen that they were never satisfied to fight under another commander. They knew that no enemy felt able to stand up against him, and were willing to go into any action if only he led them on. The Boeotians feared him so much that when they besieged Megara, they left their scaling ladders planted against the walls and fled because they heard he was coming, although they were on the very point of success. Many other such instances are given to prove how Philopoemen ranked as a military commander. Though a great man, Philopoemen could make mistakes, particularly where his vanity was flattered. He made a serious one when he left his own country in danger of attack, and went to fight for the Cretans. He satisfied his ambition by so doing, and greatly distinguished himself, but it was not the act of a true patriot. However, the Achaeans could not get along without him, so as soon as he returned he was placed in command of their cavalry to fight Nabis, then tyrant of Lacedaemon. The first battle took place at sea, but Philopoemen was defeated because his only experience had been on land. He soon redeemed his loss, however, for the enemy laid siege to Gythium, and he set sail for that place forthwith. He landed in the night, took them completely by surprise, burnt their camp, and killed a great number of them. A few days later, as he was marching through a difficult pass, Nabis met him suddenly. The Achaeans were terrified, but Philopoemen reassured them by his coolness and presence of mind, and drew up his army in a manner just suited to the position. He then gave battle to the enemy, and put those that were not killed to flight. Peace was made with Nabis after that, but he was assassinated by the Aetolians some months later, and Sparta was thrown into great confusion. Philopoemen seized that opportunity to enter the city with his army and force it to join the Achaean League. Sparta was a city of such vast importance that the Achaeans adored Philopoemen for taking possession of it. The Spartans on their side were pleased, because they hoped to find in Philopoemen a man who would guard their liberty and preserve them from another tyrant. So they sold the house and goods of Nabis, and voted that the money realized thereon should be presented to Philopoemen. Timoleon was selected, being a personal friend of Philopoemen, to carry him the present. He went to Megalopolis for that purpose, and was entertained at Philopoemen's house. But when he observed the simple style of living and the dignified manners of the commander, he did not dare to offer the money, and returned to Sparta without having done so. He was sent again, but even then could not mention the present. The third time he summoned courage enough to tell Philopoemen that Sparta desired to show gratitude to him by means of a gift. The commander was pleased to hear what Timoleon had to say, but went straight to Sparta and advised the people not to tempt good men with money, but to use it to silence bad ones and make them less troublesome. He remained firm in his refusal of the present, and thus showed himself above bribery. But later the Spartans had reason to rejoice that they had not shown honors to Philopoemen, for he punished them severely when they gave him cause to do so. Not only did he burn down their walls, put up a great number of people to the sword, and banish others, but he actually abolished the laws of Lycurgus, and insisted that the Spartan children should be educated as Achaeans. They submitted at the time, but took the earliest opportunity to secure the assistance of the Romans and re-establish as far as possible their ancient laws and customs. Philopoemen was 70 years of age when he was elected general of the Achaeans for the 8th time. He hoped to pass the rest of his life quietly, but such was not to be. For Dinocrates, a Messenian, who hated him, induced his countrymen to throw off the Achaean yoke. They therefore decided to seize Coronis, a town near Messene. But Philopoemen, on hearing of it, jumped out of his sickbed and traveled with all speed to Megalopolis, where he collected an army and moved towards Messene. Before reaching that place, he met Dinocrates, by whom he was defeated. But a guard of 500 came to the rescue of the flying troops. They rallied and returned to the charge. Philopoemen, fear being surrounded, retreated upon rough ground and tried to draw the enemy upon himself, but they would not risk a hand-to-hand encounter. They hurled their darts from a distance, however, until they drove him to such a steep place that he could not manage his horse. Even then he might have escaped, but illness had made him weak, and he was so fatigued that he could not make the attempt. With a sudden spring, the horse threw him, and his head was wounded by the fall. He lay speechless so long that the enemy, thinking he was dead, turned him over and began to take off his armor. But he became conscious again, raised his head, and opened his eyes, whereupon they bound his hands behind his back, and led him off in the most humiliating and insulting manner. The Messenians were so delighted on hearing of the capture of Philopoemen that they thronged to the city gates to look at him. But even they shed tears when they beheld a man whose glorious deeds had astonished the world dragged along in such a shameful manner. He was shut up in a dark dungeon, closed by an immense stone that was movable only by machinery, and a guard was placed to watch without. Philopoemen's soldiers had fled, but when their general failed to appear, they thought he must be dead, and reproached one another for having deserted him. On hearing that he was a prisoner, they sent messengers to spread the sad news among the Achaeans, who collected their army together in order to rescue him. Meanwhile, Dinocrates sent a servant to the dungeon with a cup of poison, and orders not to leave Philopoemen until he had swallowed the dose. The prisoner was lying down, wrapped in his cloak. He was not asleep, for grief and trouble kept him awake. When the man approached with a light, he raised his head and asked feebly whether he had heard anything of his cavalry. The answer was that almost all had escaped. Thou bringest good tidings, and we are not in all respects unhappy, returned Philopoemen. Then, without uttering another word, he drank off the poison and lay down. He was so feeble that his death followed soon with little struggle. Achaia was filled with grief when the death of Philopoemen was reported, and all the young men met at Megalopolis resolved to take speedy revenge. Choosing Lycurgus for their general, they went to Messene, burnt, destroyed, and killed right and left, until the citizens made their submission. Dinocrates knew that he would receive no mercy at the hands of the enemy, and so killed himself. Those who had voted for the death of the Achaean general did likewise. The remains of Philopoemen were reduced to ashes and placed in an urn. With this, his countrymen returned home in triumph, but at the same time with funeral solemnity. First marched these foot soldiers wearing crowns of victory and followed by their captives in chains. The general's son, with the noblest of the Achaeans, came next, carrying the urn covered with ribbons and garlands. The cavalry, armed and mounted, brought up the rear, and as they passed along, the people of the various towns and villages saluted the urn, then fell in with the procession and followed to Megalopolis. After the interment, the prisoners were stoned to death about the tomb. Many statues were set up, and many honors shown to the memory of Philopoemen by different Grecian cities. End of chapter 33.
Chapter 34 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 34. Flamininus. From his boyhood, Flamininus was trained to the use of arms, because Rome was engaged in a number of wars, and as her young men grew up, there was no lack of opportunity to make themselves famous. Therefore, at a very early age, they prepared themselves to become soldiers. Titus Quintius Flamininus was only 20 years old when he was appointed tribune under the consul Marcellus in the war with Hannibal. Marcellus, as we have related in his life, was taken in an ambuscade and slain. Later, when Tarentum was recaptured by the Romans, Flamininus was appointed governor, and proved that he was quite as well able to fill such a post as he was to command an army. So great was the confidence he had in himself, that he determined to run for the consulship, without going through the stages of praetor and aedile as other men did. It was an unheard-of thing for so young a person to aim at the highest office in the state, particularly as he had no experience in public affairs, so some of the tribunes opposed him, but the Senate left the matter to the voice of the people, and Flamininus was elected. He was not quite 30 years of age when this occurred. Sextus Aelius was chosen for consul also. When the lots were cast to see what provinces each should go to fight, that of the Macedonians fell to Flamininus, and it was fortunate for the Romans that such was the case, because that department needed a general who was not violent, and Flamininus was remarkably gentle. Up to that period, the Greeks and the Romans knew little about each other, and it was important that the beginning of their intercourse should be agreeable if it was to be lasting. Philip was king of Macedon, and received his supplies from his own country for a war with the Romans. But should the contest last very long, he would have to depend on Greece for a great many things. Therefore, the Romans felt the necessity of gaining the Greeks over to their side, so that they would not be friendly to Philip. In order to do this, they had to have a general who was kind, gentle, courteous, pleasant in his bearing towards others, and, above all, perfectly just. Titus Flamininus combined all these qualities, and was, therefore, as a foreigner, more likely to gain authority over the Greeks than if he had been rash and ferocious. No sooner was he elected consul than, feeling anxious to distinguish himself, Flamininus requested the Senate to place his brother Lucius in command of the navy, and, selecting 3,000 of the troops that had lately won glorious victories under Scipio, he crossed the sea and went to Pyrrhus. His army encamped near the river Apsus, and, after examining the face of the country, he determined to make his way to the tops of the neighboring mountains. But the enemy held that position, and showered down their arrows from all quarters on the Romans. Many were killed on both sides, but nothing was decided. Meanwhile, some shepherds went to Titus, and told him of a winding road, by which they promised to lead him to the top of a mountain in 3 days, if he would take them for guides. He believed them, and sent a tribune with 4,000 foot and 300 horse soldiers that they were to lead. They marched only at night, and lay still in the hollows of the woods during the day, so that the enemy could not discover them, while Flamininus kept up some slight skirmishing to divert attention from them. Early on the day when he expected them to reach the top of the heights, he drew out all his forces, and, dividing them into 3 parts, himself led the van along the narrowest path by the side of the river. The Macedonians had the best position, but although they harassed the Romans with their darts, they did not subdue them. When day dawned, there arose a smoke resembling the mist one sees about the top of the hills. As it was behind the enemy, they did not observe it. But it was the signal for which the Romans had been watching, and as it increased and mounted higher and higher, they knew it came from the fires their friends had lighted. Loud shouts rent the air, as with renewed vigor they charged the Macedonians. The shouts were re-echoed from the tops of the mountains, and then the enemy fled. It was impossible to pursue them because of the steep ascent, but the Romans pillaged their camp, seized all the money and slaves, and became masters of the pass. The Roman army was then led through Pyrrhus with so much order and discipline that nobody's property was injured. Though far from his ships, and unable to procure the monthly allowance, Flamininus gave his men strict charge to buy all they required, and to plunder no part of the country. Now, this behavior formed such a contrast to that of the Macedonians, who on entering Thessaly had compelled the people to take shelter in the mountains, burnt their houses, and carried off all they could lay hands on, that several Greek tribes threw open their gates to the Romans, while others actually sent for Flamininus and put themselves under his protection. They had been told by the Macedonians that the Roman invader led an army of barbarians, ready to kill and destroy at every turn, and when they beheld a young man of mild, attractive manners, who spoke Greek very well and desired to be just and humane towards them, they were greatly pleased with him, and began to believe that in him they might find the protector of their liberty. And they were right. For when Philip offered to make terms of peace, and Flamininus agreed on condition that the Macedonian troops were withdrawn and the Grecians left in freedom, it was plain that the Romans had come not to oppose the Greeks, but to fight for them against the Macedonians. As Flamininus marched into Boeotia, the chief men of Thebes came out to meet him and show him honor. They were allied to the Macedonians, but the Roman general did not leave until he had talked them over to his side and made a formal league with them. He next marched into Thessaly to continue the war with Philip. He had 20,000 men in his army, of which the Aetolians furnished 6,000 foot and 3,000 horse. But Philip had quite as many, and each general was ambitious of the fame that he would secure to himself if he defeated the other. Both harangued their men just before going into battle, according to custom, and urged them to feats of courage, telling them that their foe was worthy of their steel, and the country in which they were fighting the most glorious spot in the world for victory. The Macedonians, who always fought in a phalanx, which they formed by locking their shields together, made a charge with their projected spears that no army could withstand. The strength of such a phalanx was tremendous as long as it remained unbroken, but if the men got separated and had to fight hand to hand with their heavy, unwieldy armor, they were at a great disadvantage. So, at their first charge, the Romans gave ground, but Flamininus attacked the enemy from the other side, broke the phalanx, and created so much confusion that they threw down their arms and fled. No less than 8,000 of their number were slain, and 5,000 were taken prisoners. Philip himself would not have escaped had the Aetolians done their duty, but while the Romans went in pursuit of the enemy, they stayed behind to plunder the camp. When the Romans got back and found nothing for them, they were very angry, and the ill feeling was greatly increased when the Aetolians claimed the victory, and declared that the Romans would have been put to flight if their cavalry had not protected them. Flamininus, who had particularly desired the praises of Greece, determined after that to manage everything by himself, and pay no attention to the Aetolians. But they would not submit to being slighted, and out of revenge circulated a report that Flamininus was on the point of making peace with Philip, at a time when he had it in his power to destroy his empire. Flamininus proved that this was not the case later, when he treated with Philip in person, for he granted him his kingdom only on condition that he would give up all claim to Greece, and pay a large fine. Then all his ships except 10 were taken from him, and his son Demetrius was sent to Rome as hostage. Thus Flamininus put an end to the war. When the Isthmian games were celebrated, and an immense crowd had assembled to witness the exercises, a herald appeared in the arena, and sounded a trumpet. All present were silent, and wondered what this could mean. They had not long to wait, for a crier proclaimed that the Roman Senate and Titus Quintius Flamininus, the general and proconsul, having vanquished King Philip and the Macedonians, restored their lands, laws, and liberties to the Corinthians, Locrians, Phocians, Eumenes, Achaeans, Magnesians, Thessalians, and Perebians. It was long since Greece had known peace, and the shouts of joy that went up as soon as the people had recovered from their astonishment were heard many miles away. If Flamininus had not hidden himself when he saw the crowd rushing towards him, he would certainly have been suffocated by their embraces, for they were beside themselves with delight, and declared again and again that none of their own statesmen had ever done so much for them as this foreigner, who had relieved Greece from her greatest distress and restored her liberty. It may well be believed that great honors and gifts were heaped upon Flamininus wherever he went, but there was only one present upon which he set real value, and that was made by the Achaeans in this manner. The Romans who, in the war with Hannibal, had the misfortune to be captured, had been sold here and there into slavery. There were 1,200 of them in Greece, and when, in the Roman army, they now beheld their brothers, sons, and acquaintances free men and conquerors, while they were slaves and captives, their position became unbearable. Flamininus grieved for them, but he was too honest to take them from their masters. The Achaeans bought them at 5 pounds a man, and, just as Flamininus was going to set sail, marched them in a body to the seashore, and presented them to him. At that moment the Roman general felt fully repaid for his glorious services, and declared the return of his countrymen the most blessed part of his victory. At his triumph, the liberated slaves followed his chariot, each wearing a cap of liberty. To add to the splendor of this display, there were Grecian helmets, Macedonian targets, and long spears borne in procession through the city, besides thousands of pounds of massive gold, and vast sums of coined money. Afterwards, Flamininus used his influence to have the hostage son of Philip returned to him. There were more wars in Greece, beginning with an attack made by Antiochus not long after peace had been made with the Macedonians. Flamininus went there again, added to the number of his achievements, and did not return to Rome until Greece was rid of her enemies, and all her colonies were reconciled to one another. Titus Flamininus was then raised to the very highest office in Rome, that of censor. His associate was the son of Marcellus, who had been consul 5 times. While Flamininus was censor, his brother Lucius, whom we have mentioned as being placed in command of the navy when Titus went to Pyrrhus, was guilty of a shameful deed. He had a favorite boy, who went with him everywhere and loved him extremely. One day, when Lucius was drinking a little too freely, the boy said to him, "I love you, sir, so dearly that, wishing to please you, I came away from the show without seeing the gladiators, though I never saw a man killed in my life." Lucius was delighted with the flattery, and replied, "Let not that trouble you, for you shall be gratified." He then ordered a convict to be brought from prison, and, having summoned an executioner, had him strike off the man's head in the very room where he was carousing. When Marcus Cato became censor, he examined into the lives of the senators, which was part of his duty, and expelled Lucius for this shameful piece of cruelty. Titus felt the disgrace so keenly that, appearing with his brother before an assembly of the people, he demanded that Cato should give his reason for casting a stain upon an honorable family. Thereupon, Cato related all the details of the execution of the poor convict in the midst of a feast, and challenged Lucius to deny it if he could. Lucius was silent, and the censor was applauded for his justice. Flamininus did not show his usual good sense on this occasion, for he was very indignant, and took sides with Cato's enemies in opposing all he said and did in the Senate. Yet Cato had done no more nor less than his duty in disgracing a man too unworthy to be defended even by a brother. Flamininus was much blamed for this, as well as for another action of his, prompted by desire for increase of fame. It was against Hannibal, the Carthaginian general. Hannibal had been obliged to fly from his country and seek refuge here and there, until at last, worn out with old age and grief, he went to Bithynia and put himself under the protection of Prusias, the king. The Romans knew perfectly well where he was, but saw no reason for interfering with the now harmless, unfortunate old man. But Flamininus was sent by the Senate on an errand to Prusias, and, when he beheld Hannibal at court, declared that he could not stand seeing him alive. Prusias begged him not to trouble the old warrior, who was under the sanction of his hospitality, but Titus would not listen to him. Hannibal had from the first felt little confidence in Prusias, and so he had ordered 7 underground passages to be dug from his house, all running in different directions, and not visible above ground. When he heard that Flamininus was bent on taking his life, he tried to escape through these passages, but found them guarded by the king's soldiers. He then knew that he had nothing to hope for, but was determined that Flamininus should not have the glory of killing him. So, mixing a cup of poison, that he always kept in case of need, he took it in his hand and said, "Let us deliver the Romans from their cares and anxieties, since they think it too tedious and dangerous to wait for the death of a poor, hated old man. Titus shall not have a conquest worth envying." He drank the dose, and died before Flamininus saw him again. Some historians say that Flamininus was sent by the Senate of Rome to kill Hannibal, because they felt that while a warrior who hated them as he did remained on earth, they were in great danger. This is probable, for so generous and humane a man as Titus Flamininus would scarcely have been guilty of such a cruel deed. He was hasty and passionate, but he never nursed a feeling of hatred towards anyone. No further political or military acts of Flamininus are recorded, and he died in peace. End of chapter 34. Recording by Owen Cook in Potawatomi Ceded Land.
Chapter 35 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 35. Marcus Cato. The Romans always called those who distinguished themselves, but received no honors through their ancestors, new men, and this was the name they gave to Cato, though he used to say that he was new only with regard to offices, but in so far as the services and virtues of his ancestors were concerned, he was very ancient. Originally, his name was Marcus Priscus, but it was afterwards changed to Cato on account of his wisdom, for Catos is a Latin word meaning wise. Marcus Cato was a strong, healthy youth, with a florid complexion and gray eyes. He was brought up in camps and accustomed to a life of discipline and temperance which fitted him for his later duties. Eloquence seemed to him such a necessary accomplishment that he studied hard to become a good orator, and the people of the neighboring villages would send for him to plead their causes, because he did it so willingly and so well. Perhaps another reason for employing him was that he would never accept a fee. He was glad of the opportunity of exercising his talent, but he was all the while longing for military glory. His first campaign was made when he was only 17 years of age. Hannibal was then laying Italy in ruins, and not many years later it was Cato's pride to show the number of scars that marked his breast. He always marched on foot, followed only by one servant, who carried his provisions, even after he had risen to a high office, and he was so kind and considerate that when not on military duty he would wait on himself, and even prepare his own food. He never drank anything but water, except when his strength and spirits were exhausted. Then he would take a little wine. Cato had a farm, on which he lived when not engaged in war, and while there his habits were as frugal and economical as possible. The estate adjoining his farm belonged to a nobleman named Valerius Flaccus, a man of influence and great wealth. He often heard his servants speak of the laborious life his neighbor led, how he went early in the morning to the various towns in the vicinity to argue cases of law, and then returned to his own farm and worked hard with his domestics all day, afterwards sitting down with them and sharing their coarse food. They told, too, of many instances of kindness and consideration, as well as of the witty and sensible sayings of Cato. Valerius always wanted to know superior people, and liked to encourage those who were striving to do right, so he sent Cato an invitation to dine. The two men saw each other frequently after that, and Valerius discovered many excellent traits in Cato that only needed a chance for development. He therefore persuaded him to go to Rome and apply himself to affairs of state. The young man soon gained friends and admirers, and Valerius helped him to rise to several high positions, until he became his colleague as consul and censor. All the young men of Rome tried to become public speakers, because they had such an admiration for Cato, whom they called the Roman Demosthenes. From what is said of him by several historians, it is probable that he was quite as eloquent as the Greek orator. But few of Cato's admirers were willing to work as hard as he did in tilling his fields, or to live as plainly and dress as poorly. He always said that he did so in order that he might be the better prepared for hard service when his country needed him, and even when he was an old gray-haired man, he continued robust and healthy to the last. He inherited a beautiful piece of Babylonian tapestry, but sold it because, as the walls of his house were neither plastered nor whitewashed, he could not use it. In short, he thought that a man should own nothing that he could do without, and that it was better to have fields where food could be raised than a flower garden that needed care. Only useful things had value in his eyes, but he carried this idea to an excess that made him cruel, for when a domestic grew old in his service, he turned him off instead of taking care of him. When he was consul, he left his war-horse in Spain to save the public the expense of his freight, but it is a question whether it was a virtue to abandon an animal that had carried him safe through the war. Perhaps a good idea of the character of Cato might be got from some of his sayings, which we will repeat. One day the Romans were very unreasonable in their demand for corn, and he attempted to argue with them. He began his address thus: "It is a difficult task, my fellow citizens, to speak to the belly, because it has no ears." He was so displeased with the extravagant habits of the Romans that he said, "It is a hard matter to save a city from ruin where a fish is sold for more than an ox." On another occasion he declared that the Roman people were like sheep, that could not be made to stir alone, but would follow their leader in a body. The men to whom no one would listen could lead a crowd with the greatest of ease. Wishing to encourage virtue, he said in one of his speeches, "If it is by virtue and temperance that you are become great, do not change for the worse; but if intemperance and vice have made you great, change for the better, for you are already quite great enough." He found fault because the same persons were often chosen as consuls, and said, "Either you think the consulate worth little or few, worthy of the office." When the Romans sent 3 ambassadors to the king of Bithynia, one with the gout, one with a recently healed fracture of the skull, and the third not much better than a fool, Cato said, "They have sent an embassy which has neither feet, head, nor heart." One of his sayings was, "Wise men learn more from fools than fools from the wise, for the wise avoid the errors of the fools, while fools do not profit by the example of the wise." He once made this jest about a fat man: "Of what service to his country can such a body be which is nothing but a belly?" He also said that in all his life he only repented of 3 things. The first was that he had trusted a woman with a secret; the second, that he had gone by sea when he might have gone by land; and the third, that he had passed one day without doing any important business. To a wicked old man he said, Old age has deformities enough of its own. Do not add to it the deformity of vice. A tribune who had the reputation of a poisoner wanted to have a bad law passed, and worked very hard for it, whereupon Cato said to him, "Young man, I do not know which is more dangerous, to drink what you mix, or to confirm what you would make a law." During his consulship with his friend Valerius Flaccus, he was sent in command of the army to fight the Spaniards, and while he was subduing their cities a great army took him by surprise, and he was in danger of being driven out of the country with dishonor. He sent to the Celtiberians for aid, and they demanded an enormous sum of money for their services. The Roman officers thought it shameful that they should be obliged to purchase assistance, but Cato said, "It makes no difference, for if we conquer we shall pay them at the enemy's expense, and if we are conquered there will be nobody either to pay or to make the demand." He gained the battle, and after that was successful everywhere. He often boasted that he conquered more cities in Spain than he had stayed there days. So much was he dreaded that when he wrote letters to the commanders of several fortified towns, ordering them to tear down their walls and towers, they immediately obeyed. On his return home, Cato was honored with a triumph, but he by no means felt that his work was done. On the contrary, he publicly offered his services to his friends and his country whenever they should be required, and continued to plead cases of law for those who sought him. It was not long before he was called into action, for Antiochus the Great, king of Syria, marched into Greece with an army, creating no little commotion there, and the Roman forces were sent over to fight him. Antiochus blocked up the narrow pass of Thermopylae, and added walls and entrenchments to those that already existed there. The Romans were at a loss how to approach, until Cato remembered that the Persians had made their way round the mountains, and come upon Leonidas from behind when he defended the pass with 300 Spartans. Under his direction, therefore, the troops began to ascend the mountain, but the guide, who was one of the prisoners, lost his way and wandered about among such dangerous precipices that the soldiers were in despair. Cato saw the danger, and he ordered his forces to halt, while he, with one Lucius Manlius, a dexterous climber, went forward in the middle of a dark night and scrambled among wild olive trees and steep rocks until they found a path that seemed to lead down to the enemy's camp. There they set up marks to guide them on their return, and went to fetch the army. But when they had all reached the place and begun to march farther, the path suddenly failed, and they found themselves on the verge of a steep precipice. At last day dawned, and the Grecian camp with the advanced guard could be seen at the foot of the precipice. Cato halted and sent for the Firmians, saying that he wished to speak with them in private. The Firmians belonged to a Roman colony, and had proved themselves the bravest and truest of soldiers in time of danger. When they presented themselves, Cato said, "I want to take one of the enemy alive, so that we may learn who compose the advance guard, what is their number, and what preparations have been made to fight us. But the business requires the speed and ferocity of lions rushing among a herd of beasts." The Firmians required no second bidding, but promptly rushed down the mountain, surprised the guard, and put them to flight, and brought back one of their number to Cato, as he had ordered. The prisoner, upon being questioned, said that the main body of the army was encamped in the pass with the king, but that 600 selected Aetolians guarded the heights. Of such a small number, even though they were selected, Cato felt little fear. So he had the trumpets sounded, and started forward, sword in hand, shouting to his army to follow. When the Aetolians saw him advancing, they fled to the main body, and created the wildest confusion among the forces. At the same time, Manius Glabrio, the Roman consul, attacked Antiochus from below, and entered the pass with his whole army. Antiochus was struck in the mouth with a stone, which knocked out several of his teeth, and caused such intense pain that he was forced to turn his horse and retire. His soldiers then lost heart, and pushed back through the narrow defiles, trampling each other down as the Romans crowded upon them, until all perished. Cato gives an account of this exploit in his writings, and praises himself very much for it. He says, "All those who witnessed the action were ready to declare that Cato owed less to the people of Rome than the people of Rome owed to Cato. The consul, Manius, coming hot from the fight, took me in his arms and embraced me for a long time. He then cried out with joy that neither he nor all the people together could ever sufficiently reward Cato." Immediately after the battle, the consul sent Cato to carry the news of the glorious result to Rome. He arrived there in 5 days, and was the first to report the victory. Great rejoicings followed, the whole city was filled with sacrifices, and the Romans were made happy by the belief that they had power to conquer every sea and every land. Cato was not prominent on the battlefield again after the victory he won over Antiochus, but he interested himself in politics, and made it his special duty to accuse criminals and have them arrested. One day he met a young man who had brought an enemy of his dead father to disgrace. Taking him by the hand, Cato congratulated him, and said, "You have done well. Lambs and goats are not the proper sacrifices to offer to our dead parents. The tears and sufferings of their enemies are better." He was constantly accusing one person or another, and of course the tables were often turned on him, his enemies never losing the slightest chance of bringing him to justice. He was brought up before the court at least 50 times for various offences. The last trial took place when he was 86 years old, and on that occasion he was heard to say, "It is hard that I, who have lived with men of one generation, should be obliged to make my defence to those of another." 10 years after his consulship, Cato stood for the office of censor, the very highest one in the Republic. The censor had a great deal of power, and there were never more than 2 at a time. If one died during his term of office, his place was not filled, because it was considered an evil omen for a censor to die, but the other one had to resign, and then 2 new ones were chosen. The office was held for 18 months, and the duties were numerous. They consisted in taking the census, and this gave the name to the office originally, superintending the public morals, and inquiring into the life and manners of each citizen. The censors also had charge of the public money. They had the right to reprove or punish a person for not marrying, for breaking a promise of marriage, for any sort of dissipation or bad conduct, for extravagance in his household, or for failing to promptly educate his children, for the Romans did not think it proper for any one to follow his own free will without control. A censor could even punish a magistrate. He had power to expel a senator who had led a vicious life, or to deprive a knight of his horse and oblige him to go about on foot. In short, the Roman censors held themselves responsible for the public morals, and although they could not deprive a man of life or property as the courts of law could, they controlled his standing in society, and removed him either to a more honorable or less honorable tribe. They gave out contracts for all the public buildings besides, and saw that they were honestly filled. So when Cato stood as a candidate for this very high position, he met with much opposition, because some feared, others envied him. There were 7 candidates besides, who promised to be very mild in their censorship, hoping thus to gain votes. Cato took a different course. He stood up in the rostrum and declared his determination, in case he should be elected, to punish every instance of vice, for he said that reform was greatly needed, and entreated the people not to choose the mildest, but the severest physician. "I am of that sort," he added, "and Valerius Flaccus is another. With him for my colleague, and him only, I could do good service to the country by putting an end to the growing luxury of the times." The Romans showed themselves worthy of great leaders, for they chose the man who had promised to be a severe censor rather than those who would be likely to flatter them and overlook their faults. Cato and Flaccus were unanimously elected. Cato's first action as censor was to expel many of the senators, and to place Valerius Flaccus at the head of that body. He next made an attack on luxuries, and ordered all things not absolutely necessary to comfort to be taxed so high that scarcely anybody could afford to indulge in them. This was all very well, but he made himself hateful to many by causing water pipes to be cut, so that water might not be carried into private gardens and houses, and by having all buildings thrown down which jutted out into the public street. He lowered the price of public works so much that at last a party headed by Titus Flamininus complained of him to the Senate, and had all the bargains and contracts he had made for the repairing and building of temples annulled, because the work at such prices could not be well done, and there was no advantage to the state in having bad jobs. They went further, and had him fined, but in spite of some unpopular actions, the people must have been well pleased with their censor, for they erected a statue of him in the temple of the goddess of health, and inscribed upon it, "In honor of Cato the censor, who by his wise discipline and good laws reclaimed the Roman commonwealth when it was sinking into vice." In private life, Cato was a good father and husband, and although he held so important a position in the state, the care of his family was never neglected. He chose his wife because she was well born, for he said that women of good families were more ashamed of an unworthy action, and more likely to be obedient to their husbands, than those of mean birth. It was his opinion that a man who beat his wife or children laid sacrilegious hands on the most sacred objects in the world. A good husband he considered worthy of more praise than a great senator, and he admired Socrates, the renowned philosopher, for nothing so much as for having lived contentedly with a wife who was a scold, and children who were half-witted. As soon as his son was old enough to study, Cato taught him himself. He had a slave named Chilo, who was an excellent teacher, but he did not choose that his son should undergo the humiliation of being punished by a slave if he happened to be backward in his studies. He taught the boy to wrestle, to throw a dart, to ride, to box, to endure heat and cold, and to swim the most rapid rivers. He also wrote histories of the ancient Romans for the boy's instruction, so that he was not obliged to stir from his father's house for knowledge. But he was not strong, and could not bear the severe discipline to which other young Romans were subjected. Still he became an excellent soldier, and distinguished himself on the battlefield. Cato had a peculiar method of managing his slaves, which he purchased among the captives taken in war. He always chose the youngest, because, like colts or puppies, they could be trained as he pleased. None of them were ever allowed to enter another man's house unless sent on an errand by Cato or his wife. It was a rule with Cato that his slaves must be either busy or asleep, and he preferred those that slept much, because he thought they made better workmen if they had plenty of rest. When he was a young soldier he never found fault with food that was placed upon his table, because he thought it undignified to quarrel with a servant on account of his stomach. But later in life, when he gave entertainments, he became exacting, and if any of the slaves waited carelessly or spoiled the food, he would beat them as soon as the meal was over. He managed to raise quarrels among his servants because he feared some bad results if they were too united, probably an injury to himself or his family. If one of his slaves was guilty of a crime, he was accorded to a formal trial, and then put to death in the presence of his fellow servants. Although Cato was very rich, he lost no opportunity to increase his wealth, even unjustly. He often said that the man who was truly godlike, and fit to be registered in the lists of glory, was he whose accounts at the end of his life should prove that he had more than doubled what he had received from his ancestors. Still, Cato was always an enemy to too much luxury, and constantly preached against it. Perhaps he was right in that, but he was certainly wrong when he thought it a disadvantage to become learned. The Greeks were far in advance of the Romans at that period in their studies, and when the two learned men, Carneades and Diogenes, arrived in Rome as ambassadors, and by their eloquence excited an interest in philosophy, Cato was alarmed lest the young men of his country should grow to prefer eloquence to fighting. He said very emphatically, "When the Romans come to study and understand Grecian literature, they will lose the empire of the world." But he was wrong, for Rome was never greater than when learning had reached a high pitch. She fell in consequence of irreligion and wickedness. Cato's dislike of doctors was so great that he never employed one. Whenever any member of his family was ill, he prescribed herbs with duck, pigeon, or hare. To be sure, he acknowledged that such diet made them dream, and that ought to have been proof enough that it was not proper, but Cato could not believe that anybody knew anything better than he did. Both his wife and son died under his medical treatment, but he himself happened to be strong, and so lived to a good old age in spite of his obstinacy. His chief amusements were writing books and tilling the soil, and in a work on country affairs he gives, among other things, rules for making cake and preserving fruit. For it was his desire to appear acquainted even with such unimportant matters. To the very end of his life he kept himself busy with public affairs, and his last act in behalf of the state was the destruction of Carthage. It is true that he died before that end was reached, but it was he who urged on the war that led to the downfall of Hannibal, and on his deathbed he prophesied that Scipio was the person who would bring the third and last war against the Carthaginians to an end. Scipio was at that time a very young man, and held only the office of tribune in the army, but Cato had witnessed extraordinary proofs of his conduct and courage, and his prophecy proved to be correct. End of chapter 35.
Chapter 36 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maggie Travers. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 36. Aemilius Paulus. The Aemilian family was one of the oldest among the Roman nobility, and the subject of this chapter was descended from it. He lived at a time when Rome was full of celebrated men, and even among these Paulus was so conspicuous for bravery, honesty, and justice, that when he was nominated with 13 others for the office of aedile, he won it, though the remaining candidates were men of such merit that each, in course of time, became consul. An aedile was an officer or magistrate who had care of the public buildings, games, and roads, and his position was one of great importance in Rome. Later in life, Aemilius Paulus was appointed augur, and then he showed how the worship of the gods might be called a science. The augurs were those priests who had so much power that they could encourage or put a stop to any public affair by interpreting the signs in nature or the flight of birds, favorably or otherwise, as they chose. While Paulus held this office, he gave himself up to it entirely, studied all the ancient ceremonies, and never permitted even the most trifling of them to be altered or omitted. For he said that although the deity might forgive neglect because he was merciful, yet it was dangerous for the state to do so, because those who were careless about trifles were sure to overlook important duties at one time or another. He was likewise particular in observing the ancient Roman discipline in military affairs, even though by doing so he ran the risk of making himself unpopular with the soldiers, for he thought that it was impossible to be an enemy unless the citizens were under strict control. It must be remembered that the Roman soldiers were at the same time citizens, who had votes in all the important civil and military affairs. While the Romans were fighting Antiochus the Great, king of Syria, a war broke out in Spain, and Aemilius was sent there in command of the army. He went with all the dignity of a consul, though he was really only a praetor, but instead of having 6 axes carried before him as the other praetors did, he had 12. He was very successful in Spain, and conquered 250 cities there, but did not enrich himself at all by the war. He had 2 wives. The first one was named Papiria, and became the mother of the renowned Scipio and of Fabius Maximus, who was consul 5 times. But the marriage was not a happy one, and resulted in divorce. Then Aemilius married again, and had 2 more sons. When he was created consul, he was sent upon an expedition against the Ligurians, a warlike people whose country was at the foot of the Alps. They had an army of 40,000, and Aemilius had only 8,000, but he routed them completely and shut them up within their walls. However, after destroying their fortifications, he returned their cities to them, set at liberty a number of prisoners, then carried off all their large ships and went back to Rome. He was anxious to be appointed consul a second time, but on being defeated at the election, gave it up and devoted himself to his duties as augur, and to the education of his children. He sent to Greece for professors, who instructed his boys in grammar, logic, rhetoric, modeling, and drawing, as well as in field sports and the management of dogs and horses. He was considered the most affectionate father in Rome, and was always present at the lessons and exercises of his children when not hindered by public affairs. There came a time when the Romans were engaged in a war with the Macedonians. Perseus, who was then on the throne, was so well prepared that, although he was neither wise nor brave, he succeeded in defeating one consul after another, and the Romans began to wonder what could now be the matter with their army that had so long been the terror of more powerful commanders than the Macedonian king. At last, when they heard that he had engaged the Gauls and several other nations to join him, and was contemplating an invasion of Italy from the Adriatic shore, they thought it time to secure a general capable of managing so great an affair. Paulus Aemilius was then 60 years of age, but he was in robust health, and the people turned to him in their need and called him to the consulship. At first he refused, for he no longer desired to hold office. But as he was daily urged to make his appearance at the forum, he at last yielded, and placed himself among the candidates. He was unanimously elected, and put in command of the Macedonian war. When he returned home, he found his little daughter, Tertia, in tears, and asked her what was the matter. She put her arms around his neck, and, kissing him, said, "Oh, father, do you not know that Perseus is dead?" She meant a pet dog that had been brought up in the house with her. Aemilius replied, "That is a lucky incident, my child. I embrace the omen." It was the custom among the Romans for those who were elected consuls to address the people from the rostrum and thank them for the honor. When Aemilius made his speech, he told them that he had applied for the first consulship because he wanted a command, but now they had applied to him because they wanted a commander. Therefore he had nothing to thank them for. If they thought any other could manage the war better, he was willing to give up his charge, but if they confided in him, they were not to interfere with his orders, but were to supply him with the means of carrying on the war without question. For if they wanted to command their general, the expedition would be ridiculous. The Romans were much pleased with this address and submitted, as they always did, to reason and virtue, in the hope they might one day become masters of the world. Paulus Aemilius set out at great speed and soon reached the Roman camp. He did not fear Perseus, but was struck with surprise and admiration when he beheld the strength of his army and the extent of his preparations. The Macedonian king had 4,000 horse and nearly 40,000 foot soldiers, and he had chosen his position by the seaside, at the base of Mount Olympus, with fences and barricades of wood on all sides. He felt very secure, and had no doubt that, with his immense wealth and great advantages, he could worry and tire out the consul. Now, the habit Aemilius had formed of paying attention to details served him well, and led him to weigh every method of attack, and to provide against surprises. When his soldiers showed impatience and presumed to give advice, he bade them not to meddle with what did not concern them, but to take care that they and their weapons were ready for use when their commander should see fit to employ them. He ordered the sentinels to stand guard unarmed, because he knew that if they had no means of defending themselves, they would be watchful and not likely to fall asleep. He had wells dug along the foot of the mountain to provide plenty of fresh water for his men, and attended to many other such matters before he made his plans for battle. Never were two great armies known to be so close together and yet to enjoy so much quiet. During the first days that Aemilius took for consideration, he was informed that there was one passage that Perseus had left unguarded. It was a rough, difficult one, but a council was called to discuss whether or not to make an attempt through it. Among those present was Scipio, surnamed Nausicaa, son-in-law to Scipio Africanus. As soon as the expedition was decided on, he was the first to propose himself for the command, and the second was Fabius Maximus, eldest son of Aemilius. That very night they set out with about 8,000 soldiers, marched several hours, and encamped under the temple of Apollo, high up on Mount Olympus. During the march, a deserter had made his way to Perseus and told him of the approach of Nausicaa. He was startled at the news because, as Aemilius had remained quietly with his troops, there was no suspicion of an attack being made. Perseus immediately sent 12,000 soldiers under the command of Milo to take possession of the unguarded pass. They met the Romans on the mountain, where a severe battle was fought. They were defeated, and those that were not killed threw away their armor, and, headed by Milo, fled shamefully back to camp. This was a serious disappointment to Perseus, and he removed his troops in haste, but his friends encouraged him by telling him that his army was superior in numbers, and must be courageous, since they were fighting for the defense of their wives and children. Then Perseus pitched his camp again in a spot that offered every advantage for his army, and commanded that the Romans should be attacked as soon as they approached. Meanwhile, Aemilius had rejoined Nausicaa, and advanced with his whole army. But when he beheld the enemy in all the magnificence of battle array, his confidence was shaken, and he halted. The young commanders urged him on, particularly Nausicaa, who felt encouraged by his late victory. Aemilius turned to him with a smile and said, "I would not hesitate were I of your age, but many victories have taught me the ways in which men are defeated, and forbid me to engage soldiers, weary with a long march, against an army drawn up and prepared for battle." That night the moon, which was full, grew gradually dark and became totally eclipsed. Aemilius had been prepared for this event by an astronomer in his army, and, as he had studied the cause of eclipses, he felt no superstitious terror with regard to them, and had informed his soldiers that there was to be one. But he was pious, and religiously observed sacrifices and the art of divination, so as soon as the moon shone out again, he offered up to her 11 heifers. When day dawned, he sacrificed 20 more to Hercules, without receiving a sign that his offering was accepted. But at the 21st there was a promise of victory for the Romans, and the captains were ordered to prepare for battle. The soldiers were so eager that Aemilius could scarcely restrain them, but he would not move until late in the afternoon, because he was too prudent to lead on his men with the sun shining full in their faces. During the eclipse the Macedonians were in a state of terror and amazement, such as only the ignorant ever experience on account of phenomena of nature. In their belief, an eclipse portended some dire calamity. It was a sign of displeasure on the part of the gods, and by degrees a rumor spread to all parts of the camp that Perseus was on the brink of destruction, the eclipse having been sent as a warning. Nevertheless, they presented a formidable appearance when the battle was about to begin. First marched the Thracians, men of enormous size, with bright, sparkling shields and great, heavy spears. Then came the paid soldiers, differently armed. These were followed by a picked company of native Macedonians, brave, strong men in the prime of life, wearing scarlet coats and gilt armor. Last came the troops in phalanx called the Brazen Shield. The whole plain seemed alive with the flashing of weapons and armor, while the hills echoed the shouts of the soldiers as they cheered each other on. They marched boldly forward, and when the battle began, and Aemilius gazed upon the wall of brazen shields forming the phalanx, he was filled with dismay. He had never beheld such a sight before, and his heart misgave him. But he did not betray his real sensations as he rode through his army without breastplate or helmet. It is not necessary to give the details of this conflict. It was fought within the space of 1 hour, and its fierceness was unparalleled. At one time Aemilius began to despair, and his men were on the point of running away, but, watching his chance, he divided up his forces and commanded them to make their way through the breaks in the enemy's ranks and fight them at many different points at once. In this way the phalanx was broken, and hand-to-hand fight ensued. This resulted in a glorious victory for the Romans. The enemy were all cut to pieces. The plain and the lower part of the hills were covered with their corpses, and the river ran red with their blood. It is said that 25,000 of their number fell. On their return to camp that night, the Romans were met by their servants with torches and led in triumph to their tents, which were brilliantly lighted and gaily decked with wreaths of ivy and laurel. When all were assembled, Scipio, the younger of the 2 sons who served under Aemilius, was missing. He was only 17 years of age, but he had shown such wisdom for command and counsel, and such remarkable bravery in action, that he was universally admired. In spite of his victory, the general was overwhelmed with grief, and the soldiers were so afflicted at the sight that many of them left their suppers to seek the body of the youth among the slain. Soon the air was filled with the cries of men calling for Scipio, for there was hope that he might not be dead. At last, late in the night, when everybody was beginning to despair of finding him dead or alive, he appeared with 2 or 3 of his companions, the fresh blood that covered them showing that they had pursued the enemy to the last. For some unknown reason, Perseus had left the battlefield at the very beginning of the fight, and after it was over he fled with his cavalry, who had suffered no loss, to Pella. When the foot soldiers joined them, they called them traitors and cowards, pulled them from their horses, and wounded several, so that the king, fearing for his own safety, turned into a by-road, took off his regal robes, and led his horse, so that he might converse with his friends. But by degrees they all slunk away from him, one under pretense of tying his shoe, another of watering his horse, and a third of being thirsty himself. This was not so much because they feared the enemy, as because they dreaded the cruelty of Perseus, who tried to lay the blame of his defeat on anybody but himself. On arriving at Pella, he killed, with his own hand, 2 of his treasurers who presumed to give him advice, and after that everybody, excepting the Cretans, who hoped to get money from him, deserted him. These last were deceived, for he cheated them all, then sailed for Samothrace, and took refuge there in the temple of Castor and Pollux. Then the Macedonians submitted to Aemilius, and in 2 days he was master of their whole country. He sent Cneius Octavius with a fleet to Samothrace, not to seize Perseus, but to prevent his escape. Meanwhile, Perseus had made an arrangement with a Cretan who owned a boat to help him escape with his wife and children. An ancient proverb says, "The Cretans are always liars," and so it proved in this case, for the man who had promised to wait for the king and his family sailed away long before the appointed time. Then, in a fit of desperation, Perseus gave himself up to Octavius. When brought before Aemilius, the prisoner threw himself at his feet, embraced his knees, begged for mercy, and behaved in every way in a most abject, unmanly manner. With an expression of mingled sorrow and indignation, Aemilius looked at him and said, "Wretched man, why do you take pains to prove that you deserve fortune's frowns, and that you are now, and have long been, unworthy of the protection of that goddess? Why do you tarnish my laurels and make my conquest appear trifling by proving yourself a coward, unfit to be a Roman foe? Courage in the unfortunate is respected even by the enemy, but cowardice, though it meet with success, has ever been regarded with scorn by the Romans." He then gave Perseus his hand, raised him from the ground, and delivered him in charge of Tibero, his son-in-law. Aemilius retired to his tent, where he remained for a long time in reflection. Then, raising his head, he discoursed to the young men of his family and to others who were present on the uncertainty of human affairs, and drew a graphic picture of how, in 1 short hour, a great king had been humbled when at the very height of his power. He advised them not to be arrogant because of their victories, but to be humble and on the lookout for the misfortunes that the gods would surely send to counterbalance their present prosperity. Having put his army into garrison for rest, Aemilius went on a visit of pleasure to Greece, and as he passed along he did much good by reforming governments and bestowing gifts. At Delphi he found a pillar of white marble, intended to support a gold statue of Perseus. He ordered his own to be placed there instead, saying that the conquered should make way for the conqueror. He delivered up their country to the Macedonians, only demanding of them half the tribute they had been accustomed to pay their king. He would not even look at the piles of silver and gold in the palace of Perseus, but ordered them to be placed in the public treasury. The library he presented to his sons, who were men of letters, and to Tibero, his son-in-law, he gave a silver cup weighing 5 pounds, but that was all he took. Before leaving Greece, Aemilius told the Macedonians always to remember the liberty that the Romans had gained for them. But the Macedonians could not be grateful because their own laws were replaced by others, and their kingdom had been divided into 4 districts. They could see no advantage to themselves, particularly as in making these changes Aemilius had placed certain Roman senators to rule in Macedon, and they were not pleased with the law that forbade the people of different districts to marry or trade with one another. They were forced to submit, however, and, what was worse, all the nobility were commanded to remove immediately to Italy. Aemilius may have seen the wisdom of the laws he made for the Macedonians, but it is difficult to find how he could have excused himself for the horrible deed he committed at Epirus. The Senate had decreed that the soldiers who had fought under Aemilius against Perseus should have the spoils of the cities of Epirus. So Aemilius sent for 10 of the principal residents of each city, and fixed a day for them to bring to him whatever silver or gold could be found in their temples and houses. With each of these he sent back a guard of soldiers to receive the valuables, as he said. But on the day appointed these soldiers rushed upon the people, seized and captured 150,000 of them, and destroyed 70 cities. In spite of all of this ruin and destruction, the soldiers got so little for their share that they were very angry, and did not hesitate to let it be known when Aemilius sailed up the Tiber in a galley taken from Perseus, all adorned with bright arms and gay colors. They did not say in public that they were displeased because they had been cheated out of the riches they expected. They made another excuse for their complaints, and declared that they were because Aemilius had commanded in such a haughty, severe manner. Then Servius Galba, who had served under Aemilius as a tribune, and disliked him extremely, openly expressed his opinion that the general did not deserve a triumph, and that no honors ought to be shown him at all. He did more. He went around among the soldiers and told stories about Aemilius, injurious as they were false. The tribunes then called an assembly and ordered Galba to repeat his charges against Aemilius, and when he had finished, a vote was taken to decide whether the accused was worthy of a triumph or not. The first company of soldiers voted against it, but the commonalty and the Senate showed their displeasure at such injustice, and the principal senators decided among themselves that something must be done to repress the boldness of soldiers who, if encouraged to deprive a worthy general of the honors of victory, would in time stop at no act of violence and wrong. Then they pushed through the crowd in a body, and ordered the tribunes to stop taking votes until they had spoken to the people. It was Marcus Severus, a prominent and highly respected consul, who spoke as follows: I am more than ever convinced of how great a general Paulus Aemilius must be, since he has performed such wonderful and honorable deeds with so mutinous and disorderly an army. But I am surprised at the Roman people, who, after rejoicing in triumphs over the Ligurians, will not allow themselves the pleasure of seeing the king of Macedon alive and led captive by the Roman armies. When a slight rumor of victory was brought to us a short time ago, you offered sacrifices and implored the gods to make it true. But now that the consul has returned with a real victory, you seem unwilling to behold the greatness of it. Perhaps you are afraid to rob the gods of their due honor, or wish to spare the feelings of Perseus. It would be much better to refuse the triumph out of mercy to the king than out of envy to your general. But you carry your malice so far that you permit a man who has never received a wound to discourse to you about the conduct of the war and the right to a triumph. To you who, at the expense of so much blood, have learned to judge fairly of your commanders. Baring his breast, he showed a mass of scars and continued, I glory in these marks before my fellow citizens, for I got them in their service. Now go on, collect your votes, and I will mark those cowardly, ungrateful men who would rather have their fancies indulged than be properly commanded. This speech had such an effect that every soldier voted for Aemilius to have the triumph. We will give an account of how it was celebrated, because the word triumph gives no idea of the wonderful display. Scaffolds were erected in the forum and in all the public racetracks, or circuses as they were called, and these were occupied by spectators in white garments. The temples were open and filled with garlands and perfumes. Numerous officers kept the way clear for the procession, which on the first day consisted of the statues, pictures, and large images that had been taken from the enemy, drawn upon 150 chariots. The triumph on this occasion lasted 3 days, because the spoils were so numerous. On the second day, a train of wagons brought the richest and most beautiful of the Macedonian arms that shone and glittered in the sunlight. They looked as though they had been thrown together pell-mell, but they had really been placed with great judgment and care to display the highly polished shields, breastplates, and targets to the best advantage. Arrows, horses' bits, points of naked swords, and long pikes stuck out on all sides, and made a terrible clatter as they moved along. Then came 3,000 men carrying silver coins in 750 vessels, each containing 3 talents, or about $3,000 of our money. Others followed with valuable and beautifully wrought bowls, horns, goblets, and cups. On the third day the trumpets were sounded, just as they always were by the Romans at the beginning of a battle. 120 fat oxen, with their horns gilded and adorned with garlands and bright ribbons, followed the trumpeters. Each ox was led by a young man who wore a belt of curious workmanship, and behind them came boys with the gold and silver vessels for the sacrifice. Persons carrying the gold coin, in vessels that held 3 talents each, came next, and then followed the consecrated bowl, weighing 10 talents, which Aemilius had caused to be made of gold and adorned with precious stones. This bull was consecrated to Jupiter. It preceded the chariot of Perseus, in which were his armor and his crown. At a little distance his children were led captive, attended by a great number of governors and masters. The children, 2 sons and a daughter, were so young that they did not realize the misfortune that had overtaken them, but they were not the less to be pitied, and many Romans wept as they passed along. The captive king, clad in black and wearing sandals according to the fashion of his country, walked alone. His appearance was that of a man whose reason was upset. He had sent to ask Aemilius to allow him to remain out of the triumph and not make a public exhibition of him. His answer was that it was in his own power to avoid the disgrace. Aemilius, who had a contempt for the cowardice of the king, meant that by putting an end to his life he could spare himself the pain of appearing as part of his own spoils. But he had not the courage to strike the blow. Perseus was followed by a number of friends, all bowed down with sorrow, and after these were carried 400 coronets of gold, which had been sent as a compliment to Aemilius by the cities he had rescued. Next came the victorious consul himself, riding in a magnificent chariot, wearing a purple robe woven with gold, and carrying in his right hand a branch of laurel. His army followed, chanting odes of victory and the glorious exploits of Aemilius, whom all admired, but few envied. For, amidst all the honors that were showered on him, his heart was very heavy. 5 days before the triumph, one of his younger sons, a bright lad of 14, had died, and 3 days after, the one aged 12 had followed his brother to the grave. Aemilius bore the double blow with courage, and proved himself a hero in resisting the shocks of ill fortune as he had the spears of the enemy. He pitied the condition of Perseus, and had him made as comfortable in prison as possible, but the poor captive starved himself to death. Aemilius, by his conquest of Macedonia, brought so much money to the treasury that it was many years before the Romans had any taxes to pay, and this, of course, they considered a great benefit. So popular was Aemilius, not only with the nobility but also with the people, that he was appointed as censor, a position that gave him power to expel a senator, replace him by another when duly elected, and to disgrace such young men as led dissipated lives by depriving them of their horses. The censors valued estates also, and registered the number of the citizens. They had other duties which are recorded in the life of Cato. After a time the health of Aemilius failed, and his doctor sent him to Velia, in the southern part of Italy. He was very much missed by the Romans, who had at last desired his presence for a solemn sacrifice. He returned, performed the ceremony, and then went home to dinner. It was soon found that his health had not improved as people hoped it had, for he became delirious shortly after he had eaten, and 3 days later he died. Not only his fellow citizens, but also the Spaniards, Ligurians, and Macedonians who happened to be in Rome, assembled at the funeral to pay the last honors to this brave and generous hero, and there could have been no better proof of the justice which had marked his behavior towards all mankind without distinction. End of chapter 36. Recording by Maggie Travers.
Chapter 37 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Tiberius Gracchus. The first Tiberius Gracchus was a very good man, who held at different periods the highest offices in Rome. After the death of Scipio, who conquered Hannibal, he married his daughter Cornelia and had 12 children. Then he died, and to Cornelia was left the bringing up and education of the family. She performed her task with such care and proved herself such an excellent mother in every respect, that her children were renowned for their ability and their virtues. But Cornelia lived to bury all except one daughter, who married Scipio the younger, and 2 sons named Tiberius and Caius, of whose lives we will now give an account. These brothers loved each other dearly, and resembled each other in some respects, but Tiberius, who was the older by 9 years, was mild and gentle, while Caius was rough and passionate. Tiberius lived plainly and simply, while Caius was fond of rare dishes and fashionable attire. Both were public speakers, but Tiberius was quiet in his style, and scarcely moved from one spot when speaking, while Caius had a habit of walking about, and when he became excited, of pulling his gown from his shoulders and making violent gestures. Besides, he would bawl so loudly that his voice sometimes lost its tone, and so spoiled his speech. To remedy this, he had a servant stand near him always, with a sort of instrument called a pitch-pipe, used for regulating sound. Whenever his master's voice broke, he would strike a soft note on this pipe, whereupon Caius would immediately check himself. But to return to Tiberius. When he grew to manhood, he was admitted into the college of augurs, and his first experience as a soldier was in Africa under the younger Scipio, who had married his sister. He shared the general's tent, and imitated his brave actions, being the first at one of the sieges to mount the enemy's walls. He was much loved in the army, and his departure from it when he was called back to Rome caused considerable regret. After that expedition he was appointed quaestor, or public treasurer, and went with the consul Caius Mancinus to the Numantian war. Mancinus did not lack courage and ability, but he was one of the most unfortunate generals Rome ever had, and, after losing several important battles, tried to decamp in the night. The Numantians found it out, seized the camp, killed many of the runaways, and surrounded the whole Roman army, so that they could not escape. Then Mancinus sued for peace, but the enemy declared that they would treat with nobody but Tiberius, who had a splendid character in the army, and whose father during the war in Spain had behaved honourably towards the Numantians. So Tiberius was sent, and by the peace he made saved the lives of 20,000 Roman citizens, besides slaves and others of the army. The Numantians then helped themselves to whatever was left in the Roman camp, even the quaestor's books and papers. This was unfortunate, for Tiberius could not return to Rome without his accounts, so he left the army, which was under march, and went back to Numantia with a few friends. He sent a messenger in to ask the magistrates for his books, whereupon he was cordially invited to enter the city. He was afraid to do so, but the magistrates went to him, and, taking him by the hand, begged him no longer to look upon them as enemies. Then, not wishing to appear to distrust them, he went into Numantia, where a little feast was soon spread, of which he was requested to partake. Afterwards his books were brought to him, and he was asked to choose something from the spoils, but he accepted only some frankincense to be used in the public sacrifices, which he took to Rome. There he found a great deal of dissatisfaction on account of the peace, which was not considered worthy of Romans, but the soldiers flocked to welcome him, for they loved him very much. Indeed, so great was his popularity with all classes, that for his sake it was decreed that the consul only should be delivered up to the Numantians in chains, but that all the other officers should be spared. Perhaps Scipio had something to do with this decree, for his influence was great, and he was fond of his brother-in-law. Now Tiberius had formed a plan for helping the poor in Rome, by which he hoped to cover his name with glory, but unfortunately it proved the ruin of his family. It was to divide all the land equally that Rome had gained by conquest. The rich people had managed, by fair and unfair means, to get possession of it, but Tiberius now proposed to divide it among the citizens without distinction. Among the men whom he consulted before drawing up his law were Crassus, the high priest, Scaevola, an able lawyer, and Claudius Appius, whose daughter was his wife. These men, who were known for their virtues and intellect, approved of Tiberius's scheme, But the rich Romans did not relish the idea of sharing their estates with others, so they went among the people and told them that Tiberius was trying to overthrow the government and create a general confusion. They were wrong, for there were never milder laws proposed. There were no punishment of any sort decreed for those who had been guilty of unlawful deeds. And so the majority of the people thought, particularly when Tiberius mounted the rostrum and pleaded for the poor, as follows: "The wild beasts of Italy have their caves to protect them, but the brave men who spill their blood in her cause has nothing left but air and light. They have no houses, no settled homes, but wander about with their wives and children from place to place, and their generals make fun of them when they urge them to fight for their sepulchres and domestic gods, for among a whole army there is not perhaps one Roman who has an altar that belonged to his ancestors, or a sepulchre in which his ashes rest. The private soldiers fight and die that the rich may become richer, and the Romans, who own not a foot of ground, are called masters of the world." Speeches delivered by so prominent a man as Tiberius had such weight that nobody dared to oppose him in words, but still they did not give up. They knew that when the law came to be voted upon they could manage to defeat it, if they could control only one tribune, for by the laws of Rome every tribune had to vote for a measure, one negative being enough to defeat it. So they applied to Marcus Octavius. He was then tribune, and an intimate acquaintance of Tiberius. At first he refused to oppose him, but after much persuasion consented. Then there were daily discussions in public between Tiberius and Octavius, but they did not lead to a settlement. At last Tiberius forbade the magistrates to perform their various duties until the law was passed, and besides he put his seal upon the doors of the temple of Saturn, where the public money was kept, so that the quaestors could neither put anything into the treasury nor take anything out. He also threatened to fine the praetors if they disobeyed his orders, so government affairs were brought to a standstill, and there was besides a conspiracy to assassinate Tiberius. Therefore whenever he went out he carried a sword-staff, called in Latin a dolo, and used by robbers in those times. When election day came, the rich men seized the voting urns and carried them away by force. The confusion was very great, and Tiberius and his party resolved to fight for their cause. Manlius and Fulvius, two of the consuls, begged them not to do so, whereupon Tiberius, who felt great respect for them, asked what they advised him to do. "We cannot give advice in so important a matter," they replied, "but leave it to the Senate." Tiberius consented. But when the Senate met, there was Octavius with his negative vote, and no result could be reached. Then Tiberius made this proposition, that Octavius should be deprived of his tribuneship. Before all the people he took the young man by the hand and begged him to resign. Octavius refused. "Then we will leave it to the people," exclaimed Tiberius. "It is clear that there cannot be two tribunes so opposite in their ideas as Octavius and myself. One of us must resign. We will leave it to you to decide which it shall be." The assembly then adjourned until the next day. When the votes were taken, a large majority decided in favour of Tiberius, who thereupon ordered his own servants to drag Octavius out of his chair. The whole proceeding was illegal, but the law was passed, and 3 commissioners were appointed to survey the land and see it equally divided. These were Tiberius himself, Claudius Appius, his father-in-law, and Caius Gracchus, his brother, who was at that time with the army before Numantia. This was managed without disturbance, but the rich Romans feared that Tiberius was becoming too powerful, and took every opportunity to insult him. The populace of course defended him, and in order to keep their sympathies alive, Tiberius dressed himself in mourning, and brought his wife and children into the crowd, asking that they might be provided for, because he did not feel that his life was safe. About this time Attalus, king of Pergamus, died, and left a will making the Roman people his heirs. Thereupon Tiberius proposed a law providing that all the ready money the king had left should be distributed among the citizens, to enable them to buy tools for the cultivation of their new lands. As to the cities in the territories of Attalus, they should be disposed of, not by the Senate, but as the people should decide. This brought matters to a worse state than before, and 3 or 4 of the senators made charges against Tiberius. The most important of these was that he had unlawfully deprived a tribune of his office. The others Tiberius could answer, but he was totally at a loss to find excuses for the last, so he dismissed the assembly. He now began to see that not only the nobility but the people were offended at his having insulted the dignity of the tribunes, which until then had been sacred and honourable, so he tried to justify himself, after taking a day to prepare his speech, which was forcible and persuasive. Nevertheless, it was clear that the popularity upon which he had counted was gradually but surely diminishing. He therefore tried to have himself re-elected to the office of tribune, and sought in every way to increase the goodwill of the populace for himself. He proposed certain laws which favoured them rather than the nobility, but when the day came for taking the vote, the opposite party were so much stronger than his, for all the people did not attend, that he spun out the time in discussions with the other tribunes, and then adjourning the assembly without arriving at a conclusion until the following day. Meanwhile he appeared in the forum looking distressed, and with tears in his eyes he told the citizens, "I fear that my enemies will destroy my house and take my life before morning." This had such an effect that several people pitched tents around his house and kept guard all night. At daybreak a soothsayer tried to drive the chickens out of their coop, and offered them food, but as they would partake of none it was pronounced a bad omen, and Tiberius was afraid to go to the capital. However, some of his friends called for him and assured him that everything seemed satisfactory, so he went, and was received with loud shouts of applause and welcome. After he had seated himself he ordered the vote to be taken, but there was such a confusion caused by those of the 2 parties who were on the outside of the crowd, trying to push their way in, that nothing could be done. Flavius Flaccus, one of the senators, endeavoured to make himself heard, but the noise was so great that he could not do so. However, he motioned to Tiberius that he had something to say to him in private, and an order was given that he should be allowed to pass through the crowd. He did so with difficulty, and told Tiberius that the rich man had formed a plan to have him assassinated. Thereupon Tiberius, his friends, and servants tucked up their gowns, armed themselves with the staves which the officers used to keep off the crowd, and stood ready for defence. Those at a distance wondered what could be the matter, and knowing that he could not make himself heard so far, Tiberius pointed to his head, meaning to show them that it was in danger, but they misunderstood him and ran to the Senate house to say that Tiberius had asked them to put a crown on his head. Of course this was done by his enemies, but it created no little consternation, and the consul was called upon to punish the tyrant, as they now named him. The council replied that he would not be the first to do violence, nor would he put to death any freeman who had not first had a fair trial. At the same time he added that if Tiberius should either force or persuade the people to any step that was not lawful, he would take care to stop it. One of the senators, at least, was not satisfied with the mildness of the consul. His name was Nasica. He started up and exclaimed, "Since the consul gives up this country, let all who choose to support the laws follow me." So saying, he threw the skirt of his gown over his head and hastened to the capital, followed by a great number of people. As they were for the most part well-known citizens, nobody ventured to stop them. They were armed only with staves, clubs, and pieces of broken furniture, but with these they fought their way through the crowd in the capital toward Tiberius. As some were knocked down and many were killed, others fled, and Tiberius followed their example. One of his enemies seized his gown, but he slipped out of it and ran with only his undergarment. He might have escaped if he had been more sure-footed, but unfortunately he stumbled and fell flat upon the ground, whereupon a tribune, one of his colleagues, struck him a violent blow on the head with the foot of a stool. Other blows followed, and the fight continued until Tiberius and 300 others lay dead. The cruel and unnatural treatment of Tiberius's body proves that the trouble was all caused by the hatred of the nobility towards him personally. His brother begged to be allowed to bury him in the night, but instead of that his body was thrown into the river with hundreds of others. The people of Rome were so angry at what had happened to their friend, as Tiberius had proved himself, that the Senate dared no longer object to the division of the land. So Publius Crassus was chosen in place of Tiberius to see that this was properly done. Nasica, who had led on the attack against Tiberius, was so abused every time he appeared in public that he had to be sent out of the country for safety. End of chapter 37.
Chapter 38 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman. Chapter 38. Caius Gracchus. Caius Gracchus was only 21 years old when his brother was so cruelly and unjustly slain. It was many years after that dreadful event before he took part in public affairs. It is true that he had been appointed one of the commissioners for the division of land, but he did not attend to it. Many thought it was because he disapproved of his brother's actions, but probably the true reason is that he feared his enemies and knew his family to be less powerful than before. Be that as it may, Caius lived in retirement and devoted much of his time to the study of public speaking, so that when he undertook to defend one of his friends against a certain charge, he did it so well that people pronounced him the very best orator in Rome. He was elected quaestor or public treasurer to accompany Orestes, the consul, to Sardinia, and he was very glad to go, for he did not desire to become a politician, and would not have done so if he had not been forced into it. He was influenced, too, by a dream, for like most people of his time, he was superstitious enough to believe in dreams. His was that Tiberius appeared to him and said, "Why do you tarry, Caius? There is no escape. You are destined, as I was, to spend your life and meet your death in the service of the people." That winter in Sardinia was a very severe and sickly one, and Caius worked so hard for the comfort of the army, and was so successful in getting what they needed from neighboring places, that the senators in Rome began to feel jealous when they heard of his actions. He will be even a more popular leader than his brother was, they said, and decided to prevent that if possible. So when some of the private soldiers were ordered home, Caius was requested to remain at his post. But he knew the reason for this, and became very angry. He caused much surprise by making his appearance in Rome when he was least expected, for people thought it was strange for a quaestor to desert his general. He was therefore called before the Senate to give an account of himself, and did it so satisfactorily that they regarded him as a much injured person. "I have served in 12 campaigns," he said, "whereas I was not obliged to serve in more than 10. I have been with the general as quaestor 3 years, though the law required me to stay but 1 year. Besides, I am the only man who went out with a full purse and returned with an empty one." Afterwards other charges were brought against Caius, but he proved himself entirely innocent, and then asked for the tribuneship. All the noblemen opposed it, but people from all parts of Italy flocked to Rome in such numbers on purpose to vote for Caius that it was impossible to find lodgings for them. The nobility succeeded in having him elected 4th tribune instead of the 1st, but he soon proved by his wonderful eloquence that, in spite of them, nobody could be first but himself. He spoke with such force and aroused the people to such a pitch of excitement by constantly referring to his brother and the dreadful fate he had met, that he always carried his audience with him. His popularity was wonderfully increased, too, by the various laws he made, for all favored the people and increased their power in the government, while they lessened that of the Senate. He further showed his respect for the populace by doing what no other public speaker had ever done, Instead of turning his face towards the Senate house when making an address, which had always been the custom, he turned towards the people and spoke to them, which of course flattered and pleased them. One of the laws Caius proposed was that 300 Roman knights should be added to the Senate, making 600 in all, and as soon as it was passed, he was appointed to choose the knights. The people liked this because it gave them equal power with the senators, and that was what Caius always tried to do. His advice was asked whenever there was any public matter of interest to settle, and in every case he showed such honesty and good judgment that everybody was pleased, and foreigners felt themselves justly dealt with by the Romans. Not only did Caius plan new laws and make speeches, but he worked in other directions. It was he who proposed ways for colonizing cities, making roads, and building granaries, and after they were adopted he superintended the work, and people wondered at the number of things he undertook and accomplished. He was constantly to be seen with soldiers, scholars, builders, and mechanics of all sorts, and he showed himself master of the art of talking with them, as well as when making a public address. He laid out beautiful level roads and was the first to place milestones to mark distances and others to enable travelers to mount their horses without the aid of a groom. These things made him more and more of a favorite, for all classes of citizens felt the benefit of his undertakings. Once he closed an oration by announcing that he had a request to make which he hoped would not be refused. He did not tell what it was, but it was the general belief that he was going to ask for the consulship. However, when election day came around, he brought forward a friend named Fannius for that office. Fannius would not have been elected had it not been for the influence of Caius, but he asked it as a favor, and the people of Rome could refuse him nothing. He made no demand for himself, but with one voice he was chosen tribune the second time. This displeased the Senate, who were jealous of Caius's popularity and in constant dread lest it might give him even more power than they had. So they resorted to a most undignified proceeding. First they took Livius Drusus, a fellow tribune, with Caius Gracchus into their confidence, and with his aid resolved to outdo Caius in benefits to the public, even though they were dishonorable in so doing. If he proposed to form 2 colonies anywhere, they pretended to consider it a disadvantage to the citizens, but established a dozen in other places and selected a large number of the most needy people for that purpose. If he proposed a law, they refused to pass it, but immediately made others that would appear to favor the poor citizens, whether they really did or not. In short, they showed plainly that their aim was to ruin Caius if possible, or if not, at least to injure his reputation. Livius always took pains to make it known that whatever he did was by the advice and approval of the Senate, whose chief desire was to please the populace. Thus a better feeling arose towards the Senate, who had formerly been looked upon by the plebeians as their enemy. This would have been all right if their object had been good, but it was only to bring about the downfall of Caius that they sought. As this was not accomplished soon enough to satisfy the Senate, they decided to send the obnoxious tribune out of the country, and an opportunity soon offered itself. When a proposition was made to repeople Carthage, which had been destroyed by Scipio, Caius was forthwith dispatched to Africa to see to it. While he was gone, Livius Drusus lost no opportunity of seeking to make himself a favorite with the lower classes, flattering and gratifying them in a way that often seemed ridiculous even to them. He also brought charges of dishonesty in the division of the lands against Fulvius, who was a particular friend to Caius. Caius completed his work at Carthage in 70 days, and then hurried back to Rome, where he had heard his presence was needed. He found that the people, after having been flattered by the Senate and the tribunes, thought less of him than formerly, so he at once gave up his fine house on the Palatine Mount and went to live near the marketplace amongst the poorest and humblest of the citizens. Then he brought forward such popular laws that the neighbors flocked from all quarters to vote for them. But the Senate persuaded Fannius, the consul, to command all who were not born Romans to leave the city at once. This was a most unusual proceeding, but Caius could not prevent it. However, he was very angry and gave vent to his temper a short time after which led to a quarrel between him and the other officers. There was to be a show of gladiators in the marketplace, and the magistrates erected scaffolds which they intended to let. Caius commanded them to remove the scaffolds so that the poor people might see the exhibition without being obliged to pay for it. Nobody obeyed his orders, so the very night before the contest was to take place, he collected together a body of laborers and worked with them to remove all the scaffolds. The common people were delighted when they saw the marketplace cleared, but the officers were so angry that they resolved to be revenged. Therefore, although at the next election Caius had votes enough to make him tribune the third time, his colleagues caused false returns to be brought in, and he was put out of office. This was a serious disappointment to him, which he took no pains to conceal. His adversaries were delighted at his defeat, and Opimius, who was chosen consul, immediately set to work to cancel several of his laws. This was annoying, but when the consul went a step further and began to question Caius's proceedings in Carthage, he put himself at the head of a party to oppose Opimius. It is said that Cornelia, his mother, helped him in this by sending several strangers disguised as harvesters into Rome to increase his party, but this is not certain. A day was appointed when the laws of Caius were to be annulled, and for that purpose his party and the other met early in the morning at the Capitol. But before business began, a private citizen who was engaged with the consul in offering sacrifices was murdered by the friends of Fulvius and Gracchus, who had taken offense at something he had said. Great excitement ensued, and the assembly broke up in alarm. Gracchus himself was terrified at the outrage and tried to explain that he had no hand in it, but nobody would listen to him, and finding that he could do nothing, he shut himself up in his own house and so kept out of sight. Early the next morning Opimius assembled the Senate, and with the hope of still further exciting public feeling against the deed committed by the Gracchus party, had the body of the dead man exposed to view. But it did not have the desired effect, for the populace remembered how the Senate themselves had murdered Tiberius and then thrown his body in the river, and they did not see why so much honor should be paid to a common citizen. Besides, they still looked upon Caius as their defender and safeguard. Opimius made a speech to the Senate and explained the state of affairs, whereupon he was invested with power to protect the commonwealth and suppress all tyrants. He then ordered the senators and knights to arm themselves and to assemble the next day, each attended by 2 well-armed servants. Fulvius and Caius made preparations on their side, collected the populace about them, and took possession of the Aventine Hill. But Caius had the good of his country so much at heart that he shed tears when he thought of the criminal action into which he had been drawn. He could not be persuaded to arm himself, but left his house in his usual dress, carrying only a short dagger at his side. When the people were all gathered together on the Aventine Hill, Caius advised Fulvius to send his son to propose a settlement with the consul and the Senate. He was a handsome youth, and made his modest speech with tears in his eyes. The Senate were inclined to favor his proposition, but the consul said, "It does not become Fulvius and Gracchus to offer terms to the Senate. They should, like loyal citizens, surrender at discretion to the laws and sue for pardon." The youth was sent a second time, but Opimius, who was determined to fight, had him locked up, and then with a company of soldiers started off to make the attack. Before many minutes the fight was over, for the people could not hold out against experienced soldiers. Fulvius fled to a bathing house nearby, but he was discovered, dragged out, and put to death. Caius sought refuge in Diana's temple, where he would have killed himself had it not been for 2 faithful friends who snatched away his sword and urged him to escape. He did so, and as he ran along, people shouted words of encouragement, as they do to racers, but no one offered him assistance, nor would they furnish him with a horse, though he asked for one several times. He was accompanied by one servant named Philocrates, who loved him too much to desert him. Finding at last that his enemies were gaining upon him, Caius gave up the race and went into a little grove consecrated to the Furies. There, in obedience to his command, he was slain by his servant, who afterwards killed himself and fell upon his master's body. A price of its weight in gold had been set upon Caius's head, so it was cut off and presented to Opimius on the end of a spear. It was found to weigh 17 pounds, but this was owing to a cheat, for the person who secured it had filled it with lead. The bodies of Caius, Fulvius, and 3,000 other rebels were thrown into the river. Their goods were seized by the state, and their widows were forbidden to put on mourning. The son of Fulvius, who, it will be remembered, had gone to the Senate with the articles of agreement, was brutally slain, although he had taken no part in the battle. Caius and Tiberius Gracchus met with the same fate, yet there was less excuse for the conduct of the former than of the latter, for he was more of a popular leader and less of a patriot than Tiberius. His was the punishment of a rebel, while the death of Tiberius was a cruel, unjust murder. Tiberius headed his party out of principle, Caius because he wanted power. So deeply did the commons regret the Gracchi that they erected statues to them in the most public parts of the city, consecrated the places where they were killed, and offered sacrifices to them at different seasons. Cornelia bore her misfortunes with noble fortitude. Of the places which were consecrated to her dead sons, she said, "They are monuments worthy of them." She went to live at Misenum, where she had many friends, to whom her house was always open for hospitality. Men of letters visited her constantly, and the various kings who were friendly to Rome showed their regard by sending her presents. She often spoke of her sons, and fondly recounted their actions and sufferings, as though she were giving a narrative of some ancient heroes. She had always been proud of them, as this anecdote goes to prove. Once, when they were little boys, a noble lady called on Cornelia and showed her some costly jewels, asking to see hers in return. She left the room and presently came back with Tiberius and Caius on either side of her, saying, "These are my ornaments." After her death, the Romans erected a statue to her, on which was this inscription, "Cornelia, the mother of the Gracchi." End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Our Young Folks Plutarch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Our Young Folks Plutarch by Rosalie Kaufman, Chapter 39. Caius Marius. Caius Marius was born of poor but worthy parents who earned their living by daily labor. They spent their days in an obscure country town, where their son was brought up in a quiet, humble manner. Nevertheless, his nature was warlike, and all through his early years nothing interested him so much as the exploits of warriors whom he longed to imitate. He first served in the army when Scipio Africanus besieged Numantia, and fought so bravely that he was honored with an invitation to dine at the general's table. In course of conversation one evening, Scipio was asked, "Where shall we Romans find another brave general when you are gone?" "Here, perhaps," replied Scipio, placing his hand on the shoulder of Marius, who sat next to him. The young man was so flattered that he decided then and there upon a political life, and it was not very long before he obtained the office of tribune of the people. His first act after his election was to propose a change in the system of voting, which lessened the authority of the patricians. This made him popular with the plebeians, but when, on the other hand, he opposed certain laws regarding the distribution of corn that favored the people, he lost their goodwill, but gained favor with the patricians. So he was honored by both parties as a man who worked only for the public good, and not for the interest of any particular party. When his tribuneship came to an end, Marius stood candidate for the office of chief aedile, that is, the one called curules, on account of the chair with crooked feet in which those officers sat while attending to business. The other was inferior, and was known as the plebeian aedile. Marius did not get the higher office, but he lost no time in applying for the lower one. Failing to get that also, he waited a short time and stood for the praetorship. Then his perseverance was crowned with success, though it was said that he managed it by bribery. However, he was tried and acquitted, so probably the accusation was false. While he was praetor, he did nothing to distinguish himself, but when his term of office expired, he was sent to Spain in command of an army, and did excellent service there in clearing the country of robbers. At that period the Spaniards were so uncivilized that robbery was not considered dishonorable, and so their country was filled with brigands until Marius drove them out. On his return to Rome he was anxious to take part in the government, but he neither had wealth nor eloquence to recommend him. However, he increased his popularity among the common people by his industry, high spirit, and plain manner of living to such a degree that he gained offices which gave him power. Thus he was enabled to make a very lofty marriage with no less a person than Julia, a member of the illustrious Caesar family. She was aunt to the celebrated Julius Caesar, whose story is told in a later chapter. Marius showed much fortitude in enduring pain when undergoing a surgical operation. Both his legs were covered with tumors, and he determined to have them cut out. So, refusing to be bound, he held out one limb and submitted to the painful operation without flinching. But when the surgeon was about to begin on the other, he refused, saying, "I see the cure is not worth the pain." When Metellus was made general in the war against Jugurtha in Africa, he chose Marius for his lieutenant. That was a most difficult war, and gave Marius opportunities not only to distinguish himself by deeds of bravery, but to win the love of the soldiers by sharing their labors, their privations, and their dangers. Before long, both Africa and Rome were sounding his praises, and many of the soldiers went so far as to write home that the war would never be brought to a close until Caius Marius was chosen consul. It is needless to say that Metellus became jealous of a man who was in such high favor, and when Marius announced that he was going home to stand for consul, the general said, "You ought to be content to wait for the consulship until this son of mine gets it too." But Marius thought otherwise, particularly as the son of Metellus was then but a boy, and went to Rome in time for the election. He was received with open arms, and when he told the people that if he were made consul he would promise either to kill Jugurtha or to take him alive, they all voted for him. But he made himself disagreeable to the patricians by enlisting in his army slaves and poor people, which Roman generals had never done, and by boasting of his own powers and speaking with contempt of the nobles. This pleased the populace, who considered him a very bold, high-spirited man, and encouraged him in his abuse of people who had won fame in the state, and excited their envy in consequence. Now when Marius went back to Africa, it made Metellus angry to think that after he had almost brought the war to an end, and nothing remained but to take the person of Jugurtha, another should come to deprive him of that glory. So he retired and left one of his officers to deliver up the Roman forces to Marius. It was not Marius, however, but Lucius Sylla, who had the honor of receiving Jugurtha, an account of which is given in the life of Sylla. Marius could bear no rival in glory, and when his enemies declared that it was Metellus who began and carried on the war, and Sylla who gave it the finishing stroke, they sowed the first seeds of a violent quarrel which almost ruined the Roman Empire. The public attention was soon attracted towards another channel, however, for an army of more than 300,000 warriors with their wives and children came like a devouring flame from the shores of the North Sea, treading down and driving before them like a drove of wild beasts all that came in their way. Many generals and armies employed by the Romans to guard the northern part of Italy were shamefully routed, and this encouraged the advancing barbarians to push on towards Rome and possess themselves of the whole of Italy. The reports that came to Rome from all sides were so alarming that Marius was ordered home to undertake the war. Though the law did not permit an absent man, or one that had not waited a given time after his first consulship to be re-elected, the people would have no one but Marius. He was accordingly made consul a second time. On his return, Marius was honored with a triumphal procession in which Jugurtha in chains was led before the car of the conqueror. So great was the agony of the African captive that he lost his senses, and when, after the triumph, his ornaments and robes were dragged off of him, and he was cast into a dark, damp dungeon where he was starved to death, he exclaimed with an idiotic smile, "O Hercules, how cold is this bath of yours!" While marching, Marius trained his men to hardships by accustoming them to long tiresome tramps, compelling every man to carry his own baggage and provide his victuals. So that afterwards Marius's mules was a term applied to all hard workers who were patient and ready. Marius was fortunate in this. For some unknown reason, the enemy changed their course and went first to Spain, which gave him ample time to exercise his soldiers and to prove to them what he himself was. By his fierce manners when commanding, his stentorian voice and stern expression, they learned to obey, and their confidence in him increased to such an extent that they believed him to be the general of all others to inspire terror in the enemy. But what they put most faith in was his sense of justice, of which he gave several remarkable proofs. So well pleased were the Roman people with Marius that they elected him consul a third time. And as the year closed before the expected enemy came on, he was again re-elected, and Lutatius Catulus, a man highly esteemed both by nobles and commons, became his colleague. Shortly after, the approach of the enemy was announced, and Marius passed the Alps and pitched his camp by the river Rhone. He took good care to station his army where they could be amply supplied with food and water, but remained perfectly quiet as long as possible. His reason was this: the enemy's soldiers were fierce-looking men, whose arms and mode of fighting were different from any the Romans had ever seen, and like a prudent general, he wanted his men to become familiar with them in order that they might not be awed merely because of their strangeness. When complaints of inaction reached his ears, Marius always replied that he was guided as to the time and place for fighting entirely by the oracles, and in fact he used to carry about in a litter a Syrian woman named Martha, supposed to be a prophetess, who directed him with regard to sacrifices. This woman had given so many proofs of her skill that Marius's wife had sent her to be with the army, thinking that her prophecies would be of service. Whenever she went to sacrifice, Martha wore a purple robe and carried in her hand a little spear trimmed with ribbons and garlands. Some people doubted whether Marius really believed Martha to be a prophetess, or only pretended to do so in order to impress his soldiers, but she was certainly regarded with veneration by the entire army. When the enemy ventured to attack Marius, they were received with a shower of darts, and lost several of their men. Then they determined to march forward to the other side of the Alps, and so enormous was their number that they were 6 whole days in passing by the Roman fortifications. Whenever they were close enough to be heard, they would tauntingly ask whether Marius's men had any messages to send to Rome, because they expected to be there in a few days. As soon as they had passed, Marius began to follow, always encamping at some distance and choosing safe, strong positions. The first serious battle took place at Sextilius's waters, and after many hours of hard fighting, the Romans gained a splendid victory. They killed or took prisoners 100,000 men, and got possession of their tents, wagons, and baggage. Many of these were voted a present to their general, who had shown extraordinary skill and courage. But Marius chose such arms and other spoils as would make the greatest show in his triumph. The rest he piled up for a splendid sacrifice. The army stood about in festive attire, with garlands on their heads, and Marius, in a purple bordered robe, had just taken a lighted torch and raised both arms towards heaven, when a party was seen approaching on horseback with great speed. Everyone was silent and expectant. The men, who proved to be Romans, jumped from their horses, walked towards Marius, saluted him respectfully, and then announced that they brought news of his 5th consulship. The soldiers clasped their arms and shouted. The officers crowned Marius again with a laurel wreath, and then he set fire to the pile and finished the sacrifice. The rejoicings of the Romans were considerably dampened. Within a few days, however, when bad news came from Catullus, he was, as we know, consul at the same time with Marius, and though the latter had had no easy task in overcoming the barbarians, Catullus's had been a far more difficult one. He had crossed the Alps and posted his part of the army in Italy, placing the Adige River between him and the enemy, part of whose forces had continued on their way, though leaving quite enough in Gaul to oppose Marius. Catullus blocked up the river on both sides with strong fortifications, built a bridge, and put everything in readiness that he might not be taken by surprise. But he soon found that all his efforts had been in vain, for the barbarians, who had come from a cold region, were so hardy and so strong that they felt a contempt for the Romans and exposed themselves naked in a snowstorm just to make a display of their courage. It seemed easy for them to push their way through ice and snow to the very tops of the mountains, and then, using their broad shields for sleds, they slid down the slippery sides. They next set to work, like a body of giants, to fill up the channel of the river, pulling up trees by the roots and throwing them in, adding besides huge rocks and piles of earth. These, with other bulky objects, were forced by the current against the bridge that the Romans had built, and dashed upon the timbers with such violence as to shake their foundation. The Roman soldiers watched these proceedings with perfect astonishment, and when they saw their bridge going to pieces before their eyes, many of them were so discouraged that they left their camp and drew back. Catullus tried to persuade them to keep their post, but finding it impossible to make them listen to him, he determined to do his utmost to save the honor of his country. It should never be said that a Roman army had fled if he could help it. So ordering his standard to be pulled up, he ran to the front of the retreating soldiers and commanded them to follow him. He preferred to disgrace himself by deserting his camp rather than have his soldiers appear like cowards. The enemy crossed the river, took all the spoils in the Roman camp, and spread themselves over the country, doing great damage wherever they went. Then Marius was recalled to Rome, and instead of waiting for his triumph, he made all haste to get his army in order and joined Catullus near the river Po to prevent the enemy from advancing to the very center of Italy. Now the part of the northern army that had so frightened the soldiers of Catullus were called the Cimbri, and the part that Marius had divided were called the Teutones. The Cimbri either had not heard of the fate of the Teutones or pretended ignorance, for they sent ambassadors to Marius to ask for lands and cities enough to accommodate them and their brethren, whom they were daily expecting to join them. "Who are your brethren?" asked Marius of the ambassadors. "The Teutones," was the reply. "Oh, do not trouble yourselves about your brethren," replied Marius with a taunting laugh. "We have already given them land enough, which they may keep forever." "The Cimbri will punish you immediately, and so will the Teutones when they join us," returned the ambassadors angrily. "But they are not far off," said Marius. "Surely you would not be so unkind as to go away without saluting your brethren." As he spoke, he gave a signal, and the Teutone commanders were led forth in chains. No sooner did the Cimbri hear what had happened than they marched against Marius, and their king rode with a small party to the Roman camp with a challenge to the general to decide by arms to whom Italy should belong. "The Romans never consult their enemies when to fight," said Marius. "However, the Cimbri shall be indulged on that point, and we will name the third day from this and the plain of Vercelli." On the appointed day the forces were drawn up and presented a magnificent array. Catullus had 20,000 men, and Marius had 32,000. The Cimbrian infantry marched out of their trenches noiselessly and spread themselves over a square mile. Then the cavalry, to the number of 15,000, came forth in great splendor. Their helmets represented the heads and open jaws of strange and frightful wild beasts, and these were surmounted by high plumes, making the men appear taller than they really were. Their breastplates were of polished steel, and their shields were white and glittering. Each man carried two-edged darts to be used at a distance, and a broad, heavy sword for hand-to-hand fighting. Just before going into battle, Marius lifted his hands to heaven and vowed a hecatomb, which meant 100 oxen, to the gods. Catullus vowed to consecrate a temple to the fortune of the day. Then the sacrifice was offered. As soon as Marius beheld the entrails of the animal, he shouted, "The victory is mine," and made the charge. It so happened that the chief part of the conflict fell to the legions of Catullus, which was a great disappointment to Marius. The battle took place in the summer, and the Cimbri, who had been bred in cold countries, could not stand the heat. The sun annoyed them dreadfully. They could scarcely breathe the hot air, and were forced to hold up their shields to shade their faces. The perspiration poured from them, and they were almost suffocated. while the Romans suffered scarcely any inconvenience. Then, too, the dust was so thick that the Romans could not distinguish the vast multitude of the enemy, and so were not appalled by it. In short, everything favored them that day, and at the very first charge the enemy's troops were cut to pieces. Those that fled were followed by the Romans to their camp, where a shocking scene was enacted. The Cimbrian women met their husbands, fathers, and brothers, and murdered them as they ran in. That done, they strangled their little ones with their own hands, threw them under the horses' feet, and then killed themselves. A number of the men who were not killed by the women tied themselves by the neck to the horns or legs of the oxen, then goaded them on so that they were either strangled or torn to pieces. Nevertheless, about 60,000 were taken prisoners. Although it was clearly proved that Catullus had left more of the enemy dead upon the field than Marius had, by the larger number of shafts having his name inscribed on them, yet the honor of the day was given to Marius because of his former victory, and the applause he got at home was so great that he was called the third founder of Rome. He had indeed rescued his country from as great a danger as that which threatened her at the invasion of the Gauls, and the women and children drank to him and to the gods at the same time. The honor of the two triumphs would have been accorded to him, but either generosity or fear of opposition from Catullus's soldiers prompted him to share one with their general. The war with the Cimbri brought Marius's 5th consulship to a close. Then he was anxious to be elected again, but he was not an able statesman in time of peace. He was not popular with the nobility. Besides, he preferred to be great rather than good, and showed plainly that, unless he held an office which gave him dignity, he would do nothing for his country's cause. He was not a true patriot, but he would make any sacrifice for position, and worked as hard for his 6th consulship as any man had ever done for his first one. He did not care how low he stooped if only he could gain favor with the people. That meant to him votes, for which he even resorted to bribery, and so he was elected with Valerius Flaccus as his colleague. But it would have been better if he had rested on his laurels, for by his conduct in his 6th consulship he excited the hatred of all parties. He had made an enemy of Metellus by his ungenerous behavior towards him in the African war against Jugurtha, and by means of bribery had kept him from being elected consul. Then he accepted a couple of lawless fellows named Glaucia and Saturninus for his friends, and with their aid committed many misdemeanors, the very worst of which was during the tribuneship of the latter. Saturninus proposed a law for the division of lands, and added a clause requiring the Senate to swear to agree to any vote the people should carry, and never to oppose them. Marius had really been instrumental in the wording of this law, but pretended in the Senate to oppose it, and said that no wise man could take such an oath. Metellus was the last senator to vote, and as he was a thoroughly honest man, and knew that such a law would lead to the ruin of the Roman constitution, he declared that he would not swear to support it. This was exactly what Marius wanted, because he knew it would make Metellus unpopular. A few days later, when Saturninus took the votes of the senators on his law, Marius stepped out and hypocritically declared that he was not so conceited as to believe that he could not make a mistake. So if the law met with favor, he would willingly submit to it. This was the step he had intended to take from the start, but he wanted to produce a theatrical effect. The people clapped and applauded him, but the nobility were much displeased. However, fear of the populace led each senator to take the oath until it came to Metellus' turn. His friends begged him to do likewise, but to a man who esteemed truth the first principle of heroic virtue, that was impossible. He left the forum, saying to those who stood near him, "To do an ill action is base. To do a good one in which there is no danger is nothing more than common. But it is the duty of a good man to do great and good things, though he risk much by it." Metellus knew that he would be banished, and so he was, but he preferred banishment to dishonor. After a time, Saturninus was guilty of such outrages that the principal men of Rome met at the house of Marius to see whether they could not find some means of punishing him. Then Marius was guilty of a mean, dishonest action, for he hid Saturninus and his friends behind a curtain, so that they might hear what was said, and pretending to be ill, passed in and out from one party to the other, creating all the mischief he could between them. At last the senators became so violent that Saturninus and his set fled to the capital for protection. Soldiers were called out, and by order of the infuriated senators who had discovered the trick, the friends of Marius who were shut up in the capital were besieged. The water pipes were cut, and as no food had been provided, the prisoners could not hold out long. They called on Marius to save them, and he promised to do so if he could, whereupon the besieged men came down into the forum where, as they appeared, the people stoned and clubbed them to death. The consequence of all this was that Marius was thoroughly despised, both by the nobles and commons, so much so that when the time came for the election of censors, he dared not offer himself. So he built a house close to the forum, and lived quietly for a long time, praying for war to break out, so that he might not remain entirely neglected and forgotten. Sylla was now one of the consuls, and Marius hated him because he was popular with the nobles. The time came when the affairs of Rome were in such a state of disorder that Sulpicius, a bad man who imitated Saturninus in his lawless deeds, formed a guard of 600, whom he called anti-senators, and set upon the consuls. This happened when the most warlike people of Italy had united to fight against Rome. Then Marius, who was 65 years old, wanted to command the army, but Sylla had been placed in his stead. Sulpicius drove out the consuls and gave the command to Marius, who immediately began his preparations by sending 2 tribunes to relieve Sylla of his command. Thereupon, with 35,000 armed men, Sylla marched towards Rome, slew the tribunes Marius had sent, and made an assault which forced Marius from the field. He made his escape from the city with a small party, and embarked on board a ship that happened to sail along just in the nick of time. A dreadful storm came up, and the party left the ship and wandered about on shore until they met a few poor shepherds, who relieved their hunger, but told Marius that a troop of horsemen were searching for him. That night was passed in the woods, and when day dawned, Marius proceeded on foot, urging his companions not to desert him. Towards noon he approached a city on the sea-coast of Italy, just as a cavalry company came in sight. He knew that they were searching for him, but fortunately there were 2 ships under sail in the harbor, so the whole party plunged into the sea and swam towards them. They were reached with little difficulty by all except poor Marius, who with age had become fat and unwieldy. However, 2 of his men kept his head above water until he got to one of the ships, the rest of the party having been taken on board the other. By that time the soldiers arrived at the seashore and called out to the seamen either to bring Marius back or throw him overboard. But he entreated them with tears in his eyes not to obey, and after consulting among themselves they decided that it would be cruel to place the old man in the hands of his enemies. So the soldiers rode off in a rage. A few hours later the seamen changed their minds. They did not intend to deliver Marius over to those that pursued him, neither did they feel safe in protecting him, so they solved the difficulty by steering for land and casting anchor at the mouth of the river Liris. They then advised him to go on shore and refresh himself and rest until the wind was fairer, which they said would be the case at about sunset. Marius landed and walked to a field near by, where he lay down and soon fell asleep. When he awoke, the ship was nowhere to be seen. Alone and deserted by all the world, the poor old general felt stupefied for some time. At last he collected himself, and on looking about, discovered a hut in the distance. He raised himself with difficulty, for his limbs were stiff and sore, and waded through bog, ditch, and mud until he reached the hut, where an old man lived who worked in the fens. Falling on his knees, Marius implored him to protect one who, if he escaped his present danger, would reward him beyond anything he dreamed of. "If you want only to rest," said the man, who probably recognized his visitor, "my cottage will answer. But if you are flying from anybody's search, I can hide you in a more retired place." Marius desired him to do so by all means, so he led him to a little cave in the fen near the riverside, where he covered him with reeds. Meanwhile, Orders had been sent throughout Italy for a public search to be made for Marius, and whoever found him was to kill him. He had not been long in his hiding place when he heard a tumult in the old man's hut, and knowing that he must be the cause of it, he plunged into a puddle of thick, muddy water. But instead of escaping, he only put himself in the way of his pursuers, who dragged him out all covered with dirt, and led him naked to the magistrates of Minturnae, the nearest town. A Cimbrian horseman was selected to put the prisoner to death, and for that purpose he entered his chamber sword in hand. A dim light made the corner where Marius lay on the couch appear dark, but the Cimbrian saw the prisoner's eyes flash as a terrible voice that had no human sound exclaimed, "Fellow, darest thou kill Caius Marius?" The barbarian dropped his sword and fled, crying as he rushed into the street, "I cannot kill Caius Marius." Suddenly, as if by magic, everybody's anger was turned to pity and remorse. How can we be so ungrateful towards the preserver of Italy? Ought we not rather to assist and protect him, they asked. Let him go where he pleases to banishment, while we entreat the gods to pardon us for thrusting Marius, distressed and deserted, out of our city. So they went in a body to his room and conducted him to the seaside, where lay a ship that had been provided for him. He set sail for Africa, where he hoped for a friendly reception. But he made a mistake, for the governor of Carthage was a Roman, who sent him this message: Sextilius, the governor, forbids you, Marius, to set foot in Africa. If you do, you will be treated as a public enemy. On hearing this, the exile was struck with grief and disappointment, but after a few days he sailed for the island of Cercina, there to await changes in public affairs at Rome. When he was a child, he lived in the country, and one day he caught in the skirt of his garment an eagle's nest as it was falling. It contained 7 young eagles, and this was considered so remarkable that the augurs were consulted, and they said that not only should Marius become one of the greatest men in the world, but that he should be 7 times in a place of high power. He never forgot this prophecy, and when his fate looked dark and gloomy, he was buoyed up by the recollection that he had been consul only 6 times. So with perfect faith in the augurs, he waited patiently at Cercina for his recall to Rome. News came to him at last that Cinna, the consul, had been driven out of the city by Octavius and his party because he had ruled too despotically, and that Cornelius Merula had been elected consul instead. Also that Cinna had raised forces in other parts of Italy to oppose them. Nothing could have pleased Marius better. Not a moment was to be lost. He gathered about him 1,000 Africans and Italian refugees, and with these set sail for his native land. He went ashore at Etruria, where so many of his countrymen flocked to greet him, that, persuading the youngest and strongest to join him, he got together enough to fill 40 ships, and then sent a messenger to Cinna to say that he was at his service. Cinna was so delighted that he named Marius proconsul and sent him the fasces and insignia of office. Grandeur does not become my present position, said Marius, whose role it was just then to appear humble. So in the plainest of attire, and with an air of dejection that excited pity, he went to Cinna, saluted him and the soldiers, and prepared for action. The first thing he did was to seize the provision ships, take the seaport towns one after another, pillaging them and slaying the inhabitants by thousands. Then he blocked up the river so that no supplies could come by sea, marched with his army towards Rome, and posted himself on the hill called Janiculum. Now Octavius was one of the most upright Romans that ever lived, but he was so strict in his observance of the ancient laws and customs that the soldiers did not like him. So when Marius came on the scene, they went to join him, and just before he entered the city, Octavius was dragged from the rostrum and murdered. Then the Senate assembled and dispatched a messenger to request Cinna and Marius to enter peacefully and spare the citizens. The former complied, but on arriving at the gate, Marius stood still and declared that he would go no farther until his sentence of banishment was recalled. That was forthwith done, and he went into the city, surrounded by a guard of Illyrian slaves who had made their escape from the pens in Etruria and fled to him. Without even the form of an election, Cinna declared himself and Marius consuls, and then for 5 days there was nothing but massacre and bloodshed in the streets of Rome. At a word, or merely a nod of his head, the slaves of Marius would draw their swords and kill whoever failed to show him deference, so that even his friends approached him in fear and trembling. The most distinguished men of the state were butchered, and every town and road was filled with the soldiers who hunted down those that fled or hid themselves. One betrayed another in order to shield himself. All friendship and confidence was destroyed. Still, Marius required fresh victims every day and reveled in the scenes of blood. The servants of a prominent citizen named Cornutus showed their affection for him at this trying time thus. Hearing that he was to become a victim to the consul's fury, they concealed him in his own house, then took the body of a man about his size, cut off the head, put a ring that belonged to Cornutus on the finger, showed the body to Marius's guards, and then buried it with all the ceremonies they would have observed had it really been that of their master. The trick was successful, and Cornutus escaped in disguise to Gaul. Mark Antony, the great orator, found a faithful friend in a plebeian who would have protected him if he could have done so. The man was so pleased to have one of the most famous of Romans as his guest that he often sent to a neighboring tavern for some of the best wine kept there. One day the tavern keeper asked the servant why he had suddenly become so particular about the wine he bought as to select the dearest. "Because we have Mark Antony at our house," answered the servant innocently. No sooner was he gone than the tavern keeper ran to Marius, who was then at supper, and told him where the orator was concealed. Marius clapped his hands with joy, and immediately sent an officer named Annius with some soldiers to bring him the head of the noble Roman without delay. Arriving at the house, Annius stationed himself at the door, while his soldiers went up a ladder and climbed into Mark Antony's chamber. He pleaded with them for his life, and exerted his powers of eloquence to such an extent that they were spellbound and forgot their errand. Annius began to wonder at the delay after a few moments, and ascended the ladder himself. On looking in at the window, he found his soldiers in tears, and the orator still addressing them. He jumped in, taunted them with their weakness, and raising his sword, struck off the head of Mark Antony with one blow. Catullus, who had fought with Marius against Cimbri, tried very hard to stop the butchery that was going on in Rome, but finding himself unable to gain any influence, he shut himself up in a small room and suffocated himself with the fumes of a charcoal fire. The horrible deeds committed by Marius's guard grew worse and more numerous, until Cinna's party, being struck with horror, killed every man of them in their camp. Then news came that Sylla was advancing with a great army, and Marius was chosen consul the 7th time, in order that he might manage the war that must inevitably result. But he was getting old, and he feared Sylla so much that the very idea of being obliged to fight him filled him with anxiety. He was wretched by day, and would start up from horrible dreams at night that would keep him awake for hours after. Like many a man before and since, he sought relief in drink, which only made his condition worse, for he was seized with a delirious fever, and died on the 17th day of his 7th consulship, despised by all. Rome was thus relieved of a cruel tyrant who, though he was past 70, was the first man who had been consul 7 times, and had wealth enough to support the dignity of more than one king, complained of the ill fortune that caused him to die before he got all that he had worked for. End of chapter 39.